I came through time and created a drug that suppresses cancer. But the patients not only did not appreciate it, but also thought the drug was too expensive. Moreover, under the instructions of a senior executive of a pharmaceutical company, they turned around and reported me for selling fake drugs. The production cost of these medicines is very high, the production process is very difficult, and they have never cared about it at all. Mr. Chang, someone has reported that you are selling fake medicine that harms patients' health. Please come with us. I didn't speak, nor did I resist. I just gave a deep look at the dozens of people in the house before leaving. Dozens of people looked at each other. A young man hesitated. Chang Ming did save us after all. Would it be too much if we call the police and have him arrested? Lao Jin gave him a glare. People have been taken away, and now you find this interesting? Didn't you all agree to report it to the police? The young man fell silent, and another person said, the police have taken away those medicines too. What should we do? At this time, Lao Jin took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. This bottle of medicine is the one he just took out of his backpack in the chaos. While you are taking the medicine, you are also undergoing chemotherapy. How do you know if his medicine is really effective? Or if the chemotherapy is working? As for the medicine, I have already contacted Chen, the general manager of Huaming Pharmaceutical Group. Chen has assured us that everyone will soon be able to afford the medicine. Upon hearing this, the tense expressions on the faces of dozens of people relaxed slightly. Lao Jin and Lao Yang took a car to the largest pharmaceutical group in Haichang, with a market value of nearly 1 billion, including several pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical factories, research institutes, and laboratories, with very strong capabilities. This is also the reason why Lao Jin and Lao Yang chose to trust Huaming Pharmaceutical. In the lobby, a beautiful woman in a Huaming Group uniform stood at the front desk, tall and sweet-looking. Who are you looking for? Let's find General Chen. Faced with two plain-dressed ordinary old men, the beautiful receptionist flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes, but still made a phone call to confirm as a matter of routine. After confirming, she said to the two of them, Mr. Chen is waiting for you on the 16th floor. Thank you. The two of them took the elevator to a meeting room on the 16th floor, where they met a middle-aged man in a suit and a young woman. The middle-aged man in the suit had a big belly and thinning hair. He was Chen Dongji, who had contacted them earlier. The young woman standing beside him looked like a secretary. Chen Dongji leaned on the sofa and didn't get up when he saw the two enter. Did you get the things? Here, Lao Jin said, taking out that white bottle and placing it on the table. Chen Dongji brought a bottle, opened the bottle cap and smelled it. It seemed to confirm that the medicine was fine, then waved to Lao Jin and Lao Yang. Alright, you two go back and wait for the news. Lao Jin and Lao Yang were stunned. In order to benefit Huaming, they betrayed Cheng Ming and even gave the medicine to Chen Dongji. As a result, they didn't even have a glass of water here. Not only that, once they got the medicine, they wanted to drive them away directly, just like killing the donkey after grinding the mill. The two of them feel a little uncomfortable. Mr. Chen, that, old Jean hesitated. How long will it take for you to replicate the finished medicine? What imitation? Chen Dongji corrected him. Huaming Group never produces generic drugs. All of our drugs are independently developed in our laboratory. Yes, it's under development. Lao Jin agreed. So, Chen, when can you develop it? You know that dozens of patients are waiting to take the medicine. Chen Dongji waved his hand impatiently. We will develop it as soon as possible. And then you will all have cheap medicine to take. You can go back and wait for the news. Lao Jin and Lao Yang glanced at each other. And in the end, they could only leave the meeting room helplessly. After the two of them left, Chen Dongji handed the medicine bottle to the secretary next to him and said expressionlessly, take it to the laboratory. Let them analyze the ingredients and study how to produce it. The secretary asked, Mr. Chen, is everything okay with us now? What's wrong? Chen Dongji raised his head, and the sharp look in his eyes made the female secretary stiffen all over. What I mean is, if that Cheng Ming comes to our group and claims that this medicine was invented by him, what should we do? Sully his reputation. Confirm his identity as a fake drug dealer. Do you think others will believe in our Huaming medicine or believe in a fake drug dealer? You go ahead. Let people make a big deal out of this online. The secretary nodded and left with the bottle of medicine. In the police car, Cheng Ming awakened the system with his mind. System, if someone takes my medicine, is there a possibility that the formula has been decrypted? Host, please rest assured. The formula has been encrypted and designed by this system. Even if someone obtains a sample of the drug, it is impossible for them to know the manufacturing method. Impossible to decipher? Then I can rest assured. The police car quickly arrived at the police station, and Cheng Ming was taken to the interrogation room. Two police officers sat across from Cheng Ming, with the older one responsible for questioning and the younger one assisting with recording. I am Captain Lu Changrong of the Sancheng District 3rd Team. I will now interrogate you. Chang Ming nodded. Name? Chang Ming. Gender? Man. Age? 28. Occupation? Freelance. Why sell fake drugs? Chang Ming paused for a moment and said, I did not sell fake medicine. Lu Changrong looked at him and changed the way he asked. What are the effects of the medicine you are selling? Inhibiting the growth and spread of liver cancer cells. Are you still saying it's not fake medicine? Even laymen know that liver cancer can only be treated through surgery and cannot be cured. It's not even possible to suppress it. You say it can suppress liver cancer cells, and you're still saying it's not fake medicine? I don't sell fake medicine, Chang Ming still answered. Some criminals are paranoid. Even if they are sentenced, they will not admit that they are wrong. So Lu Changrong did not get too entangled with Chang Ming on this issue. What specific ingredients are in your medication? Scutularia, aconite, red rasher, money grass, astragalus, and kidney fern. Chang Ming truthfully revealed the real formula and ingredients. These are all common Chinese medicines. Can finished medicines made from such Chinese medicines suppress liver cancer cells? Anyway, Lu Changrong doesn't believe it. However, most of these medicines are quite expensive, right? Would counterfeiters be willing to use so many precious Chinese medicines to make fake drugs? This seems a bit unreasonable. How much do you sell this medicine for per bottle? 10,000. How much does it cost? 10,000. Lu Changrong, could it be that he's lying? Not making a single profit from selling fake medicine? Is this person sick? It seems like he knew what he was thinking. Chang Ming said, the medicine is in your hands. You can take it for analysis and check the ingredients. Lu Changrong instructed the young police officer next to him. Later, you take a sample to someone for testing. The trial continues. You said you make your own into medicine? Right. As far as we know, you studied software in college. How did you learn to make PCMS? Self-taught. And how did you determine that your drug had those effects you claim? Chang Ming paused again and replied, tried it out by testing the medicine on myself. Lu Changrong was slightly stunned. Are you a patient too? Yes. Where's the proof? Chang Ming took out a casebook from his pocket. Lu Changrong opened it, and the last diagnosis column was clearly written with the words, middle stage of liver cancer. The case also has the stamp of the First City Hospital, which is unlikely to be faked. But to be on the safe side, Lu Changrong still handed the casebook to his assistant for verification. Then Lu Changrong asked Chang Ming a few more questions. However, from the time he realized that Chang Ming was also a liver cancer patient, his attitude towards Chang Ming was much gentler. Chang Ming was also all very cooperative in answering his questions. After the trial, Chang Ming asked, Officer Lu, can I post bail in this situation? Lu Changrong said, I've already asked people to verify what you said. If the case is true and you can also guarantee that you won't continue to sell that kind of drug and not do anything to jeopardize society, then you can be released on bail. Thanks a lot. When the interrogation was over, Chang Ming stayed at the police station for 2 hours. The police department was quick and efficient, and Lu Changrong's assistant came back from the hospital. Lu team, it's verified. The case is real. Lu Changrong took the information and nodded after reading it. You can call and have someone bail you out now. Chang Ming thought about it and dialed his brother Xiao Wenqing's phone, and once he was connected, he opened the door. Come on over to the South Side Police Department. What for? Bail me out. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then the word yes came out and the phone hung up. The entire exchange didn't take more than 30 seconds, didn't drag on at all, and didn't require much explanation as to why. 20 minutes later, Xiao Wenqing is here. To Chang Ming's surprise, not only did he come, but he also brought his wife, Lin Yume, and his Lin Yume's best friend, Bai Rulin, Chang Ming's girlfriend. Once they met, Xiao Wenqing said awkwardly, the cell phone was on speakerphone, and the two of them were right next to each other. That's quite a coincidence. Bai Rulin didn't talk to Chang Ming and found out what happened from the police officer. Lu police officer told him about Chang Ming's drug sales but not about Chang Ming's liver cancer. Bai Rulin angrily pointed at Chang Ming's nose and cursed. You're a ing loser. No house, no car, no money, and now you're stepping out to sell some fake medicine? I am really convinced. Do you think you are the big brother of Hung Hing? I've had bad luck with you. Break it up, you jerk snake. After a round of cursing, Bai Rulin slammed the door and left. Lin Yume swept a glance at Chang Ming and followed her best friend to leave. And Chang Ming didn't pay a single word of attention to her the entire time. Bai Rulin, the girlfriend, was introduced to him by Xiao Wenqing's wife, and he actually didn't like it much, and the two of them were together more just because they were old enough to believe that Bai Rulin was the same. Usually together, she is often mouth to call him a waste. Even if the breakup, Chang Ming's heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. Xiao Wenqing didn't say anything, and silently did the handwriting on the bail. Without too many words, as they used to do in college, The two went to a nearby roadside stand and ordered a few small dishes and a case of wine. Clink your glasses. Only after a few cups of wine had been consumed did Xiao Wensheng slowly open his mouth. Old Chang, actually you don't have to be in such a hurry. This RV thing really can't be rushed. It's better to be practical. Xiao Wensheng thought for a long time before coming up with these two sentences. It seems he's still worried about Chang Ming going down the wrong path. Don't worry, Chang Ming said. At this moment he thought of the dozens of faces. There's no way I'm going to do this kind of thing again. Alright, with your words, brother, I'm relieved. Xiao Wensheng muffled a mouthful of wine. As for a woman like Bai Roland, honestly don't. It's not a good commodity. Chang Ming thought deeply. As for the matter of liver cancer, Chang Ming hesitated for a long time and eventually did not tell Xiao Wensheng. Because liver cancer may not be incurable for Chang Ming. His system was called the Divine Drug System, and as long as he had enough quest points, he could draw a prize. And most of the system's prizes were drug formulas and production methods for any potency. Note that it is any medicinal effect. Even the immortality pill can be drawn out if one is lucky enough. Now that Chang Ming had obtained the potion to inhibit liver cancer cells, as long as he continued to complete the system tasks and gain points, he would one day be able to draw the potion to cure liver cancer. That's why he's planning to hide the fact that he has liver cancer. End of chapter. Huaming Pharmaceuticals moved quickly, and within 2 days of Chang Ming's arrest, a news video on the Jitterbug platform burst into flames. A fake drug dealer claimed that the drugs he sold could cure liver cancer. Hundreds of patients have been deceived. The financial loss is in the millions. The video is of Chang Ming being caught inside a dimly lit house. I don't know who filmed it, and it appeared on a news number with millions of fans, in which Chang Ming's face, surprisingly, was not mosaicked. A video news story with this kind of headline shouldn't get much traffic, but this video somehow caught fire once it was sent out. A whole bunch of comments from netizens have sprung up. Asterisk 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 for liver cancer? How dare you sell it? If there really is a drug that can cure liver cancer, why don't we award a Nobel Prize? How can anyone really fall for this? What are these patients thinking? Upstairs, it's not like that. The patient is just a victim. It's the fake drug dealer that's the worst. Right. The patient is in despair. They're just trying to grab the last straw. What's wrong with them? It's the fake drug dealers who are wrong. Damn. This fake drug dealer deserves to die. Even cheating these terminally ill patients out of their money. This crook looks like a human being, but I didn't expect his heart to be so bad. The vast majority of the comments were just reading the first half of the news and started spewing furiously with their keyboards. And it wasn't until much later that the netizens realized another point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. $10,000 for a bottle of medicine? Isn't this faster than robbing a bank? This fake drug dealer is too heartless. How can you afford $10,000? Look at these patients. Many of their clothes are torn, so their families must be in bad shape. $10,000 is a lot of money to spend. A lot of people don't make $10,000. It's a super vampire. It makes me so angry. These patients are poor enough as it is. Why would anyone want to cheat them out of their money? Suggests that the judge impose a heavier sentence. This video has exploded in popularity with many marketing numbers retweeting it and rubbing it in. So the fake drug story went viral, almost all over the internet. The heat of fake drugs, liver cancer and other related topics heated up. While there was heat, the official account of Huaming Pharmaceuticals posted a graphic. Good news! After more than 10 years of struggle, our company has finally achieved significant research results in the research of effective drugs for liver cancer. And the effective drugs for liver cancer are expected to be released in the second half of this year. This graphic video is accompanied by many photos of researchers in laboratories with many unknown drugs and dressed all in white. There's also a whole row of photos of middle-aged white coats lined up. All in all, it looks very professional. At first glance, it is a powerful enterprise with deep scientific research and development organizations. As soon as this graphic video was posted, the heat rubbed off. Mainly because it was too much of a coincidence that the news of the fake drug dealers hit the news on one foot and then the special medicine for liver cancer came out on the next. Special medicine for liver cancer? Really? Upstairs, can't you see this as the official account of Huaming Pharmaceuticals? How can it be fake if it's sent from an official account? Huaming Medicine is the largest pharmaceutical group in Haicheng, with a market capitalization of $10 billion. It's very strong. Oh, that's mostly true then. My God. I didn't realize there was really a cure for liver cancer. There's a way out. My third uncle is suffering from liver cancer and is in pain every day. I really hope Huaming will release this special medicine soon. A group of netizens sang the praises of Huaming medicine. Praising Huaming as the reincarnated Huatua. There's the recent explosion of fake drug dealers, and Chang Ming has been inevitably dug up by netizens for comparison with Huaming Pharmaceuticals. That's great. With Huaming Medicine's special medicine, Patients won't be cheated by some unscrupulous fake drug dealers in the future. It's better to buy medicine the right way. Don't trust those who sell fake medicines anymore. Regular medicines have a license plate number, so you must check its license plate number when you buy the medicine. As soon as this special drug comes out, the crooks will no longer be able to cheat people with the special drug for liver cancer. Death to the fake drug dealers. Hundreds of patient groups for liver cancer patients. All of the patients here are taking prosesamines pills. A patient forwarded that breaking news story, fake drug dealers, to the group. At first there wasn't much of a reaction. After all, it's rare for anyone to click on a link shared by a group of friends. But the words fake drug dealer attracted a few patients to click on it. It's better not to look at it, but to look at it and be amazed at each one. Chang Ming? Isn't that the guy who sold us the medicine? That's him in the video. He's selling fake drugs? No way. I don't seem to have a problem with it. At first people didn't believe it. After all, after the people in the group took the medicine sold by Chang Ming, their condition did not continue to deteriorate even though they showed no signs of improvement. But when the group saw that there was even a police report on the back of the video, one by one, they all believed it by 8 points. Is it really a fake drug? Even the police station has issued a police report that Chang Ming has been arrested. How can this be false? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This. Then what is it that he's selling us? It can't be just randomly grabbed herbs, can it? It's the herbs that count. I smell mud on those pills from time to time, and I suspect he's simply selling us randomly pinched mud pills. Mom's born a bottle of mud pills cost me $10,000. I've been cheated out of $10,000. I'm $20,000. When the group learned the truth, they all broke their defenses. We can't just let this go. Pay up. You have to pay for it. That's my hard-earned money. Right, $10,000 a month. My son's salary is only $10,000. Chang Ming is also inside the group here. Someone has etched Chang Ming, dead liar coming out. You unscrupulous thing. You cheated us out of our money and caused us to delay treatment. You really mustn't die. Where's Ming? Where's Chang Ming? Come out and pay for it. The group's friends gave a beating to 8, and after a long time, they didn't see Chang Ming come out to respond, which resulted in another big scolding. After a long time, Chang Ming finally appeared. He sent a message to the group. Old place, come see me if you want your money back. Beyond that, not a single superfluous word. The group actually didn't think at all that they would actually get their money back. After all, the money was in the hands of the scammers and would surely be moved elsewhere. With so many scammed cases online, most of the money that is scammed is transferred within a minute. 99% of victims don't get their money back. Now, this scammer is willing to refund their money? For a while, the group was a little surprised, but it was a good idea not to be able to recover your losses. End of chapter. Chang Ming's house. This is an old house in a rundown neighborhood that Chang Ming rented. In fact, by completing the system's tasks in the past 2 months, he had earned no less than a few million cash rewards, and it was only because he had been running around, procuring medicines and brewing medicinal broths in order to make pills that he hadn't been able to buy a house. Still living in such a dilapidated house to this day. After noon, hundreds of patients came to the house, all from the patient group, clamoring for Chang Ming to pay back the money. Chang Ming, come out. Liar, give me back my hard-earned money. You even scammed cancer patients out of their money. You're unconscionable. The patients' voices were not small, and some of them hammered hard on the door of Chang Ming's room to make a loud noise. There was a lot of commotion. Resident Amazons in the downstairs neighborhood gathered to exchange frantic information. What's going on? What are these people doing here? The ones who came looking for Chang on the 3rd floor, saying that Chang cheated them out of money. That Chang Ming? Engaging in fraud? No. My son swiped on Douyin and said Chang Ming sells fake medicine. These people are probably looking for him to return the money for the medicine. I've long felt that this kid doesn't look like an honest person, but he's a fake drug dealer? It's good to know people. We'll have to keep our kids away from him from now on. A few of the older women chatted, seeming to stay away for fear of being caught in the wave. Chang Ming opened the door unhurriedly, and the patients filed in. But because there were so many of them and the house was so small, only some of them could get in while the others crowded outside the door. Liar. Refund. Right. Refund. Thanks to the fact that we trusted you so much before. It turns out that you are selling fake medicine? Say nothing more. Get your money back. Chang Ming looked at the faces of these people clamoring for a refund, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, silently took out a sack from a corner of the house and opened it, which was full of cash. Those people's eyes glistened as soon as they saw so much money. Chang Ming sat at the table without much nonsense. Who wants their money back? Come on. A middle-aged man smiled and grabbed the table. I just bought 4 bottles of medicine the other day, so I'll refund $40,000. Chang Ming glanced at him, Only 10,000 can be refunded. The middle-aged man's smile instantly disappeared and he began to sputter. What do you mean? No refund? Didn't you say you'd return it, and now you won't return it? If you don't give us a refund, we'll stay here. Chang Ming sneered. Zhou Kuan-yu, you only bought a bottle of medicine. Why should I give you a refund of 40,000? A bottle? How can that be? I clearly bought 4 bottles. The middle-aged man looked slightly flustered. He did want to report a few more bottles, but he didn't expect Chang Ming to have such a good memory that he remembered his name. Seeing that Chang Ming was unmoved, he had to pretend to take a step back. Geez, okay, 1 bottle is 1 bottle. Let's just say I dropped my money. Get a refund. Seeing that Chang Ming still had no intention of giving money, the middle-aged man asked again. What? A refund? Return the medicine and I'll naturally give you a refund, Chang Ming said indifferently. And withdraw the medicine? The middle-aged man froze. What? You still want to take my medicine for nothing? The middle-aged man once again shouted loudly. That's fake medicine you have there. It's all said on the Douyin. What's fake medicine worth? You must return all of it to me. Chang Ming, however, did not eat his words. Back off if you want, or get out of the way. Next, the middle-aged man did not bring the medicine. His face changed, and finally said, Then you wait here. I'll go back and get it. You can't back out and not return it. The one who will backtrack might be you. Chang Ming sneered. The middle-aged man rushed back to get his medicine. Among the crowd, there were also quite a few people who had not brought their medicines and had turned back to get them. It was the turn of an older woman in her 50s to step forward and slap a white bottle on the table. I bought a bottle. Return it. Chang Ming did not talk nonsense, opened the bottle and looked at it, and gave her account of $5,000. The older woman froze. Why only 5,000? I paid 10,000. You took half of the medicine, so of course you can only return half, Chang Ming said. But, this is obviously fake medicine. Half a bottle of fake medicine costs me $5,000? Chang Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense. Refund me if you like. You can sue me in court if you don't. It was certain that Chang Ming would be prosecuted. But even if he wasn't a legal professional, he understood. Although the court will probably fine him, the fine will certainly not be much since he is not in the business of making a profit. The police took his medicine to the laboratory. Surely can also test the composition of these herbs. Indeed, all valuable herbs. Maybe even without compensation. Bottom line, Chang Ming is willing to return it and they get the money. Chang Ming wasn't willing to back out. And there wasn't anything they could do about it. The older woman, probably also finding it troublesome to go through the courts, gritted her teeth. 5,000 is 5,000. Then you pay with one hand and return the medication with the other. Chang Ming carefully put away the half bottle of medicine. This is a real special medicine for liver cancer. These people choose not to eat. That is their choice, has nothing to do with Chang Ming. But the medicine is good medicine. Chang Ming himself is a liver cancer patient. This medicine can still be used. One day 3 months ago, Chang Ming had an internal breakdown when he was diagnosed with liver cancer. Fortunately, he had suddenly awakened to this divine drug system, and after completing a quest, Chang Ming obtained the preparation method for the liver suppressor drug. After that, he could not bear to see those patients in the same department endure the same pain as himself, so they sold the medicine to them. That's old Jin's gang. Then because the drugs are really effective, more and more people come to him to buy drugs. At first just a few patients in the same ward, then developed to the whole department, and then the whole Haichang, and even the surrounding counties and cities come to him to buy drugs. I didn't realize that I would later be led to backstabbing by old Kim and those former patients. Now, surprisingly, most of the patients are coming to him for refunds as well. Do they really think Chang Ming's medicine is ineffective? Actually, not necessarily. It's just the desire to read. Since Chang Ming was defined as a fake drug by the police, they naturally chose to trust the police. Plus it was just that Huaming Pharmaceuticals announced that it had made progress in its effective drug for liver cancer, which was equivalent to giving these patients a choice and a way out. If you can't take Chang Ming's medicine, there's still Huaming's medicine. And Huaming's medicine will definitely be cheaper than Chang Ming's medicine. Then he thought of the 10,000 he usually spends on medicine at Chang Ming's place. Simply team up to get Chang Ming to return the money. That's why this is happening now. Now that Chang Ming thought about it again, he only hated himself for why his motherly heart overflowed at that time and said such ungrateful things. But it's done and there's no point in talking about it. After refunding the money this time, Chang Ming planned that in the future, even if they kneeled down and begged him, he would not be able to sell the medicine to these people again. With the example of Big Mama. Although the people in the back were upset that Chang Ming could only return the leftover medicine, they eventually accepted it. It's better to get some of it back than nothing at all, right? Refunded in afternoon. Chang Ming's home patients before all leave. And Chang Ming's sack of money also happens to be all used up. End of chapter. If the attribute panel could be opened, then Chang Ming's panel should look like this. Name, Chang Ming. Deposits, 3.28 million. Assets, a house in the happy neighborhood. One of the deposits of 3.28 million are all the cash rewards from the draws obtained from previous tasks, all of which are currently lying on their bank cards. It suddenly occurred to Chang Ming that if he let that woman by Roland know that he had so much money, she definitely wouldn't leave him so easily. Would she? He was kind of glad he'd been caught. At least it would give him a good look at the reality of the woman. Compared to Bai Roland, what Chang Ming was more concerned about now was when the next mission would come. Ding! You have a new mission. A system female voice sounded in Chang Ming's mind. It's really a case of speak of the devil. Task, I start a pharmaceutical company. Rewarded with 10 lottery points. Description, as the host of a divine drug system, how can you not have a pharmaceutical company of your own? By owning a company, starting a pharmaceutical factory, and establishing a laboratory, you can sell your medicines in a reasonable manner. Seeing this mission, Chang Ming's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't it occur to me that you could legalize the drugs you make? Chang Ming was about to start the quest right away. Looks like plans to buy a house will be postponed again. It should take a lot of money to start a pharmaceutical company, right? I don't know if $3 million is enough. Chang Ming opened the computer in the bedroom and looked up information on the internet to see. About an hour later, he had some idea about starting a pharmaceutical company. Simply put, starting a pharmaceutical company can probably be broken down into several processes. 1. Recruitment, 2. Site, 3. Equipment, 4. Licensing. A license is considered a successful startup of a pharmaceutical company. Chang Ming took a deep breath. Then let's start the first step, on how to recruit people. Chang Ming thought of the boss recruitment site. Now many people looking for work in this site to find. But to recruit you need an enterprise account. Chang Ming froze. Lao Zi does not have a corporate account. Isn't there something wrong with the setup? If you want to run a business, you have to recruit people. And if you want to recruit people you have to have a business number. Isn't that a contradiction? But the good thing is that Chang Ming remembered that Xia Wenqing's family runs a company, so it should be no problem to borrow their account to use it. So Chang Ming gave Xia Wenqing a call, and sure enough, he borrowed an account. Log in to post a job opening. Pharmaceutical company urgently recruiting, a general manager, vice president, pharmacist. Almost all of the positions needed were recruited. And in order to be able to recruit people quickly, Chang Ming set the base salary of each position very high. For example, the general manager's base salary of 30,000, the vice president's base salary of 20,000, the pharmacist 10,000, all base salary, and commission. That should get people applying soon, right? As for the question of whether you will lose money with such high wages, no need to think about it. Chang Ming hadn't started this company to make a profit in the first place, just to fulfill his mission. Perhaps Chang Ming opened the conditions are really high. Soon there are several message alerts sound. Chang Ming look. Surprisingly, there have been several job resume delivery over. Chang Ming was also slightly surprised. It seems that the economic climate has been really bad for the past 2 years, and it's hard to find a job. He began to look over the men's resumes. Lu Yang, male, 31 years old, applying for the position of vice president, with a bachelor's degree, majoring in computer science. Xian Hongchun, female, 23 years old, applied for the position of assistant, with a college degree, majoring in business administration. Chang Ming looked at several resumes in a row and found that these people either did not have a good curriculum vitae or their majors did not match. It seems that although there are a lot of applicants, it's not very easy to find the right person for the job. It's. Among the many resumes, Chang Ming found one that seemed more in line with the pharmaceutical industry. Man Yilin, female, 33 years old, applying for managerial positions, bachelor's degree, majoring in traditional Chinese medicine, professional pharmacist, with 5 years of work experience. In the midst of the many unsuitable resumes, even if this Yilin Win's qualifications still looked mediocre, it was already the best choice. That's it, no more picking. So, following the phone number given on the website, Chang Ming dialed it. It was answered after 3 rings. A competent female voice came over the phone. Hello, may I ask who you are? Boss hiring on. Oh, hello, do you have time now? Let's talk in person? Ha! The opposite party seemed to not expect Chang Ming to be so eager. Why? Is it inconvenient? No. Okay. Then both parties made an appointment to meet at a cafe. Half an hour later, Chang Ming came to the coffee shop to wait, and in a short while, a woman in formal dress came to the coffee shop. After confirming her identity, Wen Yilin sat down opposite Chang Ming. I wonder what to call it. Wen Yilin asked politely, last name Chang. Mr. Chang is a lot younger than I thought. On the phone, Wen Yilin was a bit formal. but when she met, she was very relaxed, perhaps because she felt that the other party was very young, did not look like a career, and did not hold much hope for this interview. Mr. Chang, why did you choose a cafe for the interview? When Yilin asked first, Chang Ming didn't bother to bend with her and got straight to the point. I'll be honest with you. I'm a startup and the company is not established at this time. But don't worry, although it's a startup, it's definitely well funded. When Yilin nodded, no wonder. Hard to blame for what? It's no wonder the job boards say the base package is so good. I almost think it's a scam or a pyramid scheme. Ha ha. Chang Ming laughed dryly. It's true that he's not very professional, and all those job requirements and stuff are just randomly written. But the treatment isn't fake. Ms. Man, even though the company isn't built yet, I can tell you that the treatment is all real and it's not likely to get worse, only better. Speaking of this, Chang Ming noted that when Yilin's eyes lit up, she's really needed this job lately. So, let's get started. Good. Chang Ming asked a lot of questions, which Chang Ming seemed to be on the internet, but I did not expect Wen Yilin to answer all of them very professionally, with excellent expertise. After talking, Chang Ming was in deep thought. Wen Yilin was a little apprehensive. Mr. Chang, how about it? Do you think I can handle the position of department head? Chang Ming said. Ms. Wen, department head I don't think is quite right for you. Hearing these words, the disappointment on Wen Yilin's face was visible to the naked eye. Seems like expecting too much after all. How about trying the GM? Ha? Wen Yilin froze. This isn't good, is it? She was well aware that she wasn't sure she could do well as a general manager of a company, even a startup, with her current abilities. That's okay, it's a startup anyway, and I don't have anyone more suitable right now, so why don't we just settle on that? Wen Yilin's head was a bit confused. Still, the two men's hands were clasped together. Me, a general manager? End of chapter. The first step is to recruit people, and the second step is to find a site. That is, an office and a factory. Now that we've recruited someone, even if it's just one, we can start step 2. Ms. Moon, so when can you start? Chang Ming looked a little anxious. Wen Yilin froze, but she had also been looking for a job for a long time recently and was fretting about it, and now that she had managed to find one, she quickly got into the swing of things. Chang Ming told her about finding the office to the location with the plant. Mr. Chang, there's something I need to tell you. The drug industry is not quite the same as ordinary industries. The FDA has very strict requirements for the internal management of pharmaceutical companies, and it is very troublesome to pass this certification, and it is absolutely impossible to go through the whole set of processes without 1 or 2 months, and it is even possible to fail the validation and then wait for another month or 2. So I think if you want to start a pharmaceutical company yourself, it's easier and faster to just buy one. Oh, it's such a hassle. It takes a month or 2, and the bid may not be successful. It's disgusting too, but if it does get acquired, it's a real saving. However, when I think about the requirement of the system task is founding, not acquiring, I wonder if acquiring meets the requirement of the task. Chang Ming felt compelled to ask, so he used his mind to awaken the system. System, will the purchased pharmaceutical company fulfill its mission? In Chang Ming's anticipation, the system calculated for 2 seconds and then answered with 2 words, yes, that would be great. Okay, you're in this business. So do you know if there are any small pharmaceutical companies in Haichang that are planning to sell? When Yilin hesitated, I happen to know of one. That company isn't big, but it's got all the right stuff, and the equipment and everything is new, and it hasn't been long since it passed validation. It also sounds like a startup. This kind of company usually doesn't sell, right? Chang Ming asked. Will, why so sure? Because their bosses have failed in their investments and are desperate for cash. Chang Ming looked at Wen Yilin. How do you know so well? Wen Yilin was a little embarrassed. Because it's a company run by my classmate. So it is. However, this company is very small. The equipment are some simple things. As for the goods are not even there. It can be said that there is only an empty shell. Mr. Changyu, it shouldn't be a problem, Chang Ming said. Wanted empty shells? His entire deposit is now just over $3 million. He can't afford to buy anything better. On the empty shell, Chang Ming even felt that maybe the money wasn't quite enough. But the other guy is desperate for cash from a failed investment, so the price might be lower. Okay then, make an appointment for me and we'll go check it out. Wen Yilin entered her role quickly and helped Chang Ming make phone calls on the spot. After some communication, cover the phone and ask Chang Ming in a low voice. She said she could stop by the office right now. Going? It seems to be in a real hurry to make a move, and it's kind of a 1-2 punch with Chang Ming. Okay, go. The two exited the coffee shop and got into Eileen Man's car. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a residential neighborhood in the southern district of the city. It's not really a surprise that companies open up in suites. Especially smaller companies that actually have one house and each room inside is a department. Larger companies might have just a couple of suites, and then a floor if they're even larger. When Yilin brought Chang Ming to a suite, in front of the door of the suite hanging a gold signboard Inhai Medicine. When Yilin knocked on the door, and the one who opened the door was a young woman who looked about when Yilin's age. Are you the Mr. Chang that Xiaowen said you were? The young woman asked. Please come in. After some pleasantries, Chang Ming knew that this young woman was precisely Wen Yilin's classmate, surnamed Zhang. Boss Zhang took Chang Ming and the others on a tour of the small company. But there wasn't really much to visit. It was just an ordinary office. And then there was the warehouse, in the next suite, which had no goods whatsoever. After reading it, Chang Ming felt that Wen Yilin was right. It was really a small sparrow with all its organs. Mr. Chang, as you can see, I don't have any business in this company and the employees have quit. But it does have qualifications. What do you think? Boss Zhang said. Chang Ming didn't move. Not bad. You can't just say you're looking at it or you'll be pressured by others. What do you think you can get for the price? How much do you want to sell? Chang Ming threw the question back. Boss Zhang's face showed hesitation. 2,800,000, Boss Zhang said. Chang Ming inwardly rejoiced. Fortunately, he could afford it. But on the surface he pretended to be a little embarrassed. At this price, Mr. Chang, this price is already very low. You see that although our company is very small, but the equipment that should be there is not less. Just to buy these equipment cost me about 2,400,000. The rent I paid for 5 years. This is also a not small expenditure. And in order to pass the relevant qualification. But it is a lot of money to beat the odds. It cost about $3.5 million before and after. And I wouldn't be selling it right now if I didn't desperately need the money. Boss Zhang spoke sincerely. Seeing that Chang Ming was still a bit hesitant, she gritted her teeth. Mr. Chang, trade immediately. 2,700,000. It really can't be any less. Okay, Chang Ming nodded. So Zhang boss brought the agreement, signed the agreement, and then transfer money. A series of operation up. The same afternoon was done. Boss Zhang directly gave Chang Ming all the keys and such before she left the company. Only after Boss Zhang left did Wen Yilin say, I'm a classmate of hers, so I couldn't say anything just now. But Mr. Chang, she didn't lie to you. She really spent so much money on these devices. Chang Ming nodded. By the way, Mr. Chang, now that the company is there, what business should we start next? Just get your hands on the transfer for a few days, and I'll tell you what to do next after you've taken care of things here. Okay, right. Chang Ming took out his cell phone. Leave a phone number in Wizards for good contact. Okay. It took both of them a moment to remember that, as bosses and employees, they hadn't even left their contact information. If I forget, when the time comes, I don't think Wen Yilin will be able to find her boss even if she wants to. Plus good prestige. Wen Yilin saw Chang Ming transfer $10,000. There's not much money on the company's books at the moment, so with this money you can see what's missing in the office and buy it first. Okay. Also, to maintain the basic operation of the company, probably need a few more people. Turn around and send them to me. I'll recruit. Good. After handing over everything, Chang Ming left the company. That's when the system alert came. Completion of task, I. Receive bonus task points 10. End of chapter. Lao Jin has had a fever for 2 days. It's a little weird. Obviously, I hadn't had a fever in over a month before that. And the liver is often tingling and swollen, when it's clear that it has been largely asymptomatic before. Have you been staying up too late lately? But the physical discomfort makes it extremely difficult for him to sleep. And the inability to sleep affects his health. A vicious circle. 10 o'clock at night. Old Kim went downstairs for a walk. At this time the cell phone rang. He looked at it. It was a patient friend, Lao Yang. Old Kim, have you been taking that medicine lately? Nope. And have you felt as if your health has gotten worse lately? Maybe. There is. Do you think it's possible that Chang Ming's medicine really works? Lao Jin was dryly silenced by the words. What old Yang could think of? How could he not? It's just a $10,000 bottle of medicine. Even if he knows it really works, how long can he take it? His pension is just over $4,000, leaving a shortfall of $6,000 a month. He only has one son, who has a mortgage of his own. So how can he have more money to provide for him? What's the use of talking about it now? There was a silence on the other end of the line, because the person on the other end of the phone also knew that Lao Jin was telling the truth. How's it going over at Huaming Medicine? After so many days, there should be news, right? Didn't you take them all the medicine? Is it so hard to follow it? Lao Jin replied in a muffled voice. Who knows? How about a visit to Huaming? Old Jin was silent for a long time again before he said, okay. Day 2. Lao Jin and Lao Yang joined hands to come to the headquarters of Huaming Pharmaceutical Group. "Who are you looking for?" the receptionist beauty asked absently. In fact, she had already recognized Lao Jin's, yet she still asked more questions. "Mr. Chen, do you have an appointment?" "No." "Then register first." "Say." The receptionist threw out a book. Lao Jin patiently registered his personal information in the book. "Well, wait until I call and let you know," the receptionist said. Lao Yang froze. "When will that be?" "That's not necessarily true. Mr. Chen is very busy. When he's free he'll naturally call you guys." Lao Jin and Lao Yang looked at each other, and anger flashed across Lao Jin's face. Old Yang muttered in a low voice, "This Huaming is too much." Lao Jin did not die. Said to the receptionist, "You give Mr. Chen a call. Say that I Lao Jin have urgent matters to find him. Do not see us may be a big deal." The receptionist beauty gave a blank look, which led to a dialing call. A short while later, she said to the two, "Mr. Chen wants you to go up." Lao Jin led Lao Yang to the 16th floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Dongji sitting there. "What's the matter with you guys?" Lao Jin smiled with him and said, "Mr. Chen, has the cheap medicine been researched yet? It's been many days already. Do you think researching drugs is like growing cabbage? You can grow it whenever you want?" Chen Dongji's expression was a bit impatient. Old Jin and Old Yang's faces changed. "Mr. Chen, at first you promised to study it soon. Now they are being told that they can't just study it out if they want to. Is it even possible that they can't?" The duo was in a bit of a panic now. They never thought about it. What happens to them? The patients? If it's not worked out? What? Regret? Chen Dongji stared at the duo with eyes full of contempt. "It's useless to regret. Why don't you guys go and ask that Cheng Ming again, so that he can continue to sell medicine to you?" Lao Jin and Lao Yang lowered their heads. "Cheng Ming sells them drugs again? How is that possible? They called the police to arrest Cheng Ming. Cheng Ming probably hates them. How can he still sell them drugs?" Lao Jin and Lao Yang suddenly realized that their lives were now considered to be in Huaming's hands, a feeling that made the two of them very uncomfortable, but they had no other way now. "But, dozens of our patients are waiting. Mr. Chen can't just watch dozens of patients die." Old Kim is still trying to play the morality card. "Unfortunately, Chen Dongji didn't give a damn about them as patients. What's that got to do with me?" "You." Old Jin and Old Yang were so angry that their chests were tight. "You were the one who approached us about calling the police to arrest Cheng Ming and then giving the drug to Huaming for research. But now you're saying that the deaths of those patients had nothing to do with you? Isn't this?" The words of cursing reached his mouth and were swallowed hard by Lao Jin, because he knew that the lives of these people of theirs were in the hands of this Mr. Chen at this moment. With a cold snort, Mr. Chen then said, "It's not like there's no way. This case is going to court in 2 days, right? All of you go to the court to testify, and make sure that Cheng Ming is convicted of selling fake medicine." Lao Jin and Lao Yang glanced at each other and could only agree to Chen Dongji in the end. 2 days later, in court, as the case of fake drugs has caused a furor on the internet and aroused widespread concern in the community, the court and the police department have decided, with the consent of all the parties involved, to live broadcast the entire process of this case. The parties are arriving. When Cheng Ming appeared on the defense table, a whole bunch of egg-throwing special effects appeared on the pop-up screen of the Puja Live. Also, the pop-ups are offensive. Damn fake drug dealers. He must be sentenced. He must be sentenced severely. Why don't you cuff him? Scum who cheats even terminally ill patients out of their money. Why don't scum like that go to hell? $10,000 for a bottle of medicine. How dare he? Judge him. He must be sentenced. The case is so clear and the evidence so overwhelming that there is little chance of a reversal. Cheng Ming's assisting lawyers have never denied Cheng Ming's guilt, but have only sought a lighter sentence on the grounds that Cheng Ming did not act for profit and that he was suffering from an illness. During this time, the judge asked Cheng Ming, "Do you regret selling this drug?" To this Cheng Ming sincerely said, "Regret. If you were given another chance, would you still sell this drug?" Cheng Ming swept a glance at Lao Jin, Lao Yang, and the others on the witness stand, who involuntarily lowered their heads to avoid his eyes. He said firmly, "No way." Cheng Ming's good attitude of admitting mistakes made the judge nodded with satisfaction, but the hostility on the air remained high. "What's the use of knowing you're wrong now? Have you got the money to pay back after cheating others so much? There's no such thing as regret pills. If I had known, why would I have done it?" Amidst the scorn of the internet, the judge ruled. However, due to physical reasons, there are testing organizations to prove that Cheng Ming selling drugs really did not profit a penny, coupled with the admit fault good attitude, and ultimately only sentenced to 2 years, suspended for 1 year. This has certainly caused another furor on the internet. Netizens feel the judge's decision was unfair. End of chapter. After completing the task of starting a company, Cheng Ming was rewarded with 10 quest points. The system's quest points could be used to draw 1 point once, but you could only accumulate 10 points to be able to directly draw 10 in a row. System, start the 10 consecutive draws. Let's hope that we can draw a prescription this time as well in 10 straight draws. Inside the room, Chang Ming whispered to himself, consume mission points 10. Start the lottery. Getting 200,000 in cash. As the first voice came, almost simultaneously, Chang Ming's cell phone message rang. If you pick it up, it's none other than an arrival text from your bank. Your account number 4365 has transferred 200,000 coins in full, with a current balance of 691,234.93 coins. In fact, that's basically where all of his previous bank card balance of over $3 million came from absolutely legitimate sources, or at least completely unchecked. Received $130,000 in cash. Getting 60,000 in cash. Get 100 grams of gold. Formulation and method of making lung cancer inhibiting agents. For more rewards appeared one after another, 2 of which were in cash and were directly credited to Chang Ming's account. Gold 100 grams then appeared out of thin air on the desktop of Chang Ming's room. To Chang Ming's surprise, the prescription really came out this time. A formula to inhibit lung cancer. Kind of a shame it wasn't a liver cancer one, but a lung cancer one would have been nice. At this time, a large amount of information about the prescription flooded into Chang Ming's mind, and at the same time, it brought with it some side effects, which were a slight tingling and mental trance. But compared to these precious remedies, a small price is nothing. What other rewards can be drawn next? The system's winning alert continues. Getting 500,000 in cash. Getting 50,000 in cash. Received $210,000 in cash. Getting $6.3 million in cash. Get a top-of-the-line A8. Looking at the words cash in front of him, Chang Ming thought that there would be no surprises in the next few draws. Didn't realize. 6.3 million? Even though Chang Ming had seen the world, this was the first time he had seen so many cash rewards. He couldn't help but get a little excited. This cash reward alone directly exceeded the sum of his previous 10 consecutive draws. Cool. Also, the last draw was the A8, which was actually pretty good. The A8 isn't worth much, let alone the top of the line, which is over $3 million. It's not too much of a stretch to call this sweepstakes a wave of fat. The vehicle has been placed in the main store of Hess Luxury Cars at number 48 Manhwa Road. Please bring your documents to pick up the vehicle as soon as possible. The system's prompt pulled Chang Ming back to reality from his excitement. He remembered that he had bought Inhai Pharmaceuticals and this company didn't even have a car right now. And when Yilin, who was the general manager, was still driving her own vehicle. It's not quite right, and the A8's aura doesn't really suit him. It's more suited for use as a company executive vehicle. Then go pick up the car, Chang Ming muttered to himself. Coming to the entrance of the neighborhood, Chang Ming took a taxi to the Hess Luxury Car General Store. Chang Ming entered the lobby of the store. Like this kind of luxury car store, usually few customers. Most of the time the store is no one, not to mention that at this time in the middle thousands. The hall, 6 or 7 salesmen, 3 or 2 gathered in various places to chat. At a coffee table nearest the entrance door, 2 women in professional dresses sat on a couch talking. As soon as Chang Ming entered the door, he locked eyes with the 2 salesmen. One of the salesmen froze, followed by a look of disgust. This person was no other than Bai Roland. Chang Ming also froze for a moment, and only then did he remember that this Hess General Store, wasn't it the place where Bai Roland worked? That's quite a coincidence. Chang Ming? What are you doing here? Bai Roland stood up the moment she saw Chang Ming, anger and embarrassment appearing on her face at the same time. Even if you come here and beg me, I will never forgive you. Chang Ming glanced at her and felt that this woman was a bit inexplicable. Then he ignored it and walked straight toward another salesman. Hey, you! Bai Roland was on fire. In her opinion, Chang Ming must have come to beg her forgiveness. Otherwise, why would he come here? The co-worker beside Bai Roland came over and asked nosily. Roland, isn't that guy your boyfriend? Bai Roland grunted. It's already broken up, so he's here to beg your forgiveness? She grimaced, her meaning clear. Then how come he didn't even answer when you were just talking to him? Yeah, Bai Roland is a little weird too. While there was no way she was going to give this poor bastard another chance, why was he ignoring himself if he was even here? It was as if the guy who had always whispered in front of him before was now as cold and arrogant as he was. On what grounds? At that moment, Chang Ming walked up to another salesman. Hello, I've come to pick up my car. This salesperson froze for a moment. She had clearly seen Bai Roland's contact with this man just now as well, guessing that the two were acquainted with each other, and she didn't expect that this man would come to her directly. She was a little confused for a moment. Over there, Bai Roland and her co-workers were all stunned. Roland, Didn't you say that your boyfriend is a poor man with no house or car? Bai Ruolan subconsciously nodded. I think he just said, carrying a car? Bai Ruolan also thought if she had heard wrong. Picking up a car at Hayes Luxury Cars? In this store, any car is more than 100. Chang Ming is a pauper. What kind of car? By this time, Chang Ming had already checked the information with her colleague, and that colleague of hers didn't dare to slack off. So it's Mr. Chang. Is Mr. Chang here to pick up that A8 in the store? Please wait a moment. I'll call the manager. Bai Ruolan was even more shocked now. It's really here to pick up the car. And surprisingly the mention of .A8? The only A8 in the store is the top of the line A8, which is worth over $3 million. Bai Ruolan was truly shocked and disbelieving at the moment. She stopped the co-worker. Lin, that man said he was here to pick up his car. Is it his own car or is he here for someone else? It's from Mr. Chang himself, Kobayashi said, then quickly left. Bai Ruolan stayed in place. Chang Ming's car? A $3 million plus A8? Bai Ruolan's heart was greatly impacted at the moment. And the comet hitting the blue star wasn't even this outrageous. Could it be that the guy named Chang Ming had been hiding his identity? That he was actually a rich second generation? And he had never been honest with himself about his identity before. Just testing himself? Thinking of this, Bai Ruolan was very remorseful. A super rich kid who just missed out on her. So you're male. Your ex-boyfriend is actually a rich second generation. Ah, what a surprise. The female colleague beside Bai Ruolan said. She kept staring at Chang Ming as she spoke, itching to eat him into her stomach. Say, Ruolan, how did you let such a golden son-in-law go? The co-worker's face is full of teasing. The expression, almost write the words you stupid on the face. Yeah, what's going on? How do you let such a super rich kid go? Remorse, bitter, all sorts of complicated emotions flooded Bai Ruolan's mind. End of chapter. That's not true. Chang Ming is definitely lying. If he really didn't care about himself anymore, why didn't he go anywhere but to the Hayes luxury car store where she worked to buy a car? There are so many luxury car stores in Ocean City. Why don't you go to another one? Wasn't it to find an opportunity to approach her and pray for forgiveness? Right. That must be it. He's just trying to save face in front of so many people. With this thought, Bai Ruolan walked over to Chang Ming's side, and she spoke out of turn. Chang Ming, now, apologize to me. Chang Ming looked at her, puzzled. As long as you apologize to me now, I can forgive you and not break up, Bai Ruolan said, with an expression of I'm mercifully forgiving you, as if she was waiting for Chang Ming to cry and be grateful. This woman is too full of herself, isn't she? Who does she think she is? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm here to pick up my car today, Chang Ming calmly said. With that, he turned around and ignored the woman. Such an attitude made Bai Ruolan's inner heart very unhappy. I've given you a step down, but you're not going to take it? You want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? No, he doesn't seem to be a hangman now. Reacting to this, even though Bai Ruolan was very unhappy, she still forced this emotion down. Chang Ming, don't be angry. I was wrong about that incident, but I was just angry at the time and said that to you on impulse. Will you forgive me? The quickness of this change in tone was unexpected even by Chang Ming. He turned his head to look at her playfully again, then got up and walked away. His meaning was clear, refuse. Bai Ruolan didn't expect that even after she had already lowered her voice so much, this man wouldn't take care of her, embarrassing her in front of so many co-workers. She was mortified. She didn't understand how the former wasteful and humble Chang Ming had suddenly become such a person, but she can't change anything. All she could do was watch as the man, after processing all the hand-me-downs, drove away from the car store in the black A8, Huaming Pharmaceuticals. Inside the luxurious office, Chen Dongji sat in front of the coffee table, slowly making tea. The secretary walked in with a middle-aged man in a white coat. Professor Li, haven't the drugs been studied yet? The white coat was a little embarrassed. Mr. Chen, you gave us those medicines. We've analyzed its raw material composition, but the method of making it, we've tried countless combinations of herbal concoctions. We just can't make it work like this. Chen Dongji frowned. What a waste. Dozens or hundreds of people in the lab can't reverse engineer how to make a drug when they know its formula? What's not waste? It's like having all the key points circled and giving you the answers, and then being surprised that you can't pass the test. Chen Dongji held his forehead in annoyance. He was obviously unable to accept such an outcome. Obviously there's already a recipe. Follow the recipe. Even if the concoction is different, can't it work? The ingredients are the same anyway, Chen Dongji said. No, Mr. Chen. Chinese medicine efficacy has a lot to do with the method of concoction. Sometimes the same medicine uses different concoctions and the efficacy is diametrically opposite. Professor Li was embarrassed. It wasn't that they had tried the method that Chen Dongji had said, but they had tried many concoctions. And surprisingly, none of them had been able to come up with the same medicine. It can't even be done with similar efficacy. It's almost a bit unbelievable. Professor Lee didn't know where Chen Dongji had gotten those pills, but he felt that the person who made them must have very high pharmaceutical skills. I don't care about that. How long will it take to develop it at the latest? Chen Dongji said in a deep voice. A year or two. No, it needs to be faster. The soonest and fastest is most of the year, and there's really no way to do it any faster. Most of the year? But we had already sent out the teaser before, and it was delayed. This will affect our reputation of Huaming. Chen Dongji was a bit angry. It can't be helped if it affects your reputation. Professor Lee was also helpless. Suddenly thinking of something, Professor Lee said, actually, we have researched a combination of concoctions that are having some medicinal effects to inhibit cancer cells. Oh, but the medicine is a little less potent. How much difference exactly? It's probably only about 1/30th of the kind of drug you offer, Professor Lee said. That does seem a bit low. As usual, you labs are a bunch of losers. Chen Dongji thought carefully. 1 out of 30 is 1 out of 30. It's better than waiting like this forever. Let's use this combination to make a product. Chen Dongji made a decision. But this is also, Professor Lee hesitated, and it costs as much as those pills. Obviously, the drug ingredients are the same, but the result is only 1/30th of the potency. The great potency is wasted, and the cost is too high. Chen Dongji said, isn't it enough to be real and effective? Professor Lee was silent for a long time and replied, good. What stage of the experiment is it at now? It has reached the bioreal risk stage. In other words, take animals for experimentation, and as long as the drug is confirmed to be safe, the next step is human experimentation, and then marketing. How soon can we go public? It's going to take a while. Human experimentation is more complicated, and handwriting and experimenters are not good. Exactly how long will it take? About 2 months. It's still too long. Chen Dongji mused. Professor Lee had resentment in his heart. 2 months is a long time? Managers like you have no idea how difficult R&D is. Now dozens of researchers in the lab are working overtime to do experiments and research and development, and they are as tired as a dog every day. While you, who go to work every day slowly, drink tea here. How dare you dislike other people's work efficiency? You've got some nerve. But despite his dissatisfaction, Lee taught and accepted but did not dare to say anything. Can you go faster? Chen Dongji asked. Mr. Chen, human experimentation is not that simple. The handwriting involved is very complicated, and it needs to be applied for and processed one by one, and the experimental staff is also very hard to find. The main thing is that the experimental personnel we require are special. They must be cancer patients, and we also have to consider the wishes of the patients and their families, so we can only send people to the departments of major hospitals to talk about it. Professor Lee poured out his bitterness, but he was interrupted by Chen Dongji. Tell you what, you don't need to worry about the experimental staff. I have arrangements for this. You just need to speed up the other steps. Does that speed it up? That's no problem. Professor Lee agreed. End of chapter. Inside the dimly lit house, Lao Jin and Lao Yang sat in a circle with a dozen or so patients, each of whom didn't look too good. There were a couple of old smokers still puffing away on stifling cigarettes, and the house was smoky. It's been getting more and more painful the past few days. I can't move my limbs and I can barely walk. Someone whispered and opened his mouth first. Then a few more whispered in agreement. And I'm always spitting up bitter bile water. It's really hard to top a daily fever. You're all doing just fine. I'm pulling my leg every day. What came next was another moment of silence. Then someone whispered, if I had known this, I would have continued to buy medicine from Chongming. I didn't even have this many symptoms from taking his medicine before. Yeah, expensive is as expensive as it gets, and I'll admit that the medicine for cancer is expensive. At this point, old Jean, who was sitting in the center, looked a bit uncomfortable. He beckoned the crowd, who dared not meet his eyes and bowed their heads. He looked to the middle-aged man who had spoken at the beginning. Regret? There's no use regretting. You guys don't think that if you go back to Chongming now, he'll still sell you medicine, do you? At those words, the dozen or so people present fell silent. Yeah, people have called the police on people before. Do they expect them to sell them drugs? Who knows? A bottle of medicine costs more than $10,000. So maybe he's making a lot of money. So much money he'll not make? Someone else spoke. Lao Jin glared at the man. You can try. But the mind was already calling the man an idiot. You're treating Chang Ming like an idiot. Selling you drugs again. What if you report people again? Chang Ming was sentenced to probation, not having to actually go to jail. And if he committed another crime while on probation, he would really have to go in. Chang Ming wasn't stupid. The man was disliked by old Jean and didn't dare say anything else. At this point, old Kim's electricity rang. He answered the phone and talked to someone, suddenly showing a look of surprise, followed by surprise. Really, Mr. Chen? Okay, I'll bring someone right over. Old Jean, who hung up the phone, was excited and told the group, everyone, there's no need to think so much. Huaming Medicine's special medicine for liver cancer has been developed, so everyone can go get the medicine now. It's still free. At those words, the dozen or so patients were all shocked and delighted. Previously, Lao Jin and Lao Yang went to Huaming Pharmaceutical many times, and every time they came back in frustration. They almost didn't count on this company anymore. Who would have thought that at this point in time it would have actually developed a potion? How could the patients not be surprised? What's even more surprising is that it's free medicine. Isn't this a living Buddha? Really, Lao Jin? It's not going to screw us over, is it? Of course it's true. They're such a big pharmaceutical company. Why would they lie to you? When the crowd thought about it, it seemed right. Alright, notify the others and go to Huaming Medicine together. The patients acted and came to Huaming one after another under the leadership of Lao Jin. Huaming arranged dozens of patients in a conference room. The people hadn't arrived yet, and the patients in the conference room looked a little formal. Others find it a bit strange. Didn't they come to Huaming Pharmaceuticals to collect the medicine? Why did you bring them to the conference room? Is it necessary to go through all that trouble to receive a medicine? Why don't you just give them the medicine and be done with it? The crowd looked at Lao Jin, but this Lao Jin didn't know what was going on. Chen Dongji only asked him to bring all the patients over, and said that he had medicine, but didn't say anything else. Not a moment too soon. The door to the conference room opened and Chen Dongji walked in with a smile. Thank you all for coming. Huaming Medicine is a big enterprise in Haicheng. With the responsibility and bearing of a big enterprise, I know the difficulties of everyone here. So this time we specially apply to the above to give you a chance to take medicine for free. As Chen Dongji spoke, a staff member sent a copy of several sheets of A4 paper to them, with a few large words on it, drug human experimentation disclaimer. Although most of the patients here are older and less knowledgeable, they understand the word experiment on this paper. How is it an experiment? I thought it was already developed. Is there even a risk in eating this? The patients looked at Lao Jin in unison, wanting him to give a statement. Lao Jin was also a bit flustered. He didn't know about this. Chen Dongji told him that the drug had been successfully developed, only to come here and realize that it was an experiment? Isn't this treating them patients like guinea pigs? Even though all the people here were terminally ill, they were still uncomfortable at the moment. Chen Dongji on the stage laughed. Everyone, I know you all have some doubts in your hearts as to why you were asked to sign this agreement. In fact, this is a necessary process. People may not be very clear. A drug from the development of a drug to really be able to go to the market must go through 3 stages. The first stage is laboratory experiments. The second stage is animal experiments. And the third stage is human experiments. The appearance of every drug requires the contribution of many people. And apart from the researchers, the most important ones are the experimenters, or pioneers. As he said this, Chen Dongji looked at the dozens of patients present. Think about it. How many patients leave this world every year because of cancer? If we all have the opportunity to change such a situation, don't we want to contribute to it? I have to say that Chen Dongji's eloquence is good. In a few words, human experimentation and righteousness together. For a while, the patients were somewhat empathetic to it. It is, of course, the patients themselves who know best the suffering of the patients. At this time Chen Dongji continued, I know that everyone will still be worried in their minds. Will human experimentation be unsafe? I think we don't have to worry about it. This one medicine of ours is concocted from pure Chinese medicine. Even if it doesn't work, it's basically not harmful to the body. And this agreement and statement is just going through the motions. If there are any who don't want to, feel free to leave. Chen Dongji looked at the dozens of patients. The patients looked at each other, but none of them got up. He laughed, because he knows these patients are not going to leave. There are only one drug on the market that can inhibit cancer, and that's Huaming Pharmaceuticals, not to mention that it's free. Sure enough, the patients looked at each other in disbelief, after which a few of them signed the statement indifferently. Someone took the lead, and one by one, others signed the statement. Not a single person out there. After signing, the staff put the statement away and then placed a pill and a bottle of water in front of each patient. The patients curiously picked up the pills to take a look. Some smelled them and realized that the pills were indeed very similar to the ones sold by Chang Ming, and it was unknown if the medicinal effects were the same. Everyone, now take the pills and then you can go back, Chen Dongji said. The patients were amazed. And you have to eat it on site, so you can't take it back? Afraid they'll leak? But with the previous agreement, this wasn't much of a request, and the patients took the medicine in droves. End of chapter. The patients returned to their strongholds. At the beginning, everyone was quite silent, because they came out of the Huaming Pharmaceutical Group only after the realization. Signed that agreement is a little bit of the illusion of being fooled. but suddenly one of them bursts out laughing with delight. Huaming Pharmaceuticals is really a conscientious company. It is willing to give us free medicine, so we can save $10,000 every month. Finally, no more than not having to suffer from my in-laws and husband. Obviously, this is a housewife with no income. People are herd animals, and when one person starts, many agree. Yeah, free medicine is great. That Chang Ming before was really dark. $10,000 for a bottle of medicine. It could be easier. When my body recovers a bit more, I might even get a job. The dreary atmosphere disappeared for a moment and was replaced by a relaxed atmosphere. This time, inside the dimly lit house, a few more patients came in, and if Chang Ming had been here he would have realized that these were the patients in his patient group who had once sought a refund from him. The same group of patients as this wave of Chang had called the police to arrest Chang Ming was actually the same group of patients. It's just that for the last alarm, Lao Jin didn't contact too many people in case there were any surprises. Patients from the patient group often come to this place. They used to buy medicine from Chang Ming, but now that they don't, they still come here occasionally to share their experiences of seeking medical treatment. As soon as these patients arrived, they were met with the easy written smiles of those who were sick. It's rare for that expression to appear on the face of a terminally ill patient. What are you so happy about, brother? Ha ha, we've got free potent medicine to eat. The patient was obviously stunned. You mean the kind of medicine Chang Ming sold? Didn't you say that it was a fake drug? We even went to Chang Ming to get a refund. Not Chang Ming's medicine. So there's still a cure for liver cancer? Didn't you read the news on the internet? A special drug being researched by Huaming Pharmaceuticals has now been researched. The patient was astonished and filled with envy. Big companies should be reliable, but are not even listed yet. You guys can actually get the drug, brother. Can you take me to take a few of us? Prince Chang is a liver cancer patient. Last month he bought a bottle of medicine from the stronghold of a group of patients, and at the time he would have been skeptical, believing that there could be no effective medicine for liver cancer, which is recognized worldwide as a terminal disease, even if it's just suppressive medicine. But advanced patients, even if the operation is basically no hope of survival, so with a kind of dead horse in mind casually buy a bottle. Who knows that after taking it, he went back to the hospital this month for a checkup, and the doctor actually told him that his condition was under control. It didn't get better, but it didn't continue to get worse. Prince Chang thought it must be because of this miracle drug, because apart from this drug, he had only had chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is basically impossible to help advanced liver cancer, and anyone with a little bit of medical knowledge knows this. From the hospital, he immediately rushed to the base point of the patient group with great gusto, wanting to get another dose from the amazing drug dealer. He walked inside the house. However, I only saw a group of patients chatting here and did not see the drug dealer. Brother Station, where's Boss Chang? He asked the patient next to him. The man gave him a look and turned aside without speaking. Prince Chang felt a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it and turned to ask about another patient. Brother, where is Boss Chang? I want to buy medicine. Who knows that this sick man didn't bother him either? Do all cancer patients get grumpy now? Prince Chang went on to ask several more patients, and finally one answered him impatiently. Chang Ming was a fake drug seller. We called the police to arrest him. Now no one buys his fake drugs anymore. Understand? The man turned away impatiently. The internet is full of people talking about this. Don't you go online? Ha! Prince Chang froze for a moment. He doesn't really go online much. Chang Ming sells fake drugs? That's fake medicine? Prince Chang felt it was unlikely. Given his own situation, it couldn't be a fake medicine. How can a fake drug inhibit cancer cells? Prince Chang hastily took out his cell phone. Douyin searched the word fake drugs, watched a few videos. He understood the ins and outs of what happened. These patients called the police to arrest Chang Ming. Are these people? They actually called the police to arrest Chang Ming. Prince Chang was inwardly shaken. That could be their savior. While $10,000 for a bottle of medicine is a bit pricey, it's a drug that inhibits cancer. Not to mention $10,000, even if it's $20,000, $50,000, or even $100,000, there are people willing to buy it. What's more, maybe Chang Ming's pharmaceutical costs were already high? Although Wang Zicheng only contacted Process Ming once or twice, he felt that this young man was not the kind of person who was addicted to money. But it's no use talking about it. It was them, and as for what they said about Huaming's new drug, Prince Chang had reservations. The effectiveness of Chang Ming's medicine is real. Therefore, he only wanted to find Chang Ming now. These don't want to eat Chang Ming's medicine, but Prince Chang has to eat it. He immediately inquired of his fellow patients. Bro, is there any contact information for Boss Chang Ming? But he was met with blank stares from all his patients. Huaming Medicine has free medicine not to eat, but to find that Chang Ming to buy fake medicine? This, Wang Zicheng was at a loss of how to explain, when he suddenly had a bright idea. I actually want to find him to compensate. Last time I also found him to buy 2 bottles of medicine. I really didn't expect it to be fake. Since you all found Cheng Ming to refund your money, then I have to find him to refund my money too. It took a sniff to turn the patient's attitudes around. So it's a friendly force. That's alright. Someone shared Cheng Ming's prestige business card. Prince Cheng hastily added Cheng Ming's friend and attached. Boss Cheng, I'm here to buy medicine. He thought for a moment, fearing that Cheng Ming would be too lazy to add him, and added, I'm going to buy more. I'm going to buy 10 bottles. No, 50 bottles. Then add the message to send out. Not a minute. There is a reply. Cheng Ming surprisingly refused to add friends. Prince Cheng was a bit confused, reacting to the fact that Cheng Ming should have been bitten by a snake once. He got scared and distrusted the patient. What can we do about this? He was still waiting for Cheng Ming's medicine to save his life. If he hadn't gotten the medicine, he certainly wouldn't have lasted more than a few months. Damn it, he won't add me as a friend. Brothers, do you know where he lives? Prince Cheng asked. I must find him to refund this money. The patients looked at this middle-aged man and sighed, telling him Cheng Ming's address. After Prince Cheng got Cheng Ming's address, he was secretly happy. A group of people. There are serious medicine not to eat, but also to call the police to arrest Boss Cheng. You deserve it. He left the place while yelling that he must make Cheng Ming pay up. End of chapter. When Cheng Ming came out of the limousine store, he received a new mission, and it was to mission, I start a pharmaceutical company under the banner of Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals, rewarded with lottery points of 5. Note, pharmaceutical companies are already in place, and the next step is to start a pharmaceutical company and laboratory to legalize drugs. Mission, to start a research institute or laboratory under the umbrella of Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals, rewarded with 5 lottery points. Note, pharmaceutical companies are already in place, and the next step is to start a pharmaceutical company and laboratory to legalize drugs. These 2 tasks were expected by Cheng Ming. Even if there was no mission, Cheng Ming would have done so, and to think that he had even triggered a mission was an unexpected blessing. Even though the mission points were only 5, Cheng Ming wouldn't mind. Cheng Ming drove out of the hay store and drove directly to the company's neighborhood. This neighborhood is not luxurious, nor is it too shabby. It can only be considered ordinary. Most of the vehicles here are also ordinary 100, 000 to 200, 000 joint venture cars. Luxury cars are rare, and the best are some BBA B-class level. The sudden appearance of an A8 in the neighborhood is still quite striking. A few people at the entrance to the neighborhood marveled. Wow, an A8. There's an A8 in our neighborhood. How come I haven't seen it before? No, what's so surprising about an A8? What do you know? This is a top-of-the-line A8. Do you know how much it costs? How much? 3 million. Asterisk. The A8 is parked under a block of flats. Cheng Ming got out of the car. Coincidentally, a white BY tram was also parked next to it. Cheng Ming recognized it. It was Wen Yilin's car. Boss. Wen Yilin greeted Cheng Ming. The 2 men went upstairs. When they entered the company, several young men and women at the workstation stood up to greet Cheng Ming and Wen Yilin. Hello boss. Hello Mr. Man. The 2 nodded their heads in greeting. Cheng Ming felt that he was right in choosing Wen Yilin to be this general manager in the first place. Although her ability might not be that impressive, she would be very attentive. As for things like competence, they can be developed slowly. Ever since she bought Inhai Pharmaceutical, she was the one who slowly took care of this company all by herself. Those staff members just now were all recruited by her personally as well. Cheng Ming, on the other hand, was a hands-off boss who basically wouldn't do anything about the branch. As soon as he arrived at Wen Yilin's office, Cheng Ming threw the car keys in his hand on her desk. Sister 1, let's keep this car at the company as an executive car. Man Yilin was shocked. A $3 million car as an executive car? Is it that luxurious? Wen Yilin thought Cheng Ming was a rich second generation, but she didn't expect to be rich to this extent. A multi-million-dollar car casually thrown into a company as an executive car? Wait, is this really necessary for a small company like Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals? And if it was put in the company as an executive car, wouldn't it be for her, the general manager? At the thought of driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car, Wen Yilin's first thought was not to feel excitement, but trepidation. How can she afford to pay for a bump? There's no need for that, boss. Cheng Ming waved his hand with disinterest. Take it and drive it. It's fine. But, don't worry. Drive boldly. You don't have to pay for it even if it's broken, Cheng Ming said. Seeing that Wen Yilin was still uncomfortable, Cheng Ming continued. The main reason is that this car was given to me by someone else, and at my age it's not suitable for this kind of car. And it just so happens that the company is also short of executive cars, so let's put it in the company. Not to mention you're the general manager of Inhai Medicine. You're the face of Inhai Medicine. How can you not have a good car? The last sentence made Wen Yilin a little embarrassed. She never used to think her car was low class until she compared it to the A8. And it's true that the A8 isn't suitable for a young man like Cheng Ming. But what the hell is someone else giving away? Is this the world of the rich kids? Millions of dollars in luxury cars as gifts. Cheng Ming hemmed and hawed. The system sent the car. The system also counts others. Right? Right. Sister 1. Now that the pharmaceutical company is just starting out, you don't need to be in a hurry in terms of business. Let's set up our framework first. Okay, Wen Yilin agreed. In fact, that's all she's been doing lately. And it's true that Silversea Pharmaceuticals doesn't have any business yet either. Help me find out if there are any small pharmaceutical factories, or small research institutes or laboratories within Haichang that are planning to sell. Wen Yilin froze. Buying a pharmaceutical company doesn't count. But then you have to buy a pharmaceutical factory and a laboratory. Is this planning to research, produce, and sell a whole meal all by yourself? The enviable life of a rich kid who buys and sells. I don't know much about this aspect, but I can ask others. Wen Yilin said, but boss, if we don't start the business, the company's daily consumption is quite a bit. Rent, utilities, not to mention employee salaries are quite a bit of money every month. No need for the time being, just maintain the daily operation during this time. If the employees get bored, just say that I allow them to play games on their cell phones during work hours. Cheng Ming emphasized once more. The office door was actually left open. The entire company was a modest suite. So even though Cheng Ming's conversation with Wen Shilin wasn't very loud, the few young employees outside still heard them all. Several people looked at each other with a very excited expression in their eyes. They simply love this company. Even if the salary is twice as high as the same industry, there is less work. The boss even allows them to touch the fish during work hours. Where can I find such a godly company? No way, boss. Wen Yilin seriously said, you shouldn't indulge these young people too much. If the requirements are a bit stricter in the future, they will be reluctant. So you can't open this up in the first place. The hearts of the few young men outside sighed in unison. Cheng Ming said helplessly, alright, you manage it, I won't interfere. Anyway, it's okay if you keep an eye out for the pill mill and the lab for me. And if we don't find it, we'll do it ourselves. Good. After saying that, Cheng Ming went downstairs and took a taxi back downstairs in his own neighborhood. A black A8 pulled up in front of his flat. If it weren't for the fact that his A8 hadn't been licensed yet, he'd even think he hadn't taken it to Silversea Pharmaceuticals. As Cheng Ming passed by the A8, the door suddenly opened and a short, fat, middle-aged man got down from the driver's seat, and as soon as he saw Cheng Ming, he said excitedly, Boss Cheng, you're finally back. He was excited to come and take Cheng Ming's hand. Ask a middle-aged fat guy you don't know who suddenly comes out of nowhere out of sight to shake your hand. How would you react? Anyway, Cheng Ming was taken aback and pulled his hand back. Who are you? The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed, and it was only then that he remembered to introduce himself. Boss Cheng, my name is Prince Cheng. I've bought your medicine before. Have you forgotten? End of chapter. Cheng Ming's memory was very good. He vaguely remembered that there was such a person who had bought medicine from him. Are you here for my refund too? No, Mr. Chung, you've got it wrong. I'm not here for a refund. I'm here to buy medicine. Cheng Ming's face turned cold when he heard that he had come to buy medicine. I'm sorry, I don't sell medicine anymore. Don't. Prince Chang was anxious. How can you stop selling medicine? If you don't sell the medicine, what can a terminal patient like me do? This has nothing to do with me, Cheng Ming said. Prince Chang felt that the person in front of him had some coldness that rejected people. Boss Chang, how about this? I'll add money. How about $50,000 for a bottle of medicine? Cheng Ming shook his head. 100,000. 100,000 a bottle will do. Cheng Ming turned around and was about to leave. Prince Sung stopped in front of him again. He looked like he was about to break down. Boss Chang, please do me a favor. I have an old man and a young man. They still don't know about my illness. Seeing that he was speaking truly, Cheng Ming then stopped to explain a couple of things. You've seen the news on the internet, right? I'm still on probation and I'm going to go in for real if I sell that drug again. He spread his hands with a look of love. Boss Chang, just sell me the medicine. I promise I won't tell the second person. Prince Chang was so anxious that he was about to kneel down. Then he saw Cheng Ming's straight eyes. Those people said the same thing at first. Prince Chang was staggered. He suddenly didn't know how to persuade the other man to sell him the medicine. After freezing, he suddenly broke down. Asterisk. Those. Are they all? If I die, it's all because of you guys. You guys really deserve to die. Boss Chang saved you guys and you even called the police to arrest him. What kind of people are you? A bunch of bastards. Chang Ming coldly watched this middle-aged man who broke his defense spit out strife. It seemed that his being arrested by the police had nothing to do with this middle-aged man, but now he was in a position where he couldn't possibly help him. Turn around and go upstairs. In the next few days, Chang Ming found that this Wang Zicheng was still not dead, and would come to the neighborhood every day to beg for medicine. That's normal. Anyone else should have done the same. It's really hard to know that a person has medicine in them that can save them, but for some reason, they can't sell it to them. If he dies from this, he'll more than likely die in peace, right? One morning, Chang Ming was going to go to Inhai Pharmaceutical to find Wen Yilan to ask about the pharmaceutical factory and the lab. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw Prince Chang guarding the place again. As soon as he saw Chang Ming, he smiled and came up. Boss Chang, are you going out? Shall I give you a ride? In the past few days, he noticed that Chang Ming didn't seem to have his own car, which was why he volunteered to be Chang Ming's driver. Chang Ming froze for a moment and finally got into Prince Chang's A8. The car quickly came to the downstairs of Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals. He happened to run into Wen Yilan, who happened to be driving the executive A8 back from outside. Chang Ming got out of the car. Wen Yilan saw Chang Ming get out of the car as well, while she was surprised in her eyes. Didn't you say the A8 wasn't for you? Why another A8? However, when she saw Prince Chang get out of the driver's seat, she knew she had misunderstood. Boss, Wen Yilan greeted. Prince Chang on the side was shocked. The young Chang Ming had become a boss? No wonder he offered $100,000 a bottle to buy the medicine. Chang Ming was not moved. The two just chatted downstairs. Sister 1, how are things at the drug factory? Just went on a field trip to a pharmaceutical company. What plant? Exactly? A traditional Chinese medicine tablet factory on the outskirts of Xicheng. Not very big, covering about 50 acres. The other party quoted $15 million. Chang Ming had a bit of a headache. $15 million. He drew a 10 in a row and got $7.45 million in cash, plus a couple $100,000 left over from buying the company, which added up to exactly about $8 million. $7 million short. That's a lot of money. It was impossible for Chang Ming to earn $7 million before completing the next mission, but it was impossible to complete the mission without that $7 million. The dead cycle up belongs to yes. What do you think of that factory? Chang Ming couldn't decide and asked Wen Yilan again. Wen Yilan said, I don't think it's worth it, but there aren't many drug factories in Haicheng, and even fewer with the will to sell, not to mention that there's nothing more suitable. Not a good value? Chang Ming was a bit embarrassed. While this was happening, Prince Chang, who was next to him, asked, Boss Chang, are you planning to buy a pharmaceutical factory? Chang Ming nodded. Prince Chang wavered. Chang Ming's medicine has how good? He himself as a patient has first-hand experience. That it is a fake medicine all because it does not have a formal hand in the preparation. As long as there was a pharmaceutical factory, Chang Ming would be able to legitimize his medicine, and then he would be able to actually take it out and sell it. He'll be saved. Wang Zicheng was a bit excited at the thought, but Chang Ming seemed to have run into difficulties. As a middle-aged man who had been in the business world for a long time, reading faces was his basic skill, and he could see Chang Ming's current embarrassment. Boss Chang, pharmaceutical factories are very troublesome, qualifications and standards are very high. In general it's quite difficult, plus the equipment is more expensive. The price will be inflated. It's not very cost-effective to buy a pharmaceutical factory directly. I suggest that you should start your own factory, and then apply for the qualification. Prince Chang said. Chang Ming was surprised. Boss Wang also knows the pharmaceutical industry? No, some. Prince Chang laughed. If he really couldn't find a suitable one, then it would have to be that way. Chang Ming thought to himself, Boss Chang, if you want to buy a factory building, should you consider my factory? Prince Chang asked tentatively. Boss Wang, you run a factory? Chang Ming asked, but looking at Wang Zicheng all dressed up in a designer label, fat head in shiny leather shoes, he did look like a factory owner. Yeah, tell me about it? Chang Ming was a bit interested. I have a healthcare factory under my hand. If Boss Chang wants to buy it, I'm willing to sell it for $3 million. Prince Chang said. $3 million? That's cheap. Chang Ming was a bit impressed. He just didn't know what exactly was going on. The factory is on the outskirts, with an area of about 3,000 pings. Prince Chang said. 3,000 pings? That's not small. If $3 million to buy such a large factory, it is definitely a profit. Chang Ming understands that Wang Zicheng is begging him, so he will give such a cheap price. Moreover, this factory of mine is a healthcare factory. The production equipment is actually not much different from the production equipment. It's just that it can only produce healthcare products because it doesn't have a drug license number. As long as the license number is in place, it can immediately be converted into a drug factory. Prince Chang threw out another condition that made it difficult for Chang Ming to refuse. Chang Ming and Wen Yilan looked at each other and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Afraid that the two would not believe it, Prince Chang hurriedly said, "If you're interested, Boss Chang, let's go and take a look together now." Chang Ming and Wen Yilan looked at each other before nodding. A few moments later, the two A8s pulled out of the neighborhood one after the other. End of chapter. Bai Rulan was in a trance for 2 days. Her boyfriend, who she always thought was actually went to the luxury car store where she worked one day to pick up an A8. Who would have thought? One thing she'd been thinking about for the past 2 days was she wrong? From her teenage years, her dream was to marry a rich man, to be a broad wife, to be clothed and fed every day, to buy and purchase famous brands, and preferably her husband should also be handsome, 1 meter 8. But the reality is that she didn't find a boyfriend like that until she was 26. Or rather, not finding this ideal boyfriend who would want to be with her. In the end, she could only compromise for the time being and stay with Chang Ming. Although she was with Chang Ming, the two were only a couple in name. But in fact, she only treated Chang Ming as a servant that she invites to come and go, and there was no real progress. She had also wanted to kick Chang Ming off for a long time. Only Chang Ming was introduced by her best friend after all, and she hadn't been able to find much of an opportunity, or she wouldn't have stayed until now. The incident of selling fake drugs allows her to finally get rid of the burden of Chang Ming. Who knew Chang Ming would mention A8? How is that possible? The more Bai Rulan thought about it, the more she felt wrong. Chang Ming's family condition she was also aware of. It is just an ordinary family. Parents are workers, how can have the money to buy A8? You're not carrying it for someone else, are you? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In order to verify this matter, she specially ran to Chang Ming's neighborhood to observe for a few days, and found that Chang Ming did not drive the A8 at all in the past few days. Not to mention Audi, not even an Alto. So he must have just gone to Hayes Limo to take someone else's car and pretend it was his. Some people on the internet say that after a breakup, some people will intentionally go to their ex-girlfriends and pretend to look like they are having a good time after the breakup. I didn't expect the honest-looking Chang Ming to be like this, true down to the head. After rambling for a while, it was time for her to leave work, and Bai Rulan came to the front door. A 5 Series Don't Touch Me parked at the front door of the luxury car store. The window rolled down and a young man with a cigarette on his finger appeared. This person Bai Rulan recognized. A rich second generation. Huang Luan. It is said that the family owns a factory and has a little bit of money, and this 5 Series was bought by the family. As soon as Huang Luan saw Bai Rulan coming down, he immediately got out of the car to welcome him. "Ran, I heard you're back to being single? I specially came to your company to pick you up." "Yeah." Bai Rulan ruffled her hair. "You always used to say that you had a boyfriend so you wouldn't come out and play with me. Now that you're single, you should give me that chance, right?" Huang Luan said, saluting like a gentleman and making an inviting gesture. Bai Rulan was slightly stunned. I didn't expect Huang Luan to be so direct with this one. In fact, she used to reject Huang Luan not because she had a boyfriend at all. She rejected Huang Luan because she knew that this guy had a bad reputation and was very philandering, and it was rumored that he had talked about several at the same time. And Bai Rulan wasn't young, so she didn't want to play with him, and that's why she kept hanging him out to dry. At this moment, she also subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to refuse, but when she thought of Chang Ming's attitude towards her in the store a few days ago, her heart was on fire. On what grounds, by what right could a jerk snake like Chang Ming pretend to be angry with her in front of her? A rush of energy came up and she smiled. Yeah. Then Huang Luan was mentally prepared to be rejected again. Who knew that she agreed? Huang Luan was surprised and excited, looking at Bai Rulan as if he wanted to eat her. With that, the two of them held hands and walked towards Yellow Luan's 5 Systems. It's the end of the day at Hayes Limousine. Those co-workers of Bai Rulan saw her walking away with a BMW man, and each of them shot envious glances. Don't look at the fact that they all work in a luxury car store, but in fact none of them are too well off themselves, and most of them are at the well-off level. Having a car like the 5 Series in your family or boyfriend is definitely considered an enviable condition. Feeling this gaze from her colleagues, Bai Rulan's vanity was greatly satisfied. The moment ghosted her. Your Chang Ming's A8 is nothing but a fake. My 5 Series is real. Seems like you're fine with Huang Luan? Two people get in the car. Huang Luan stared at Bai Rulan, his eyes roaming over her body. A look that made Bai Rulan inexplicably uncomfortable. Going to the bar for a bit? Bar? Bai Rulan froze. She does not often go to this kind of place. Not that she does not like, just to maintain their own competitiveness, because she knows very well that the mansion will not accept that kind of tattoo nightclub girl. I don't really like it. Hey, how about dinner and a movie? It's okay. Huang Lum is submissive and acts like an understanding boyfriend. The two of them went to a Western restaurant and had a steak, followed by a trip to the movie city to watch a romantic love movie. During the movie, Huang Luan's nature is revealed and he keeps being grossed out by Bai Rulan. Bai Rulan from the beginning of the still have expectations of this person. Think he will not be like the rumors of so philandering so bad, the result of the movie to see the end. She is a little disappointed in Huang Luan, but she decided to put up with it for the sake of catching a golden son-in-law. From the movie theater. Get in the car. Bai Rulan said. It's late. Why don't you take me home? Ha? Huang Luan looked like he had heard something incredible. What did you say? I said, send me home. Bai Rulan repeated. No, do you really not understand or are you just pretending? Huang Luan felt ridiculous. Don't know what? I accompanied you out for a high-class Western dinner and took you to a movie. And you said you wanted to go home? What's the problem? Bai Rulan wondered. You tread hemp. Huang Luan blew up. Do you know the rules or not? I don't pay for Western food. No money for movie tickets. No money for gas? I spend all this time with you. And you want to go home at night? Bai Rulan was surprised. She understood what Huang Luan meant. Is he going to get a room with her? A room on the first day of a date? It's too casual. She had kept her body clean for 26 years with the idea that it could be a bargaining chip for her to marry into a wealthy family. So how could she just give it away like that? This Huang Luan is really scummy enough. Thinking of this, Bai Rulan got out of the car with a cold face and slammed the door fiercely. Bye. ****** Your mom. Female. Huang Luan cursed fiercely and drove off. The dimly lit underground garage was scary for Bai Rulan as she walked towards the elevator alone. Luckily nothing happened and she made it safely into the elevator. Except that she suddenly felt very aggravated. The envious murmurs of her co-workers as she walked up to her BMW 5 Series in the afternoon were particularly piercing in her mind at the moment. She suddenly remembered Chang Ming. This guy was poor, but he was still very good to her. He had always been attentive to his requests, and even after 2 years of talking with her, he had never asked for too much. Was she really wrong? End of chapter. Chang Ming, Wen Yilan, and Prince Chang arrived at a small industrial park in the suburbs. As soon as you enter the industrial park, there is a rest area for activities, somewhat similar to a campus, but not very large, only a few hundred pings, with the factory on the left. The name of the factory is Yunqing Paul Building Products Factory, which is a very real name. Yunqing Health Products Factory is on the left side of the factory building area, with 3 or 4 floors, adding up to more than 3,000 pings. Chang and Wen Yilan went in for a visit. The factory is really not small, and the production equipment is really complete. Looks very new. Dozens of workers are working the assembly line to make a kind of healthcare oral liquid. I've spent a little over $2 million on all this equipment as well, and the equipment is only 2 years old, so it's considered 90% new. To be honest, I'm not short of money, and had absolutely no intention of selling this factory, but if it's Boss Chung who wants to buy it, that's another story. $3 million, definitely a very cheap price. You won't be able to find it cheaper anywhere. Prince Chang patted his chest in assurance. Chang Ming and Wen Yilan took a look around, and she stopped Chang Ming to one side and whispered, Boss, this factory is really okay. $3 million is definitely a great bargain to pick up. Chang Ming certainly understood. A factory like this simply can't get off the ground without $10 million. Prince Chang was willing to give himself so cheaply, for what he knew in his heart. The two men talked it over and almost immediately tapped out. Boss Wang, let's sign then. Okay. Prince Chang is also a dry person. Just in the office in the factory, the two signed the transfer agreement, transferring money. From this moment on, this plant belongs to the people of Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals. Wang Zicheng said to a middle-aged man beside him who was about the same size as him. Ah Yong, from now on, you'll follow Boss Chang and do a good job. You'll definitely soar. Yong, whose full name is Chen Yong, is the director of this factory. Chen Yong had never thought at all that his own boss would sell the factory. In his opinion, the factory can now be said to be at its peak. Every month can generate a lot of profit, so it is a pity to sell it like this. At the same time, he was worried. The new boss looked quite young. Will it dictate to the factory? Or staff changes or something? At that moment, Chang Ming spoke. Chen Yong, right? Let me tell you, I basically won't be in charge of the factory's affairs, and there will be no changes in personnel. Everything will still be under your control. My requirements are not too high. The normal operation of the factory, legal compliance can be. The factory's original healthcare products assembly line remains unchanged, but in the near future may have to apply for a drug license. The production of medicines, coordinated by yourself. Can you do it? Chen Yong revealed an incredulous look at Chang Ming's words. Listening to this owner, is he being a hands-off? Leave the staff intact? Do you trust him so much when we've just met? Chen Yong was a bit touched. For Chang Ming's request, that is not called a request at all. That is not his job content? It can be done. Good. Introduced to you. Next to this lady is our Inhai Medicine's general manager Wen Yilan. In the future, the factory will certainly also be renamed and merged into the Inhai Medicine. The factory has something that you directly look for general manager when docking on the line. Chen Yong and Wen Yilan also shook hands. It's settled. Then, Chang Ming looked at Prince Chang, and in Prince Chang's expectant gaze, Chang Ming said, Boss Wang, the kind of medicine you are talking about, it is impossible for me to sell it again. There are still a lot of that kind of medicine in my room. I am going to throw them all into the trash. You don't have to ask anymore. Prince Chang's eyes lit up. Alright, Boss Chang, I understand. The law says you can't buy or sell that kind of fake medicine, but I shouldn't be breaking the law if I pick it up next to the garbage, right? The phone rang. Cheng Ming picked it up and saw that it was that guy Xiaowensheng. What is it? Are you free now? The usual place. It goes without saying that the two have a relationship, and when one of them has something to do or wants a drink, it's a straight call. Okay, wait for me. Cheng Ming hung up the phone and prepared to leave. When Yilan gave Cheng Ming the key to the A8, Boss, you drive on. I still have to get some information and accounts at the factory. Okay. Cheng Ming was not polite and went downstairs to drive away. Small roadside store. Xiaowensheng sat at the table with his wife Lin Yuemei, and the tabletop had a few small dishes on it. But Lin Yuemei didn't look too good. You just know how to hang out with him every day. I really don't know what's so good about that Cheng Ming. He's just a dilettante. What good does it do you to hang out with him? Obviously, because Cheng Ming broke up with her best friend. Lin Yuemei was very unhappy with Cheng Ming. It is thought to be Cheng Ming's lack of motivation, and at that time, Cheng Ming even so simply agreed to break up. Not even a little bit of salvation. Lin Yuemei was very unhappy. What do you know? Xiaowensheng's face sank as well. I know everything. In the past, I really looked away. I thought that Cheng Ming was human and dog-like. I thought he was a good person. That's why I introduced Rulin to her. Who would have thought that in the past few years he wasn't motivated at all? And he even went to the police station. How dare you still protect him like this? Even now, you're even acting on your own family's connections to help him find a job. Lin Yuemei was indignant. Xiaowensheng was a little too attached to Cheng Ming, and he made a lot of efforts to find a job in a Fortune 500 company. Originally, this job was meant for Lin Yuemei's brother, but it turned out that Xiaowensheng was actually planning to give it to Cheng Ming. That's why Lin Yuemei was so disgruntled. Okay, don't say anything, the people will be arriving soon in a while, Xiaowensheng said in a deep voice. Lin Yuemei grunted and didn't say anything else. At that moment, a black A8 pulled up to the curb and passers-by looked sideways. Even Xiaowensheng was envious. A8 super executive car? Even if his family also runs a factory, but still cannot afford to drive this level of luxury car. The roadside here is full of stalls and vendors. How did a car of this caliber come here? This thought just flashed through Xiaowensheng's mind. Immediately after the car door opened, a familiar figure came down from the car. Xiaowensheng's big bag went down for a moment. Cheng Ming? In that instant, Xiaowensheng thought he had blurred his eyes. Is it really that guy? How is that possible? He actually got out of an A8? Lin Yuemei was also very shocked at this time. As Xiaowensheng's wife, she was very clear about this Cheng Ming's family background. How could he be able to afford to drive an A8? Is it a case of mistaken identity? It wasn't until Cheng Ming sat down in front of the duo and greeted them that the two realized that they hadn't misjudged the person. Old Cheng, who owns this car of yours? Xiaowensheng kept staring at the car. Is it a rental? No, Cheng Ming said. Whose then? Mine. Are you kidding me? Where did you get so much money to buy a luxury car? Xiaowensheng didn't understand. Even if you win the $5 million lottery jackpot, there is no way you can have the money to buy this car. After all, a car is $2 to $3 million. So it's unlikely that someone who owns $5 million would be willing to spend $2 to $3 million on a car. I run a factory in partnership with someone, and this car is in the company's name. Run a factory? What kind of factory? Drug factory. A boss has taken a fancy to my kind of drug and decided to cooperate with me to produce it. I'll pay for the prescription and he'll pay for it. Cheng Yang smiled and explained. His words were half true. End of chapter. Medicine? Isn't that fake? Lin Yuemei didn't hold back her interjection. Xiaowensheng glared at her and she shut her mouth. Cheng Ming didn't mind either and said seriously, I don't sell fake medicine. So your medicine is real and effective? Xiaowensheng was shaken inwardly. Of course, Cheng Ming said. How else would anyone be willing to fund it? If what Cheng Yang said was true, it would be shocking. Xiaowensheng couldn't digest it for a while anyway. He still felt a bit incredulous, but that A8 was real, and Xiaowensheng knew Cheng Ming well. Cheng Ming definitely wouldn't be the kind of person who rented a luxury car just to pretend, let alone in front of him. Xiaowensheng, what was the point of pretending in front of him? So, there's a good chance it's true. Xia Wenqing took a few minutes to digest the information. Next to her, Lin Yuemei also rarely said anything. She had planned to make sure to yin and yang him a bit when Chang Ming arrived, but now that she thought about it more carefully, it was indeed also her own best friend who was in the wrong. As soon as she realized that Chang Ming had committed a crime, she didn't even ask why and just broke up. Chang Ming is still at the station. Shouldn't a normal girlfriend at least bail her boyfriend out after learning the truth about what happened? That bail was still paid for by Xia Wensheng. The three of them just sat and had a few drinks. So that medicine of yours is a real cure for cancer? Xia Wensheng asked. Of course. Chang Ming smothered another mouthful. How else would any boss want to cooperate? That's great. If that was really the case, then Chang Ming would be rich in the future. Xia Wensheng was genuinely happy for Chang Ming. That's a cancer cure. The world will go crazy when it goes public. Xia Wensheng also did not ask Chang Ming where this drug is. Everyone has secrets in his heart. Chang Ming does not say certainly have his difficulties. Be a brother, just support him unconditionally. Next to her, Lin Yuemei sighed in her heart, lamenting that his girlfriends are not fortunate. If she did not break up at that time, maybe later can really become a rich wife. But now I'm afraid that opportunity is gone. Right. Then your medicine for me, also take a few bottles. My grandfather lung cancer for a year. The old man and refused to do surgery, but also not quite willing to chemotherapy. Said what do not want to live in the last days too painful. Xia Wenqing suddenly said, my kind of drug is for liver cancer. It doesn't work for lung cancer. The moment Chang Ming's words left his mouth, Xia Wenqing's expression stagnated. You'll have to get the lung cancer medicine separately, so give me a couple days and I'll bring it to you in a couple days. You scared me. Xia Wensheng punched Chang Ming in the arm. The two spent the rest of the day talking at the food stand for a long time. As for the original matter of Xia Wensheng finding a job for Chang Ming, he couldn't say anything at this time. He's a boss and drives an A8. Why do you still work? Most of the employees of the top 500 companies can't afford to drive an A8, can they? Patient gathering. Worried old Jan came here. Lately, his condition has not been too optimistic, and he thought that with the medicine from Huaming medicine, he should be able to control his condition. But he felt as if his health had even gotten worse recently. How? It was hard for Lao Yang to believe for a while that he had obviously taken all the medication. So how could it have worsened? Is Huaming medicine not good enough? He had a hard time accepting it for a moment. At this time inside the house, there are already a lot of patients come here. These patients look different. Some are full of smiles. Some do not say a word, cannot see what mood. Some were chatting with each other, asking about each other. How are you doing? Pretty good. What about you? I'm okay too. Everyone was pretty subtle at first, but there was an old lady in the crowd who said with a big smile on her face, the medicine of Huaming medicine is really good. After taking it, it is really much better than before, and the key is still free of charge. It's great that I don't have to suffer from my sons and daughter-in-law's cold eyes at home anymore. This statement was echoed by everyone. Yeah, the medicine is really good. In better shape than a while ago. Huaming Pharmaceuticals is truly a company with a conscience. If only medicines were free all the time. When Lao Yang listened to these people, he always felt that they didn't really think that the medicine was good, but just that everyone else said so. So they followed that. Is that medicine really that effective? Actually, there doesn't have to be one, does it? It's more like they're lying to themselves. Anyway, Lao Yang didn't quite believe it. That's just that it's still a short period of time since they took the medication and they don't know if their bodies have changed or not yet, right? As for the older woman, it wasn't necessarily her who was talking. It just so happened that her condition was probably in a silent phase for a while, so her symptoms weren't as severe, and she assumed that. While Lao Yang was rambling, Lao Yang looked at the group of patients. A patient suddenly posted a message to the group. Old Yan's condition suddenly worsened and he was admitted to ICU. Seeing the letters ICU, Lao Yang's heart jumped. At this point, the sick people in the toko apparently saw the message sent from the group as well and gasped in disbelief. How? My God! What happened? Sudden aggravation? Why so suddenly? Old Yan was with us 2 days ago when we went to Huaming to take his medication. He didn't stop taking his daily medication. How could he suddenly? What does it mean if you stay on your meds and still end up in the ICU? Every patient in the room actually realized this. They just don't want to face it yet. The discovery put old Jan in a sullen mood. What's the matter, old Yang? You don't seem to be in a good mood? Old Jin's voice came from the side. Nothing, Lao Yang replied. Lao Jin is considered to be the backbone of their group of patients. Before the alarm to arrest Chang Ming is Lao Jin proposed and implemented. And Huaming Pharmaceuticals to cooperate with them as a guinea pig is also Lao Jin's proposal. Old Jan wasn't willing to tell him his suspicions. Come on, let's go to Huaming together. Good, the people are almost here. Everyone goes to Huaming medicine together. This is because Huaming has always given out medicines on the spot and eaten them on the spot in order for them not to get out, not to be brought out. Lao Yang suddenly felt ridiculous. Obviously, this drug is not very effective, and you are afraid that people will know about it? In comparison, Lao Yang felt that Chang Ming's medicine was a bit more trustworthy. When he first took Chang Ming's medicine, Lao Yang really felt his condition was very stable, and after taking it for more than 2 months, although his condition has not improved, it has not deteriorated in the slightest. Even his primary care physician was amazed. It's a bit of a rarity that the lesion at his liver didn't get bigger. That's why Lao Yang didn't quite agree to call the police at first, but at Lao Jin's instigation, he was hot-headed and agreed. Now that it's over, there's no use even regretting it. Lao Yang is just a little bit scared. At this rate, is he really going to get worse and eventually get to the final step? He really kind of regretted it. Shouldn't have listened to Lao Jin. End of chapter. Mission 2 is to start a laboratory. And this is much easier than a pharmaceutical company. When Chang Ming told Wen Yilan about this, Wen Yilan directly rented another half-floor underneath the Yunqing Health Products factory to use as a laboratory. The next step was to buy equipment and raw materials for the experiment, and only after a few days, the laboratory was completed. Lin Wen even recruited 2 fellows, one with a PhD and one with a master's degree. In the academic world, doctoral and master's degree qualifications are still a bit low, but Chang Ming's finished pills have been made, and recruiting these 2 researchers is actually just letting them run through the process of obtaining a legal drug permit. No need for them to be overly senior. This day, after Chang Ming heard that the laboratory officially started operations, he couldn't wait to come to this side of the Yunqing Health Products factory. No, now it has been renamed as Inhai Pharmaceutical Factory Lab. As soon as Chang Ming entered the place, he saw 2 researchers in protective suits, including a doctoral researcher named Gu Boming and a master's researcher named Ma Xian. Boss. The 2 men greeted Chang Ming. Chang Ming took out 2 white bottles from his bag and placed them on the lab table. I think Mr. Wen should have told you guys before, right? Your task is to experiment as soon as possible to get the qualifications for this medicine in order. Gu Boming and Ma Xian were obviously still a bit skeptical. Boss, can we do an experiment to verify the efficacy of the medicine first? They had heard Wen Yilan say before that this drug of Chang Ming's could inhibit the growth and spread of liver cancer cells. Gerberman pressed on. If there really is a cure for liver cancer, why is there no news at all on the market? Just don't be ridiculous. If it weren't for the fact that the bosses were offering a good enough wage, they wouldn't want to stay here at all. Could be. Chang Ming expressed his understanding. After all, it's normal not to believe it if you haven't been exposed to it. But the work must begin immediately after validation. Understand? Okay. Chang Ming was about to leave. Gerberman asked again. The process of drug experimentation is not complicated, and if we might have to wait a while for FDA approval after we're done, then what do we do? Chang Ming waved his hand. Feel free to research something. Really? Of course, there's only so much funding anyway, so you guys can study whatever you want to study. For Chang Ming, this lab existed for what it was. As long as there is a proper channel to apply for a drug approval number for your drug, nothing else matters. Okay, thanks boss. The 2 appeared energized. It seems that freedom of research is a blessing for researchers. Gerberman didn't even dare to think about it. He himself has only just graduated from the doctoral program for 1 year. And before that, he did not have the experience of independent research projects, but he could not imagine that once he graduated, he could be directly responsible for his own project, which is simply not too good. Even Gu Boming was like that, and Ma Xian, who was a master's degree holder, was even more so. Back from the lab, Chang Ming returned home. Mission accomplished. It's time for another 10 in a row draw. Consume mission points 10. Start the lottery. Getting $120,000 in cash. Oh ho, the first one is still cash. Getting $350,000 in cash. Receive $230,000 in cash. Receive a Rolex watch. Receives a Maybach. It's a luxury car again. I don't think we're going to have to pick it up at Hayes Luxury Auto again. Are we? System, you don't want to mess things up for me. Chang Ming thought to himself. Obviously broke up with his ex-girlfriend, but also every day in front of people to show off like. Really awkward. Received $420,000 in cash. Getting $80,000 in cash. Received $360,000 in cash. Getting 1,000 G of gold. Received $2.38 million in cash. The cash values swiped out this time were all quite large. The smallest figure was 80,000. Other than that they were all over 100,000. And the largest was over 2 million. Chang Ming, who had spent almost all of his money, was once again boozing it up. It's a bit of a shame that the prescription didn't come out. However, Process Ming is not discouraged. As long as he keeps accomplishing his tasks, he believes that there will always be a day when he can be cured of his liver cancer. At this moment, two things appeared out of thin air on the bedroom's desktop: a 1 kilogram gold brick, and a luxury watch. These two items are not worth much. Chang Ming online checked the value of that watch. That is a new model of Rolex, worth about 2 million. A kilogram of gold according to the current price of gold is also worth more than $500,000. However, at the moment, Chang Ming didn't have the need to sell these things for money. All in all, this time Chang Ming's hand was quite OU. The points were drawn off and the next mission came out. Mission: I market the first drug. Reward: mission points 10. Description: the company and factory have been founded, and the next step is to market the first drug, so that the host's drug will be known throughout the world. This task is not too difficult. One could even say it is very simple. Chang Ming is now ready for everything. The first drug on the market is the nail in the coffin. Just a few experimental stages of the drug from the laboratory to the market will take a lot of time. The task is naturally completed when the time is up. Don't worry about this one for now. The doorbell rang. Chang Ming got up and went to open the door. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chang? You are? This is cold chain delivery. You have a cold chain shipment from Changbai Mountain. The courier moved out of the way a bit to reveal several white boxes behind him. Chang Ming wavered. It should be the snow ginseng he ordered a few days ago that arrived. Snow ginseng, an expensive Chinese medicine he needed to make lung cancer, only grew in the northeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, or Siberia in the Great Ma. This batch of snow ginseng was specially ordered by Chang Ming and went through cold chain transportation. Thanks. Signed and signed by Chang Ming. Move a few boxes back inside. Good. The last of the potent drugs for lung cancer has also arrived. Now it's time to try making new pills. Don't look at the fact that Chang Ming now possessed so many pills, but that had actually gone through many trials before they could actually be successfully made. There were many different methods of concocting Chinese medicines, and Chang Ming needed to use many more concoctions than the unusual proprietary Chinese medicines. It's very difficult. The liver cancer pill failed about 9 times in the beginning. I wonder how many times this concoction will take. With that thought, he began the production. First of all, dozens of medicines are cleaned up. Every bit of herbs can't have the slightest bit of mud and dust in it. The concoctions of Chinese medicines can be roughly categorized into water, fire, water and fire, and repair. Each of these concoctions is subdivided into several specific ways. For example, the fire system has fried, simmered and calcined. Chang Ming is very meticulous and concocts each type of Chinese medicine with full attention. A few hours later, dozens of medicines were finally all concocted, and Chang Ming ground them into medicinal powder, then dabbed them up in a special way to form a black pill. Phew, it's done. Chang Ming wiped his sweat. Surprisingly, it worked the first time I made it. It seemed that his previous failures were not without their benefits, or at least made him much more skilled in his concoctions. After a pause, Chang Ming called Xiao Wensheng. Come and get your medicine. It's done so soon? Yes, I'll come and get it right away. End of chapter. Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals Laboratory. Gerberman and Ma Xian worked together to prepare for the experiment. How do you determine if a medication is effective for a particular condition? The answer is a controlled experiment. Chang Ming's pills were made into several experimental liquids with different concentrations, which were fused together with the diseased cells, and then compared with the normal saline group to come up with the desired answer. This experiment was not complicated at all, and even if Gu Boming and Ma Xian were of average level, they could easily operate it. You can also make small talk while you do it. How did you choose this company? Gerberman asked. Because they pay more money, Ma Xian replied. Gerberman was a little surprised. He thought there was a little something else going on, like fewer people, easier work, comfortable environment and so on. Never expected it to be more money. Researchers like them are still treated very well and shouldn't usually be worried about money. Hey, I'm more stressed. What's the pressure? There's an old man at the top and a young man at the bottom. Gerberman was a bit surprised. You're married? Yeah, the kid's over too. Mentioning this, Ma Xian revealed a happy Auntie Little. Ma Xian looked just 26 or 27 years old, not realizing that the child was 2 years old. That really should be realistic. If it wasn't for the good pay, why would I choose this place? Gerberman nodded. There's one thing to be said for the fact that Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals labs are rudimentary and it looks like a scam company, but the wages offered are really enticing. What about you, Dr. Gu? Why did you choose this pharmaceutical company? In Ma Xian's opinion, Gu Baoming should be more unlikely to choose this kind of small factory. With his education, he could at least work in that kind of large research institute. Even if it doesn't have much of a status, it's still much better than this kind of small factory. Gerberman was silent. Why? Memories of the last organization he worked for flashed through his mind. Bermin, you organize the data for this experiment. Bermin, you take care of the subsequent steps. You do the control group. What? You want to lead your own program? You're still young. Don't rush it yet. Your program is not bad, but there's a lot of immaturity. The lab is currently underfunded, so your project should wait. He let out a long, languid sigh. The two men smiled at each other. They all had their own purposes for joining the lab at this small factory, but they all have the same concern in mind. This company is not a fraudulent company, right? Aside from the fact that the wages are far higher than their peers, what the boss says is equally hard to believe. Treating cancer, or liver cancer, which is the #1 cancer. Just don't be ridiculous. Normal people would probably turn around and leave when they heard something like that, but both stayed because of some sort of extravagance. Hopefully a miracle will happen. What are you going to do if the experiment fails? Gerberman asked. Of course, turn and run. Both of them laughed at the same time. By this time, the experiment had been going on for over an hour, and the effects were already largely viewable. Ma Xian placed the slide under the microscope and looked at it. Only the group of cancer cells that had been added to the ingredients of the pill. The cancer cells did not die, but the cellular activity did decrease a lot, as if they had been anesthetized, lazily moving around. The other group of saline cancer cells were active as usual. Ma Xian marveled. What's wrong? Look. Gu Boming immediately attached his eyes and went over to observe, and then he let out the same startled cry as Ma Xian. Both were confused. Surprisingly, it's true? Subversion of perception. Absolutely subverting perceptions. That pill sample looks like a proprietary medicine. And proprietary medicines actually inhibit the activity of cancer cells. It's amazing. If it's true, this discovery could win a Nobel Prize, right? An absurd thought appeared in the minds of the two men. Gerberman forced himself to calm down. Wait. The sample of observations is too small and there is not enough time yet to wait. Another couple hours later, a gasp of surprise from two people rang out in the lab. It's true. It really inhibits liver cancer cells. Awesome. In commercial housing. Here's the house Lao Yang bought. Now it's Lao Yang who lives with his son and daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Lao Yang, who was playing with his grandson's toys on the living room floor, suddenly had his stomach roll over, and he couldn't hold back the wow and threw up on the living room floor. My daughter-in-law, who was playing with her cell phone on the couch, screamed, Dad, what are you doing? Old Yang's daughter-in-law is most afraid of dirt. Usually home, but wherever there is a little bit of dirt she disliked it, and now see such a disgusting scene is almost crazy. She didn't have the slightest intention of coming over to help, and was even filled with disgust. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. After the old young vomit only feel a burst of heaven and earth, but still force not to pass out. Strong weak body, go to bring tools, will be cleaned up the vomit on the ground. He was physically and mentally exhausted and very heartbroken. Obviously the house was bought by him after saving his whole life. What kind of world is this where he has to apologize to his own daughter-in-law for accidentally dirtying his own house? After cleaning up, old Yang felt very uncomfortable, so he said to his daughter-in-law, Xiaoying, I don't feel well. I'll go to my room and rest for a while. You look after the children. Go on, the daughter-in-law said impatiently. Then old Jan staggered back to his room. I had just sat down when Lao Jin's phone call came. Old Yang, it's almost time. It's time to go to Huaming. Huaming, a crap company. What's the point of going there? They obviously stole the pills and gave them to Huamin, and the results of what they made were still so bad. It was completely incomparable to Chang Ming's medicine. Every time he was not feeling well, he regretted very much. Why did he call the police to arrest Chang Ming in the first place? If she had continued to take Chang Ming's medicine, even if she still had to suffer from her daughter-in-law's blank stares, she would have been much better off than she is now. At least the body doesn't have to suffer. Present. Lao Yang? Hear that? Old Jean asked again on the phone. Lao Yang had to answer helplessly. Hanging up the phone, Lao Yang again saw that the patient group was informed that whoever was seriously ill was admitted to the ICU, and whoever had left again. He suddenly remembered that in the past, when people took Chang Ming's medicine, they seemed to have rarely seen this kind of information. Ugh! Lao Yang got up with difficulty and touched the edge of the bed toward the door. Where are you going if not to see the kids? Can't you watch the kids and give me a break if you have nothing to do? The daughter-in-law, who was swiping her cell phone, said coldly, Aren't you resting in bed on your cell phone every day? Lao Yang thought this in his heart, but when he finally said it, it was in a pleasing tone. I'm going to have a lie down with Huaming. Take a pill and come back with the baby. At that, a nonchalant came from the couch. Lao Yang, who had received approval, then came outside and boarded a bus to Huaming Pharmaceuticals. End of chapter. Lao Yang came to that conference room of Huaming Medicine. There aren't many people here at this point. People have been on meds for a month and it seems like a lot of people quit. I don't know if it's because I'm not there anymore, or if I don't think the medicines are working and I simply haven't come to take them. Most of the people who have stuck it out so far have done so because they're not very well off financially. Dozens of patients sit down. Soon, a researcher-looking man in a lab coat walked in. Everyone has been taking their medication for a while now, so the next step is for the researchers to give you a health check. With that, two white coat-looking men came from the side and began to take the patient next door to be examined. It can take a lot of time to examine each patient. The patients were examined from morning until afternoon. I thought I was just coming to take a pill, but I ended up wasting almost a whole day trying to take a pill. Lao Yang imagined how his daughter-in-law looked angry when he returned home in the afternoon. Good for nothing. All patients were examined. Just when Lao Yan thought he could finally take his medicine, Chen Dongji arrived and spoke in official language. Lao Yang was a bit surprised. This official-speaking Chen always disliked him. So far, every time he came here in addition to a bunch of empty words, what actually benefits have not been. Guys, thank you to everyone here for your hard work. If it wasn't for all of you, we wouldn't have been able to complete our experiments so quickly. Now let's all applaud and congratulate that our special drug for liver cancer has been successfully developed. We at Huaming Medicine will remember every patient's contribution to this program. After saying that, Chen Dongji led the applause. The patients hadn't responded much, but Lao Jin led the applause, and only then did the others follow. And Lao Yang had no inner turmoil and even wanted to curse. Successful experiment? Your mom? Now that several people have shown up in the patient group who have cancelled their accounts, you're telling me that the experiment was successful? And talk about remembering our contributions. All this talk is just empty. If you really want to thank, please just send money. But handing out money is impossible. Chen Dongji said a few more words, but still development is not easy. Thank you very much and so on. Finally, he said, the experiment is all over as of today, so thanks again for your dedication. Another round of applause. Then, Chen Dongji left with the people next to him. That's it? The crowd of patients were dumbfounded in unison. What do you mean? Gone? It's over? It wasn't until the staff started packing up the sound equipment in the conference room that the crowd of patients were sure it was real. The human experiment of Huaming Medicine. It's over. That means they won't have any medicine to take in the future. The patients went from dumbfounded to shocked. They had thought that they had come to receive medicine to eat today, and even if the effect of Huaming medicines was not very obvious, there was always a psychological comforting effect. And you ended up telling me that the experiment was over. You're not going to give me any more drugs, are you? You want to take your medication and have to pay for it yourself? Ah. All the patients had only one word in mind. Right now they feel like they've been kicked away after being used. Especially old Jan. Huaming Medicine drug samples how to come. Only he and Lao Jin know. Is that they too from Chengming steal? They risked so much to steal the medicine and give it to them. It's the hope that they can work on the same drug and then use the strength of scale to bring the cost of the drug down. And the result? Instead of cutting costs, Huaming Pharmaceuticals can't even produce drugs, and abandon them. The sick. Old Yang gritted his teeth and inwardly had cursed Huaming Medicine 10,000 times. Dozens of patients were also emotional. Old Kim, does this leave us alone? A patient asked. Everyone then reacted. Yes, the contact with Huaming Medicine had always been Lao Jin's responsibility. Now that something has gone wrong, the group subconsciously focuses on Lao Jin. Lao Jin's face was heavy. However, there was no trace of surprise in his expression, as if he had already known about it. Right, Lao Jin, haven't you always been the one representing contact with Huaming Pharmaceuticals? You tell me what's going on. Does Huaming Medicine not care about us here? We take that much risk and give them a drug test, and this is what they don't care about? They must be made to give a statement today. The patients were a little agitated and their tone was a little heavier. Lao Jin didn't know what to do at once. One can only keep calming everyone down. Everyone take it easy for a moment. Then interrupted by the patient. How can you not be in a hurry? Should we just let it go? No way. Let's go find that Chen Dongji. Make him give us medicine. Right. If he doesn't give it, he'll directly smash Huaming Medicine. Send it online and expose them. Old Kim was silent. It's a scene that he can't control a little bit. Mainly, he himself was upset, calling the police to arrest Cheng Ming, and stealing drugs to give to Huaming Medicine, all of which he himself was the main implementer. It's like the ancient slave of the dragon, which should have been honored with glory and riches. And that's it? Nothing? Lao Jin calmed all the patients. Everyone, don't argue first. Right now in this world only Huaming Medicine has the special medicine. Making too much of a fuss won't do us any good. Why don't we all talk it over together first? At this statement, most of the patients calmed down. They also finally remembered a fact: only Huaming in the world has a special drug for liver cancer. To put it bluntly, it was that at the moment their little lives were in the hands of Huaming medicine. They want to live, and they can't do it without Huaming pharmaceuticals. If they were to die with them, they people would really not be able to survive. Realizing this, the faces of the patients were filled with bitterness. After all, who wants their little life in someone else's hands? There's just nothing they can do about it now if they don't want to. Eventually the crowd of patients had to be quiet. Tell me, Lao Jin, what should we do? Lao Jin thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let me communicate with Mr. Chen and let them continue to give us the medicine. If Mr. Chen doesn't agree, we'll expose them again. The patients have always been very trusting of Lao Jin, and Lao Jin's proposal was so pertinent that everyone nodded silently. Old Yang was originally enraged, but Old Jin had said so, and he had no choice but to do so. So, Lao Jin went upstairs to talk and the patients dispersed. One by one, Lao Yang returned home in silence. Sure enough, just returned home to see the daughter-in-law and scolding grandson. Daughter-in-law see Lao Yang back, a face as cold as ice. The indoor temperature has dropped several degrees. What's it take all day to go out and take a pill? I'm afraid you didn't go to the park to watch old ladies square dance again. Did you? Lao Yang's breath stuttered and he tried to squeeze out a little smile. No, just something delayed. Hungry? I'll go cook right now. End of chapter. Lao Jin came to the 16th floor, Chen Dongji's office. He was full of rage. He stole the medicine from Chang Ming. Why would Huaming do that to him? As if he had expected him to come, Chen Dongji's secretary brought Lao Jin in directly. As soon as he came in, Lao Jin huffed and pointed at Chen Dongji. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this? Why did you suddenly stop our medicine? Chen Dongji was very calm. Wasn't it made clear in the conference room? The human experimentation phase is over. So of course there's no need to continue testing the drug. What about the dozens of us? We went through a lot of trouble to get the medicine to you in the first place. And now that you've researched the formula, you're just going to cross the river and tear down the bridge? But, Lao Jin was furious. But his words were interrupted by Chen Dongji's slow and methodical manner. There's no buts. The end is the end. You guys don't even know how valuable those medicinal herbs are. Even if some of the herbs we replaced the wild ones with artificially raised ones, and you guys are still eating the diluted medicines, but supplying so many people with medicines free of charge every day. Our experimental funds are also very tight. Chen Dongji told a secret. Lao Jin's anger has not been reduced in the slightest. Huaming Medicine is such a big company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. Would it still be short of this amount of money? Immobilizing assets is not the same thing as funding, Chen Dongji said. What's more, the purpose of the experiment is just to prove that the medicine works just fine. Do we need Huaming to help you cure your illness? Chen Dongji's words were like a bolt from the blue in Lao Jin's ears. Listening to Chen Dongji's meaning, Huaming Medicine has never put these patients in their eyes. For Huaming, the value of their dozens of patients is just to verify the efficacy of the drug. When the experiment was first said so well before the beginning, everything was just to trick them over to do the experiment. As for the patient's life and death, they did not care about it at all. The patients, then, are just being used as experimental subjects. At those words, Old Jin was very angry. So angry that he was trembling. He clutched his cell phone, which held the recorded evidence of his previous conspiracy with Chen Dongji to give Chang Ming's medicine to Huaming. Suddenly, Lao Jin relaxed his whole body and sat down, but his face remained cold. Give us the medicine. And it has to be undiluted medicine. Faced with the suddenly hardened Lao Jin, Chen Dongji raised his head and looked at Lao Jin, as if he wanted to see from Lao Jin's face, where did he get his backbone? Then a recording of the playback came on in the office. Chang Ming's medicine there. As long as you bring it to me, I am responsible for providing you with free medicine. As long as you provide us with a sample, it's easy for us to manufacture it. Watching him closely? Why don't you call the police to arrest him? Did you get the medicine? Good job. Chen Dongji's pupils shrunk and his face was gloomy. Apparently he hadn't expected Old Jin to keep his hand in. If this recording was exposed, it would be very unfavorable to Huaming Pharmaceuticals. But, if you think you can threaten me with this recording, you're thinking too much. Chen Dongji was calmer than Lao Jin thought. You're a little confused about the situation. You are now dying patients. Only we, Huaming, can save you, and by exposing this recording, aren't you digging your own grave? At those words, Old Jin was flabbergasted. He knew that Chen Dongji was telling the truth. Once this recording is exposed, it will be a lose-lose situation, which means that it will be a full-scale enemy of Huaming Pharmaceuticals, and they will not have to give the medicine to them on the pretext that the medicine has not passed the drug approval number. and they are just a group of single-minded patients. Just with a recording may not be able to really affect the Huaming Pharmaceuticals, can deal with maybe only Chen Dongji one person only. At this time, Chen Dongji added, "Tell you what, you give me the recording and I'll give you medicine. Undiluted medicine." Chen Dongji's move was quite clever. First clarifying the positions of both sides, then retreating to advance, throwing out his own conditions. But old Kim is no cutie pie either. Giving you the recording is out of the question. Who knows if you, Mr. Chen, will go back on your word? For Lao Jin, the recording was his bottom card. How could he possibly hand it over? Moreover, he could sort of see Chen Dongji's character. If he really handed over the recording, Chen Dongji would definitely backhand him and blow him out of Huaming Mansion. The light in Chen Dongji's eyes flickered, and in the end, he could only nod his head as he picked up the phone and made a call. Not a moment too soon, that secretary of his then came in with a bottle and placed it in front of Lao Jin. "This is the medicine that our Huaming medicine has developed, and it's the undiluted version, which is at least twice as potent as the version you're eating now." Lao Jin looked at the bottle of medicine on the tabletop and didn't move for the first time. "What do you mean? A bottle of medicine? There are more than 40 of us. I can only promise to give you medicine for one person, but not for other patients," Chen Dongji said. The words were extremely cold, as if the lives of those dozens of patients had nothing to do with him. Lao Jin's face sank. "We're all in this together. There must be enough medicine for all our patients. There's only one for you. Love it or leave it. Don't you can choose to expose it." Chen Dongji's attitude was unexpectedly resolute, as if he was certain that Lao Jin would not dare to expose the recordings. The atmosphere was once again at a standstill. Lao Jin was silent for a long time. After Chen Dongji calmed down, he followed Lao Jin's advice. "Lao Jin, don't you think about it? This matter from beginning to end is you alone. The one who called the police is also you. The one who took the medicine to me is you. What did those patients do? Nothing. What gives them access to the medicine? Do you know how much this bottle of medicine costs? $8,000. That's the medicine I got for you out of my own pocket. I'm not related to them. Why am I giving them so much money for nothing?" Listening to Chen Dongji's words, Lao Jin was cloudy. He knew that what Chen Dongji said was the truth, and that he was the one who carried out this matter from beginning to end. And those patients actually did not do anything at all. He began to talk himself out of it. One deserves this medicine. Why should anyone else get it? There was also one other thing that old Kim was a little concerned about. This bottle of medicine actually cost a whopping $8,000. He thought that Cheng Ming should have made most of his money by selling $10,000 a bottle, but he didn't expect the cost to be that high. It seems that Cheng Ming is not actually black-hearted. What Lao Jin didn't know was that Huaming medicine had taken the liberty of replacing some of the wild herbs with planted herbs, which is why the cost was lower, and Cheng Ming's cost was actually higher. Disheveled for half a day, Lao Jin picked up the bottle of medicine on the tabletop and turned to leave. Behind him, the corners of Chen Dongji's mouth rose slightly. End of chapter. Coming out of Huaming medicine, Lao Jin was a bit wavering. He took out his cell phone and went into Wilson's patient group, but for a moment he didn't know how to tell his patients about it. When he was in Chen Dongji's office, he could have angrily theorized with Chen Dongji, and at the moment the aura in his chest disappeared. There is only intense guilt. He pulled out his cell phone and typed shakily, "You guys are sorry." The conversation fell apart. The group exploded at this statement. All kinds of insults keep popping up. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* see that I've long looked at him unfavorably. What a bastard. He's got a dog's conscience, doesn't he? This scum. Holy, what are we going to do? Should we go to Huaming and make a scene? It's useless to go and make a fuss when the agreement was signed in the first place. Damn it. Huamin Pharmaceuticals. Chen Dongji shall not die. Ah. The group cursed. Old Jin didn't even dare to stump his voice anymore. After scolding, a patient said, I should have known that I would not have agreed to call the police to arrest Chang Ming. Chang Ming's medicine is expensive. But when I took it, I didn't even have a seizure. Since Chang Ming was arrested, in this group of patients, Chang Ming is a taboo. Basically no one mentioned it again. Even if someone mentions it, it's a curse. But this time a patient brought it up, and there was a rare lack of rebuttal, and even approval. Chang Ming's medicine does feel effective. It's just that the medicine is too expensive. What's the point of talking about this now? Alas, one can only hope that the pricing of this drug from Huaming Pharmaceuticals isn't too expensive when it hits the market. Mass production will definitely reduce costs. Old Yang's house. Lao Yang only had time to take out his cell phone to take a look after he finished cooking and eating and brushing the dishes. As a result, when he saw what Old Jin said, that Huaming medicine no longer gave medicine, he was so hot-blooded that he couldn't help but break into a rage. Warming medicine. After cursing out a sentence, he felt the sky spinning and fell back on his head. I don't know how much time has passed. When Lao Yang woke up, he was already lying in a hospital bed. You're awake? Reflected in Lao Yang's eyes was Dr. Gao. Yes, Lao Yang still felt dizzy. He rubbed his temples and looked around, not seeing his son or daughter-in-law. As if he could see old Yang's intentions, Dr. Gao said, your son and daughter-in-law are outside paying the bill. Hearing this, the first thing Lao Yang felt was not reassurance, but trepidation. I've spent my son and daughter-in-law's money, and I'm afraid I'll be stared at again when I get home. This month your condition is not very good. Dr. Gao scratched his head and muttered to himself. That's strange. It was clearly under control before. You're sticking to your chemo this month, right? Always do. Lao Yang nodded. Then how did the deterioration suddenly accelerate? Dr. Gao didn't understand, but Lao Yang knew it in his heart. Because he stopped taking Chang Ming's medicine. Other than this explanation, there should be no other possibilities, right? In fact, when he took Chang Ming's medicine, Lao Yang did not expect that Chang Ming's medicine would actually work so well. For a while he really thought the disease was under control mostly because of the chemotherapy. But this month it was clear that I was still sticking with chemo and it wasn't doing much good. So Lao Yang also finally understood how good Chang Ming's medicine was. But this was something old Yang had no intention of telling Dr. Gao. Dr. Gao asked a few more questions related to his condition, and then he left the ward. At that moment, Lao Yang heard the sound of his son and daughter-in-law arguing outside. Give up the cure. He's my dad. How can he give up? Didn't you hear the doctor? It's terminal and can't be cured. He's the father who gave birth to me and raised me. And even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, I won't give up. Do you know or not that chemotherapy will only make dad suffer more? And it won't cure him. So why don't you let dad live a little more comfortably in his last days? Don't think I don't know. Wang Mengwan, you just don't want to waste money, right? Why talk so nicely? Listening to his son and daughter-in-law arguing, Lao Yang heart is very bad. He actually understands his daughter-in-law. After all, it's terminal and it's a waste of money to treat it any longer. But he's not happy with himself. He was only in his early 60s. He had only been holding his grandchildren for not even 2 years. And he had not yet enjoyed the happiness of his family. So he was really not willing to die like this. Positively contradictory. The daughter-in-law outside the door seemed to be getting a kick out of her son's comment and started to raise her voice. Yang Jun, do you really have to lose all your family's fortune for you to be happy? Do you want to ruin your family's fortune for a dying old man? What about my son? Does he want to eat milk powder? Does he want to go to school in the future? But dad has a pension of his own. His son's volume trailed off. That few $1,000s pension. Enough for surgery, chemotherapy, ICU? If it is really like the old days, a few $1,000s a month subsidy to give him medicine is also even if, at least can still hold on to. And now, ICU stay to day to tens of thousands of yuan. How many times can you Tesla let him stay? The son was silent. He knew what his wife was saying was reality. Overwhelming reality. Old Young, who was in the ward, was also torn at the moment. He now suddenly felt that at that time agreed to call the police to arrest Cheng Ming. How so stupid? If there is still Cheng Ming's medication, he has a pension of over $4,000 and his son only needs to make up over $5,000 a month to cover his medication expenses. The days are tough, but they get by. Then he chose to believe in Huaming medicine in order to have cheap medicine in the future. And in the end, the cheap medicine was not available, and neither was Cheng Ming's medicine. He really regrets it. At this point, the door to the hospital room jutted open. Lao Yang hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended he wasn't awake yet. It took more than 10 minutes before he slowly opened his eyes and pretended to wake up leisurely. The first thing you see is Yang Jun sitting on the edge of the bed. The daughter-in-law isn't here. She should have gone back. Dad, you're awake. Aha. Yang Jun helped old Yang up. Lao Yang leaned on the hospital bed. The two fathers and sons were speechless relative to each other. For a long time, Yang Jun breaks the silence. Dad, don't I remember you've been taking a very expensive special medicine before? How could you suddenly deteriorate when you've been taking medication all the time? Faced with his son's inquiry, Lao Yang really did not know how to answer. I can't say. I called the police to arrest the guy who sold the drugs. Can I? I didn't know at the time that the medicine I was selling really worked. What's the matter? Dad, you didn't get ripped off, did you? You got fake medicine. I told you how there could be a drug that could control liver cancer. Dad, tell me, who is that guy selling drugs? I'll go and get a favor for you. Lao Yang the son has been busy working, desperate to make money. He did not have time to brush his cell phone like others. If he often brushed, Owen may be able to see the news of the fake drug case at that time. And he didn't even know about his own father going to court as a witness. The son was furious, bent on getting a statement for his father. But the old Yang actually did not know how to answer for a moment. Forget it, son. How can we let this go? The seller of the fake medicine should call the police to arrest him. Even if he can't get his money back, he can't be allowed to harm others. Yang Jun has a great sense of justice. It made old Jan even more ashamed. The police have been called and the money has been refunded. That's good. The two chatted and there was another silence. Old Yang sighed and seemed to make up his mind. Dad Yuan, why don't we just go home? No more treatment. How's this, Dad? Yang Jun was anxious. The doctor said there's still hope as long as you don't give up. You have to hold on, Dad. Old Yang wanted to say something else, but Yang Jun's attitude was resolute. He knew his son very well. Is a stubborn seed, to do things even if 10 cows will not be able to make him turn back. Old Yang seems to have seen the future son because of his disease. Spend all the savings, every day with his daughter-in-law quarrel, and finally the family broke up. The wife separated from the picture. The old Yang family from now on extinct. Old Yang shuddered at the thought. No can do. The old Yang family can never be lost like this. What to do? Old Yang frantically thought of a way out. Suddenly his cloudy eyes lit up and he muttered. Chang Ming. End of chapter. If someone told him that there was a drug that could inhibit lung cancer, Xiao Wensheng would think that the other person must be lying to him. But if it was Cheng Ming who said it, then he thought it might be true. It's just so double standard. The two almost grew up wearing the same pants. And the trust between each other is simply incomprehensible to ordinary people. Let us put it this way. Even if Cheng Ming told him that tomorrow is the end of the world zombie outbreak, his first reaction was to stock up on food first, not to laugh at Cheng Ming as Cheng Ming never jokes. Moreover, Cheng Ming took him to see the factory and the laboratory 2 days ago, and it was really serious about making medicines. And he also asked the two researchers in the laboratory, and according to them, they were really doing research on cancer-related medicines, and had already achieved results. All this gave Xiao Wenqing a feeling of mental trance, that his own no-good brother was suddenly going to become a great angel saving cancer patients. No matter how, he believed it. Xiao Wenqing took a bottle of medicine and put it in the empty seat next to the driver's seat. Lin Yuemei on the co-pilot glanced at the bottle of medicine and wondered, "You trust Cheng Ming that much? How can cancer be cured?" "Don't talk too much." Lin Yuemei's mouth skimmed, a bit dissatisfied. He must have been tricked, right? Curing cancer? It just sounds unreliable. You don't understand. Sherwin sounded the head. Lin Yuemei didn't say anything. The car starts. Headed out of the city. The old man because he does not like to live in the city. So the period moved back to the countryside home. Xiao Wensheng this time is intended to take the medicine home to the old man to take. The car traveled for 2 hours and came to a small village on the outskirts of Haichang, stopping in front of a small rural villa. Upon entering, it so happened that the old man was chatting in the hall with several uncles. "Great-grandson, grandson-in-law, why have you come back today?" the old master asked. Xiao Wensheng usually only went back to his hometown on weekends, but today was not a weekend, which was why the old man had this question. "Grandpa, we came back to see you." "Egu, what's there to see in my old bones? You have nothing to do but help your father keep an eye on the factory." The old man grumbled a little on his lips, but he couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down. Obviously he was happy to have his grandson back. At that moment an out-of-place voice came from the side. "Wensheng, your grandpa is right. You should earn more money in the factory. Your grandpa has your second uncle and his family to fulfill their filial duties. You don't have to come back." The one who spoke was Xiao Wensheng's second aunt, the wife of his second uncle. It sounded good for them, but the tone was indescribably yin and yang. This second aunt is also an old yin young man. Xiao Wensheng was slightly furious in his heart. It was true that their family hadn't been back for a while, but, before that, the old man had lived in the city for several years, but it had always been their family that had taken care of him, and the medical expenses had been entirely paid for by Xiao Wensheng's family. Now that the old man has been back home for only 2 months, the second aunt can't wait to start yin and yang, a typical double standard. However, the other party was an elder, so Xiao Wensheng didn't bother with her. "Grandpa, how's your health?" "What else?" The usual cough. Before the old man could finish his sentence, he started coughing and couldn't stop coughing. Xiao Wensheng helped the old man pat his back and coughed for several minutes before slowly leveling over. "Why is it so much more serious?" Xiao Wensheng's volume increased as he became anxious. The second uncle and aunt on the sidelines didn't sound like they were having a good time. It's as if they're saying they didn't take care of the old man. Uncle 2, a man of few words, said nothing, but Aunt 2 was instantly displeased. "What do you mean? Wensheng, blaming us for not taking care of the old man? Why don't you come back and take care of him yourselves if you can?" "I didn't say that," Sherwin voiced. The atmosphere was a bit stiff for a moment, when the second uncle, who had entered the silent world, slanted a glance at his own wife. "Say less." The second aunt blew up at once. I scolded. I am telling the truth. Am I wrong? Xia Erbian, you're helping outsiders now, aren't you? When Sheng is not an outsider, second uncle defended. But the second aunt simply did not listen. Under the emotion, the splitting of the second uncle counted down. The old man is in my personal care inside and out, and I'm not allowed to have a few complaints? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? You family, you just know how to bully me, an outsider. In front of the old man, the two in-laws argued, until the old man couldn't listen anymore and drank the duo off. Enough! What's the point of a family bickering ahem? The two were droned on, and silence fell within the group. Xia Wenxing took out the medicine bottle and handed it to the old man. Grandpa, this is a drug my friend researched for lung cancer. Try it. The second aunt tilted her face to the side when she was stopped by the old man, but turned it around again when she heard Xia Wenxing's words. Looking at the bottle, she added, "What is this stuff? It doesn't even have a label. And you're giving your grandfather this stuff from an unknown source?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was glared at again by his second uncle, but this time she didn't wimp out. "I'm fine with that, but aren't you afraid your grandfather will eat something?" Xia Wensheng muffled. "This is a proprietary Chinese medicine produced by my brother's pharmaceutical factory. There have been hundreds of patients who have tried his medicine. It's real and effective. How can it be something from an unknown source?" The second aunt snatched the medicine bottle from Xia Wenxing's hand and took another closer look. "There's not even a labeled name for the medicine. And you're saying it's not of unknown origin? And you say it's your brother. What does your brother do? You believe whatever people say? Why are you so simple?" Second uncle also said. "The doctors all said that there is no special medicine for this disease, so it must be a fake." Xia Wensheng said, "My brother is Cheng Ming, who grew up together. Grandpa, you also know. He now opened a pharmaceutical factory. Is the production of this medicine? I believe him. Take a step back. This is traditional Chinese medicine. Even if it doesn't work, it won't do any harm." The two uncles wanted to say something else, only to be interrupted again by the old man. "Stop it." He took the bottle of medicine from Auntie Tu. "Cheng Ming, that kid character old man I still trust. Not to mention my disease doctor said hopeless. Not a few months. Still afraid of what cough? The truth that a dead horse is a living horse is actually clear to everyone present. Just that no one dares to say so." The old man himself then had no inhibitions. He opened the pill bottle, took out a pill and was ready to put it in his mouth. "Dad, you're too spoiled for your oldest grandson. Can you just take any medicine?" Uncle Junior tried to stop it, but it was too late. The old man ate it down, and took a glass of water and poured it down with him. Several people stared intently at the old man. "What are you looking at? Cough, old man, I can't die yet, cough cough." The old man said and coughed at the same time. Even the coughing got more violent. That second aunt looked at Xia Wensheng. "Look what you've done." Second uncle also came over. "Dad, how are you feeling? Should we go to the hospital?" The old man bent over and coughed for a while. After not 10 minutes, the coughing gradually weakened until it disappeared, and the old man's face changed back to normal from the slightly reddish color he had just swollen. He looked up with a surprised look in his eyes. "It's effective?" He usually can't slow down for half a day once he coughs, but now it's only been 10 minutes or so, and surprisingly, he stopped. Xia Wensheng was excited. "See, I told you my brother's medicine really works." His second uncle and aunt froze on the spot, unable to say a word. "It actually works?" End of chapter. Ding! You have a new mission. Cheng Ming had been at home for the past few days, making pills whenever he had the time, putting almost all of his free time into making medicine. Finally got a new assignment this day. Mission 2 tomorrow at 3 p.m. Someone will be selling red-striped Ganoderma at the fertilizer market in Baiyun Town, 100 kilometers away. Please ask the host to buy the red-striped Ganoderma. Rewarded with mission points of 5. Description: red-striped Ganoderma is an extremely rare and special medicinal herb, one of the most important herbs for refining certain medicines. Seeing the content of the mission, Cheng Ming was puzzled. Red-striped Ganoderma? What kind of herb is this? I don't think I've heard of it. The materials for refining what medicines were also not said. What a system sells. White Cloud Town, 100 kilometers. Better go ahead and pick up the car. A few days ago, Cheng Ming drew a Maybach in a 10 consecutive draw, and he hasn't even gone to pick it up yet. He checked the car that was temporarily in the system. The vehicle has been placed in the main store of Hess Luxury Cars at number 48 Nanwo Road. Please bring your documents to pick up the vehicle as soon as possible. Sure enough, it was the Hayes General Store again. Is the system on the warpath with his ex-girlfriend? Cheng Ming had no choice but to take a taxi to the main store of Hayes Luxury Cars. As soon as you enter the door, Bai Rulan then saw him. Why are you here again? Pretending to be a pussy this time? Bai Rulan smiled contemptuously. You're not going to say that this time you want to mention the Maybach that just arrived in our store a few days ago, are you? Chang Ming, is this woman sick? He ignored Bai Ruolin and still turned around like last time. But this instead made Bai Ruolin feel that it must be because she had hit the nail on the head of his purpose that she had nothing to say. Chang Ming, it's so humiliating to be caught pretending, isn't it? Bai Ruolin felt that Chang Ming must be embarrassed in his heart at this moment. But she still wasn't going to let him off easily. Chasing after him and mocking. That A8 was lifted for someone else last time, wasn't it? Why are you still pretending? Don't you feel embarrassed when I see through you? In Bai Ruolin's opinion, Chang Ming was a clown at this moment. There should be nothing more embarrassing in the world when you try to play up to your ex-girlfriend and get caught. Chang Ming still didn't bother with her. He went straight to the saleswoman who had helped him with the paperwork last time and handed her his credentials. Help me carry a car. Okay. The saleswoman picked up her papers and started checking them. Bai Ruolin laughed in exasperation. Chang Ming, are you specializing in helping people carry their cars now? Does it have anything to do with you? Chang Ming didn't hold back from asking. Ha ha, no. It's just that you're playing this pussy too raw. At this point, the saleswoman saw the ID and exclaimed, Mr. Chang, is that the Maybach you mentioned this time? Chang Ming nodded. The saleswoman was shocked and saw Chang Ming's eyes filled with fire. Last time a $3 million A8. This time a $3 million Maybach. What kind of family conditions does this Mr. Chang have? What kind of family is this Mr. Chang? Bai Ruolin was also surprised. She really got it right. Chang Ming really came to bring the Maybach? She sneaked a glance at the ID in her colleague's hand and realized that it clearly stated the owner's name, Chang Ming. The owner of the car is Chang Ming himself? You didn't pick up the car for someone else? Bai Ruolin froze in place, her mouth slightly open. In the next moment, her face turned red all of a sudden. She thought that she could hit Chang Ming's face today, but she didn't expect to be hit in the face by someone else. Bai Ruolin was confused, until Chang Ming did his handiwork and got into the domineering Maybach and drove away. She was still frozen in place. Once again, she felt her co-workers as if they were looking at a little cutie. They were looking at her as if she were a cutie. The next morning, Chang Ming drove the Maybach and left Haicheng. Baiyin Town was located in the middle of Baicheng and Haicheng, about 100 kilometers away from Chang Ming's home. Good thing there was a highway. After a 2-hour drive, Chang Ming arrived in this town. Although White Cloud Town was not far from Haicheng, it was not developed. It was just an ordinary small town. It took Chang Ming little time to find the fertilizer market. At this point, there were still 2 hours to go before the mission description of 3 in the afternoon. Chang Ming wasn't in a hurry and ate at the fast food restaurant by the market, then sat there and waited. Finally, I waited until almost 3 o'clock. The rasher seller showed up. A young boy, about 10 years old, with a basket, was in the open space in front of the market. After looking around to make sure the area wouldn't impede the flow of people, he crouched in place and opened the snakeskin bag covering the basket. Inside the basket was actually a rasher the size of a dinner plate. Ordinary rasher fan centers are blackish gray, with a little reddish color or at the edges. But this Ganoderma is very special. The fan center is black, but in a circle from the inside to the outside, like the annual wheel of a tree, 1 round of black and 1 round of red. The little boy who sells Ganoderma lucidum is a novelty these days, and soon attracts the attention of the surrounding crowd, with onlookers gathering around in 2s and 3s. Little friend, how much are you selling this Lingji for? Someone in the crowd asked. The little boy looked very thin. The clothes on his body were very torn, and it was obvious that his family was not in a good condition, and he was not very bold. He replied in a small voice, I don't know how much it's selling for. Do you want to buy it? I'm not buying. I'm just asking, the man said resentfully. Seeing that he wasn't buying, the little boy didn't say anything else. At this time, a young man squeezed through the crowd to the little boy's front. He squatted down and asked, Little friend, where did you get this Lingji? Picked it in the big mountain behind our village. The little boy said weakly, How much are you going to sell it for? And I don't know how much you're willing to pay? At that, the young man smiled. Little friend, you won't get a good price for that. The young man was naturally Chang Ming, and as soon as he took a look at the young boy taking out the Lingji from the basket, he knew that he was the person selling the Lingji in the quest hint. I just didn't expect it to be a little boy, and it didn't seem to be accompanied by an adult. So Chang Ming talked more with the little boy. Why did you come to sell rasher by yourself? Where is your lord? My grandma is sick, and I want to sell it for some money for her. The boy said. How much does it cost to see your grandmother? The doctor said $8,000. 8,000, not much. So, you're going to sell this Lingji for $8,000? Chang Ming asked. The little boy nodded. There was a gasp from the onlookers. $8,000 is a bit steep. How can a Lingji be so valuable? The drugstore can be a lot cheaper than that. Kid, that's not an easy sell for you. But this Lingji of his looks quite special. Maybe it's a rare variety? Ganoderma lucidum is not worth $8,000 in the first place, no matter how rare it is. Regardless of the comments of the onlookers there, Chang Ming said, "Little friend, is your grandmother in town too?" The boy nodded. "It's at the health center." "That's fine. You sell me the Ganoderma lucidum. You take me to the health center, and I'll pay your grandmother's medical bills," Chang Ming said. Seeing Chang Ming's intention to buy this Lingji, someone beside him advised, "Young man, this Lingji is really not worth so much money." At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses said to Chang Ming, "My friend, Ganoderma lucidum is really not worth so much money. Although Ganoderma lucidum has a big reputation, but in fact, its medicinal value is really not high. If you want to buy tonic medicines, why don't you buy some wild ginseng?" Seeing so many people say that, the boy slowly lowered his head. Chang Ming said to the people around him, "Thank you all. This Lingji may not be worth much to others, but I just happen to need it. Not to mention 8,000. Even if it's 80,000, I'll still buy it." At those words, the crowd nodded. Someone whispered, "I don't think this young man needs the Lingji. He just wants to help the kid." The boy led Chang Ming towards the other side of the town. On the way, the little boy hesitated for a long time and asked, "Big brother, is this Lingji really not worth so much money? If it is, then the price can be a little less." Chang Ming smiled and patted his head. The little boy had obviously also heard the words of those people just now and thought that Chang Ming really pitied him. But the red-striped Ganoderma was his quest item, not to mention 8,800,000 he would have bought it. "This Lingji of yours isn't quite like ordinary Lingji. I really need it or I wouldn't have bought it." Hearing Chang Ming say this, the little boy put his heart down. Chang Ming followed him to the health center, and when he asked the doctor, the little boy's grandmother was really hospitalized. It's already cost $8,000 in medical bills, and there may be quite a bit more to follow. Without saying a word, Chang Ming directly charged $50,000 into her grandmother's account before leaving Baiyun town. It was 7 o'clock in the evening before he returned to his lodgings. Putting the car downstairs, Chang Ming headed upstairs. However, he ran into a person downstairs, who seemed to have been waiting for Chang Ming, and when he saw this person, Chang Ming's complexion grew cold. "Are you okay?" End of chapter. The man was no other than Old Yang. Old Yang also knew that he didn't have the face to come to see Chang Ming and was embarrassed at the moment, but his unwillingness drove him to come here. For the sake of the medicine, he could only smile and say, "Boss Chang, see if you can continue to sell me medicine." "Can't." Without waiting for him to finish, Chang Ming refused, and then he immediately went upstairs. Chang Ming's dryness caused Old Yang to freeze, but soon he moved a step sideways and blocked in front of Chang Ming again. "Boss Chang, I'm willing to pay $11,000 a bottle." "No, 12,000. How about it?" "Not for sale," Chang Ming still said. Lao Yang's face kept changing, then laughed out. "Boss Chang, you refunded a lot of money to the patients of the patient group some time ago, right? Nowadays, you shouldn't have much money, right? Maybe even in debt. I'm actually doing you a favor by being willing to buy drugs from you again now." In Lao Yang's opinion, Chang Ming must have made a lot of money selling $10,000 a bottle of medicine in the past. Without this business, his financial situation must be in tatters. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. How many youngsters like Chang Ming can accept the fall of class? Old Yang thought that he was about 30 years older than Chang Ming, and had eaten more salt than he had eaten rice, so he was bound to be able to hold this youngster. That's why they say that. Who knows? Chang Ming took out an electronic key from his pocket and pressed it. Headlights came on in the distance. Even from quite a distance, you can still see that Big Ben badge. Lao Yang doesn't know the models of the Big Ben, but he also knows that as long as it is a Big Ben won't be cheap. Since Chang Ming could afford to drive a Big Ben, how could he lack money? He didn't say a word, but his lingo certainly slapped Old Jan in the face. Old Yang's old face was hot. Chang Ming had already gone upstairs. He looked at Chang Ming's back as he went up the stairs. His face kept changing. Remorse, shame, hatred. Day 2. Chang Ming had something to do and went to Inhai Medicine and came home in the evening. When he got back to the front door of his house and pulled out his key to open the door, he actually heard rummaging sounds coming from the house. Chang Ming was taken aback. Thief? Burglary? The person inside seemed to be coming toward the foyer, ready to go out. When his mind raced, Chang Ming hurriedly dodged to the corner of the building. At the same time he took out his cell phone and started to record, wanting to take a picture of the looks of this outlaw. He had only just ducked when the man came out of it. It was a thin man with a mask and a slight hunch in his back who didn't look like he was moving well. Chang Ming observed and realized that he was empty-handed and didn't have any sharp weapons, so he rushed out from the corner with an arrow step. The man was startled and reacted by trying to run down the stairs, but was pushed down by Chang Ming. The reactionary force coming from his hand was much smaller than expected, as if the man had been pushed back with a gentle shove. Chang Ming was a bit strange. He was carrying a disease, and his strength itself was not great, but this man's strength seemed to be even less than his. The man lay on the ground wailing. Chang Ming asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing in my house?" The man didn't answer. He just wailed. Chang Ming felt that he was purposely turning his back to himself, and his heart was instantly alerted as he immediately kicked him over and ripped off his mask, revealing his face. "Yonder? Yonder is old Yang." Chang Ming wavered. Just now he felt that this person's figure looked a bit familiar, and it was old Yang. "He's here to steal the medicine." Seeing that his identity was revealed, old Yang stopped pretending. He got up from the ground and begged Chang Ming, "Boss Chang, I'm also desperate, so please don't call the police." Without saying a word, Chang Ming took out his cell phone and was about to call the police. Lao Yang saw this and directly knelt down and pulled Chang Ming's hand to prevent him from making a phone call. Boss Chang, please let me go. I'm desperate. I didn't touch anything. I just want to get some medicine. Let go." Chang Ming shook off his hand and laughed coldly. "When you called the police to arrest me, why don't you see you let me go? I was also larded up at that time. I was cheated by the people of the dog ************* Huaming medicine. Who knows that after they finished using us they kicked us patients away, not caring about our deaths. Boss Chang, only you can save me now." After saying that, Lao Yang pounced over to hug Chang Ming's thigh. Chang Ming kicked him away and dialed the police. 10 minutes later, the police came, or acquaintances. It is the last case Lu Changrong Lu team and his assistant. Lu Changrong he looked at Chang Ming and asked, "Did you call the police?" "Yes." Chang Ming nodded. "What's going on?" "When I came home, I found the door had been broken into, and this man was going through my house, and I videotaped it, and there were cameras in the house." As soon as Lu Changrong heard this, and then looked at the old man sitting on the ground, he knew that this was a burglary case with a clear vein and solid evidence. After viewing the scene, both parties were brought back to the station. When recording the statement, Lu Changrong looked at Lao Yang and said, "You look a little familiar. Say, what were you doing breaking into someone's house?" "Stealing." Old Yang is in the station and doesn't dare to lie. "Stealing at your age? Stealing what?" "Stealing drugs." Speaking of medicine, Lu Changrong remembered at once. "You're one of the people who came to call the police on Chang Ming last time, aren't you?" "Yes." Lao Yang lowered his head. "Steal what medicine?" "It's Boss Chang's homemade kind of medicine." Lu Changrong didn't understand anymore. "No, didn't you guys say that it was a fake drug? And now you're stealing it from people's homes by yourselves? Are you sick? You're going to call the police and say they're selling fake drugs, and then you're going to steal drugs from their homes?" Lao Yang lowered his head and didn't know what to say. Lu Changrong looked at Chang Ming next to him, hoping to get an explanation. Chang Ming shrugged. "I'm not sure why he's like this. Lu team, I really don't sell that kind of medicine now, and I don't have that kind of medicine at home. It was all taken away by your police force last time. In fact, there are still, but the process is clearly hidden." Lao Yang did not find. At that moment Lao Yang suddenly turned his head and begged for Officer Lu. "Officer, ask Boss Chang to sell me some more medicine. I'm really desperate. Without that medicine, I'll die." "Officers, you're police officers, you can't just see death, can you?" After saying this, Lao Yang made a gesture to kneel down. Lu Changrong's face sank. What's that supposed to mean? Is this about getting in front of the police? Or even getting them to help him buy fake drugs? "Do you think the police station is your home?" Do what? "A statement is being taken now," Lu Changrong said in a deep voice. That old Yang was immediately collected by this drink, but still said, "Officer, Boss Chang's medicine is real and effective. It is not a fake medicine. Please let Boss Chang sell the medicine to me. At first you people balked at it being a fake drug, but now you're saying it's not a fake drug. Playing us?" A hint of displeasure flashed within Lu Changrong, but he probably saw it too. This Chang Ming was most likely a barefoot doctor, and such barefoot doctors often had several prescriptions passed down from their ancestors. Although such barefoot doctors did not have a license to practice medicine, their local prescriptions often worked wonders when targeting a certain disease. The so-called Chang Ming's medicine should be such an earthy remedy. After a pause, he said, "The court has already ruled. The charge has been established. That kind of medicine has been characterized as fake. This can't be changed." The old Yang who heard the words was indescribably bitter in his heart. He very much regretted that he had reported to the police together with Lao Jin, and now he was considered to have tasted the taste of self-inflicted suffering. End of chapter. "But, officer, that really wasn't a fake drug." Old Yang was paralyzed and full of despair. Not even the police were willing to take his side. Lu Changrong said he couldn't help. Now that you know it's not fake, why did you call the police to arrest them? In fact, for the police, the barefoot doctor and the Earth's prescription, although illegal, did not cause a major accident is not to be sentenced to imprisonment. However, Chang Ming's single case is heavy in that it is characterized as a fake drug case and involves a large amount of money, which is a bit serious. In Lu Changrong's opinion, Lao Yang, this person is also considered to be self-inflicted, knowing that Chang Ming's medicine is effective, but still want to call the police to arrest him. So enmity is now in this situation is retribution. Old Yang is really desperate. He never thought he would end up in this situation. Is this really how his life is going to end? At the thought of this, Old Yang was resigned. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Officer Lu, ask Boss Cheng to give me the medicine, or else I'll die headfirst at the police station." After saying that, he looked at Chang Ming conspiratorially. The expression seems to say, "I can't handle you. I'll let the police do it." "Officer Lu, you don't want old man me to die here and make your police department famous, do you?" Lu Changrong froze for a moment, then realized this old man was threatening him. "No, you have a grudge against Chang Ming. You go straight to Chang Ming. What kind of brainwave is it to threaten the police?" But he realized that this was more complicated than he thought, and the old man didn't look like he was any good, so it would be quite a problem if it went online. If the old man's relatives whitewash it and the rumors spread, the police department won't be able to handle it. Lu Changrong glanced at Chang Ming, as if asking for Chang Ming's wishes. The meaning is self-evident. Chang Ming understood that Lu Changrong was hoping that he would give the medicine to Lao Yang. After all, now that it had been said and done, and he already knew that the medicine wasn't fake, their police department could turn a blind eye. But Chang Ming was adamant. "Captain Lu, I'm on probation. If I sell that drug again, won't I really go in? There's no way I'm going to sell fake drugs again." Upon hearing this, Lu Changrong said to Old Yang with a straight face, "It is illegal to buy and sell counterfeit medicines. You'd better go to the hospital to receive treatment." "You!" Lao Yang broke his defense, and his previous pitiful gesture instantly disappeared, staring hatefully at Chang Ming. "I didn't expect Chang Ming to be greasy, not even giving face to the police. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood." Finished taking statements, Lao Yang was fined 15 days detention. Lu Changrong apologized and said to Chang Ming, "Mr. Chang, although Yang De broke into the residence, he did not cause any damage to any property, nor did he steal any property, where the sentence will not be very heavy. He can only be detained for 15 days, and even because he's a patient, he's on medical parole." So, Chang Ming said it didn't matter. He's just following the procedure. It's not his turn to say what the penalty should be. "By the way, Mr. Chang, Yang De is such a bad character. You have to be careful that he will retaliate against you." Chang Ming shook his head. He wouldn't dare. Chang Ming is considered to see through this old man, is only a selfish and bold-hearted villain, the only person in the world who can save Yang De's old life. This old man who was afraid of death surely does not dare to be unfavorable to him, unless he himself does not want to live. This old man knew this very well, so even if he wanted to take revenge on Chang Ming, he didn't dare to do it. "By the way, Mr. Chang, there's a question I'm curious about. You ask, that medicine of yours, can it really suppress cancer?" Lu Changrong asked. "Of course," Chang Ming replied. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Lu Changrong still felt a bit shocked when he heard this answer from Chang Ming's mouth. In the past, he would never have believed such a thing, but from the price of that medicine, Lao Yang's begging for medicine, all the signs indicated that Chang Ming should not have lied. After a rather long pause, Lu Changrong suggested, "Mr. Chang, since the medicine is real and effective, why don't you cooperate with pharmaceutical companies to legalize your medicine to save more patients?" "I'm already doing that," Chang Ming said. At those words Lu Changrong put his heart down. An effective drug for cancer. If it could be marketed, it would be a blessing for all the people. He walked Chang Ming to the door of the police station. Suddenly, Lu Changrong saluted towards Chang Ming. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chang." Chang Ming also froze for a moment, then reacted that Lu Changrong should be apologizing for arresting him earlier. "Now that I know that Chang Ming's medicine is not fake, I have a guilty conscience." Chang Ming was very spontaneous. "Captain Lu doesn't need to think too much. You're just fulfilling your duties." Lu Changrong's prediction was not wrong. Day 2. Yang Jun, the son of Lao Yang, came to the police station, and after doing the bail out of the hand, Yang Jun met Lao Yang. When Lao Yang was brought out, he didn't even know how to face his son. It's a bit embarrassing to have your own son fishing for you at the police station at your age. "Dad, why did you go to someone's house and steal?" "Hey!" Yang Jun wanted to say something, after which he led Lao Yang out of the police station. Lao Yang knew that he was in the wrong, and in the face of his son's complaints, he did not say much. When the two of them walked outside, Yang Jun suddenly felt that there was no one behind him, and he looked back and realized that Lao Yang was quite far behind. Get in the car and go home. Lao Yang hesitated. It's not that he doesn't want to go home, it's just that when he goes back like this, he's bound to be met with blank stares and even verbal abuse from his own daughter-in-law again. He's not too keen on going back. You go back first. I'll get some air outside, Old Yang said. Yang Jun froze. He always thought his father had been acting strange lately, stealing from someone's house for no reason. And what's the point of going to get some air in the middle of the day when everyone is holed up in their homes blowing the air conditioner? Don't worry, it's just a casual walk. Just go back and I promise I won't get you in trouble again. As if he could see his son's concern, Old Yang added, okay. Only then did Yang Jun feel relieved to leave. Lao Yang walked aimlessly forward. He didn't know which way to go, he just didn't want to go back. It's a coincidence. As he walked, he actually came to the main street across from Huaming Medicine. It turns out that Huaming Medicine is in the neighborhood of the police station. Lao Yang gritted his teeth and hated his heart when he remembered being given up. But Huaming Pharmaceuticals was a behemoth, and he couldn't do much as a bad old man, so he could only curse the group in secret. As he passed the gates of Huaming Medicine, a man walked through them. Seeing that silhouette, Old Yang froze. That's Old Kim? What's he doing in Huaming Medicine? These patients are no longer experimental subjects of Huaming Pharmaceuticals. It is reasonable to say that they have nothing to do with Huaming Pharmaceuticals at all. And Lao Yang saw that when Lao Jin walked into Huaming Medicine, he seemed to be looking forward and backward, as if he was afraid that others would find out. Old Yang always felt that something was wrong. End of chapter. What's Lao Jin doing in Huaming Pharmaceutical Group? Lao Yang felt that Lao Jin was bound to be hiding something from everyone, and he always felt that he had to get to the bottom of this. So he decided to go into Huaming Medicine to check it out. But how do I get in? There are 2 security guards at the front door of Huaming and a receptionist on the first floor. I used to be able to go in openly when I came here to take my medication. But how do I get in now? Lao Yang struggled to think of a solution. Suddenly a bright light flashed. No! Even though he was no longer an experiment now, these security guards and receptionists didn't necessarily know about it. Did they? As long as you go in like you normally do, they shouldn't stop you? With that thought, Lao Yang slowly walked towards the gate. You came over to try the drugs again? The doorman asked as Lao Yang approached the gate. Yeah, Lao Yang replied without moving. Remember to register. The doorman dropped the sentence and stopped caring about Old Yang, going to the side to swipe his cell phone. Old Yang was inwardly delighted and pretended to write on the register for a while before heading inside. When I got to the front desk, the receptionist beauty asked, "What are you doing here?" Lao Yang replied, "I came with Lao Jin. Mr. Chen is looking for us." "Up you go then." Lao Yang managed to muddle through. He took the elevator to the 16th floor, the floor where Chen Dongji's office was located. The floor of the office area of Huaming Pharmaceuticals is silver gray, and the walls of the office are all made of glass. With a sense of technology, it also greatly facilitated Old Jan's peeping. He came to the front of Chen Dongji's office and looked in, and he saw that Lao Jin was inside the office. Lao Jin is really something. He seemed to be chatting with Chen Dongji about something. It was too far away to hear their conversation, and Lao Yang didn't dare to get too close or risk being discovered. But after chatting for a while, Chen Dongji took out a small transparent bag containing pills from a drawer and put it on the table, and Lao Jin smiled with him and put the pills away. "That's potent medicine." Old Jan was taken aback. "Has been taking medicine for a long time?" Lao Yang naturally will not recognize the wrong kind of pills. That is, Huaming Pharmaceuticals' production of special drugs, and so on. Why did Dongji-chun give Lao Jin the pills? Didn't Lao Jin tell the group that Huaming Medicine would no longer provide drugs to them people? Why did you single out Senior Kim? Old Yang shuddered as he thought of something. Old Kim. Old Jan clenched his fists, knuckles white. He never thought that this Old Jin fellow would betray the group. He told the group that Huaming Medicine didn't give the drug, when in fact Huaming did, only to him alone. The price, which you don't have to think about to guess, is for Lao Jin to spare no effort to appease his group members so that they don't expose the deeds of Huaming Pharmaceuticals. Good old Kim. Lao Yang was about to rush into the office to have a theory with them, but suddenly thought of something and held back hard. By this time, Lao Jin and Chen Dongji had finished talking and were coming outside. Lao Jin quickly left in a hurry. Outside the gates of Huaming Medicine, Old King Kong hadn't walked out far when he was suddenly startled by a heavy tap on his back. Once he turned around, he was startled even more after seeing the visitor. Old Yang? Why are you here?" Without answering his question, Lao Yang asked instead, "And why are you here?" I just happened to pass by the neighborhood." "Ha ha, what a coincidence." Old Jin laughed dryly twice. "Guess what I believe?" Well, without waiting for Lao Jin to make up a lie, Lao Yang simply put the captured video in front of him. Old Jin, how dare you betray us? Lao Jin's face kept changing as he saw that video, and he knew that what he feared had become a reality, and that his betrayal was known to his fellow patients. Lao Yang. Let me explain. Lao Yang made a please posture, but also his expression seemed to say, make up. You make up, I'll see what you can make up. Lao Jin didn't end up making anything up. In the end, it simply didn't fit. Lao Yang, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Surely you're going to make demands of me even if you show me the video? Tell me, what is required that you won't post the video to the patient group? Old Jan laughed. Old Jin was indeed very uptight, and it did occur to him just now that he could make use of this matter to make demands with Old Jin. You call Mr. Chen and ask him to give me medicine too. Don't want to fight? Lao Yang made a gesture to send a video. Good. Lao Jin only agreed. He dialed the phone and put it on speakerphone. The phone was quickly connected, and Chen Dongji's voice came from the other end. Only Chen's tone contained a slightly impatient tone. What is it? Mr. Chen, it's been discovered that you gave me the drug. Who? It's Old Yang. He asked for a copy of the same medicine. You see, Lao Jin's voice revealed some apprehension. After all, he actually couldn't fathom this Mr. Chen's thoughts, but he felt that Mr. Chen would agree. After all, one drug or two drugs should make little difference to Chen Dongji. Who knew that Chen Dongji's voice on the phone carried some anger and disdain? Who are you to negotiate with me? Get lost. With that, he hung up. Hanging up? Such a reply was not expected by Lao Jin, and he could not help but stare, but then reacted to the fact that it was himself, not the rest of the patient group, who had the recording. Dongji Chen may have given himself a share of the drug because of the recording, but why should someone who didn't record it do the same, even if they, the patients, intend to expose Huaming medicine? What can they expose? The experimental procedures of Huaming Pharmaceuticals are strictly speaking unproblematic and completely legal and compliant. Chen Dongji wasn't afraid of them at all. Doing so, in the end, the only one whose name and reputation will be torn apart is just him. Lao Jin. Lao Jin smiled bitterly. Even if he were to lose his reputation, he would never release the recordings. He still needs the medication given by Chen Dongji to sustain his life. Sure enough, Old Yang cursed **** after staying for a moment. He sent that time vision to the patient group directly in front of Lao Jin, then turned away. Lao Jin didn't even have time to try and stop it. He hurriedly took his own cell phone and opened the Wilson patient group. The video has only just been posted and already a lot of people have seen it. The group of patients immediately realized that they were being sold, and one by one, they were spouting off at the mouth of the group. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Vehicles? Grass. No wonder he told us not long after he went up that day that Huaming Pharmaceuticals wouldn't give us the medicine. So it's a long time ago that he colluded. No wonder this old thing has been advising everyone not to be impulsive and not to target Huaming Pharmaceuticals. It turns out that it has been Huaming's dog for a long time? Groove. This old thing must not die. Don't let me see you again, or I'll cripple you. Lao Jin saw the words of the group of friends, and knew that he could no longer be the group leader, and did not even dare to stay in this group any longer, and hastily withdrew from the group and ran away. End of chapter. Patient group gathering. Dozens of patients gathered once again in this dimly lit house. Only one old man was missing, Lao Jin. The house was quiet. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, and everyone didn't seem to be in a good mood. But anyone who finds out they've been backstabbed and lied to won't be in a good mood, right? There's another reason. What do they do next? Someone weakly suggested. Why don't we find Cheng Ming to buy medicine again? Most of the people here, many of them have just found out they have the disease and are taking Cheng Ming's medication, not even realizing the seriousness of the matter and not knowing the horror of liver cancer. They only panicked when the medication was stopped and the condition began to get out of control. It was only now that they realized how lucky they were to have Cheng Ming's medicine to take. The crowd didn't say anything, and seemed to agree with the patient's proposal. Old Yang, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, however, said, "There's no need to look for Cheng Ming. It's useless even if you do." Why? The patient wondered. Lao Yang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Should he tell them that he had already gone to find Cheng Ming? Wouldn't that be the same as telling them that he, Lao Yang, had actually wanted to break away from the team a long time ago, and that he himself had abandoned them to embrace Cheng Ming first? I'm afraid I'll be looked down upon by all the patients. As long as we sincerely apologize to him, he will surely forgive us, right? Besides, there are so many of us. Wouldn't he have a bad conscience if he saw us die? Old Yang sniffed with disdain. A troubled conscience? When Cheng Ming saved you, how come you didn't have a bad conscience when you called the police to arrest him? Lao Yang was about to say something. At this time, one of the patients weakly said, "In fact, 2 days ago. I already went to look for Process Ming. He ignored me. I kneeled down and begged him. But it's useless. Old Jan was surprised. Surprisingly, there were people like him who had already gone to Changming. This was just right. No need for him to say it. Everyone could understand that Changming would not help them. But that would obviously not be everyone's focus as they whispered. What's wrong with Changming? So cruel. Is he going to watch us all die? If you have the ability to do something, but you don't want to see it happen, don't you have any fear of retribution? I can't bear to give up the lives of even dozens of cats and dogs, let alone living human beings. Another sicko comes out to remind the sickos who are being morally abducted that Changming seems to still be on probation. If he's reported for selling this drug again, he should really go to jail. The words made all the patients stare. They seem to have just remembered that it is they themselves who have created the situation today. But the patients just froze and didn't reflect on what they had done and were still complaining. It's not like we can't carry on. Why would we report him when he can save our lives? The big deal is that everyone just sells their drugs in this group of patients and just keep it quiet. That's right. It's not like it's not negotiable. I'll admit it even if the price goes up. With that said, the crowd of patients fell silent again, because they also realized that it was useless to talk about this here, and they didn't seem to have any way to convince Changming to sell the medicine again. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, Huaming Pharmaceuticals has sent out a fight sound. A preview of their special effect medicine on the market." The crowd rushed to turn on their fighting voices. Sure enough, I saw the teaser posted on the official Huaming Medicine account. Good news, Huaming Medicine's liver cancer special drug has been basically developed successfully. The drug can effectively inhibit the activity of liver cancer cells and slow down the growth of liver cancer cells. The factory is now in full swing to step up production, and will be officially launched in 7 days. This is a graphic message. Right in the center is a picture of the medicine bottle, which has been labeled with the Huaming Pharmaceuticals label, and in the lower right corner of the picture shows the price of the medicine. Price, 18,000 Dragon Kingdom dollars a bottle. After the graphic video was posted, the response was pretty big, with hundreds of comments already underneath. Really? It's going public so soon? I was thinking a month ago when I said there was progress in the research that it would take 1 or 2 more years for this special drug to hit the market, but I didn't expect it to hit the market in just 1 month. Awesome. Even developed a special medicine for liver cancer. This company is afraid to win the Nobel Prize, right? It's possible. If it's true, Huaming medicine is considered to have benefited the world. Dozens of patients were outraged when they saw the video, not because of Huaming medicine's hypocrisy and moralizing, but because of that selling price on the picture, 18,000 Longboa dollars. Asterisk. 18,000? Huaming medicine is also too black-hearted, isn't it? This is damn near double Changming's price. And the medicine is not as effective as Changming's. Doggone Huaming medicine. He really doesn't treat us patients like human beings. The patients blew up. In addition to the price, it is surprising that such a shady business as Huaming Pharmaceuticals can still be praised by netizens on the internet. For the benefit of the world? At first, Lao Jin had told them, the patients, that as long as the samples were given to Huaming to be studied out, the cost could definitely be lowered, and it would definitely be cheaper than what Changming was selling. That's why these patients agreed to call the police. As a result, they actually want to sell 18,000 a bottle. The patients were very stifled. After being backstabbed by Old Gold, they are now being backstabbed by Huaming medicine. Incredibly difficult. At the same time, they regretted that they should not have chosen to believe in Huaming medicine and Lao Jin, and as a result, they are now in a desperate situation. Asterisk. I'm not happy, a young patient said, picking up his cell phone and frantically typing furiously on Dujang. Asterisk. Huaming medicine. Huaming medicine is drug company. A bottle of medicine sells for 18,000. Why don't you go and rob? A bunch of robbers. Hypocrites. Scum. This reply was posted and many people came to mob him. Brainless jet? The drug company that developed the cancer drug also sprayed? You jerksnakes only know that drugs are expensive. Why don't you ask others about their costs? How much money others have invested in R&D? You just know how to move your fingers on the internet to spray people. Why don't you research your own special medicine to benefit the world? You're a water army hired by a competitor of Huaming Pharmaceuticals, aren't you? You can't compete with your competitors, so you resort to this kind of tactics? Seeing so many people still speak for such a black-hearted enterprise as Huaming Pharmaceuticals, this young patient is very suffocating. Asterisk. How are these people black and white? You're a ing sailor. Your whole family is a sailor. This young patient quickly said to all the patients. Damn it, Huaming Pharmaceuticals won't give us medicine. What are we still polite with them for? Let's go to doing together to expose their bad behavior. On hearing this, the patients acted. Some older will not play jitterbug. The phone to the side of the patients. Dozens of patients flocked to the official account of Huaming Medicine doing this video under the comments. Huaming Medicine is a black-hearted enterprise. Woman's Chen Dongji is a hypocritical villain. I was a participant in Huaming's human trials. That Chen Dongji obviously promised us medicine, but in the end, he abandoned us drug testers. He is a scum who does not honor his word. This liver cancer special drug wasn't even developed by Huaming Pharmaceuticals, but Huaming copied someone else's drug, taking other people's achievements as their own. Huaming Medicine has no bottom line. A person spraying Huaming mostly can't stir up half a splash, but with so many people scolding Huaming at the same time, netizens have to take it with a grain of salt. What's the situation? Why are so many people spraying Huaming? It's not possible that these are all waterbenders, is it? Most likely. Seeing that Huaming Pharmaceuticals has researched a special drug for liver cancer and is about to take off, so it's being targeted by its competitors? But, I've looked at these accounts that spewed Huaming Pharmaceuticals, and the works they posted are all anti-cancer routines. It seems like, hey, it's full of cancer patients. Feelings of an inside job. The patients were very pleased to see the change in the wind of the comments section. But just then, a patient exclaimed, Huaming Medicine deleted the video. End of chapter. Those Huaming pharmaceutical stuffs are so chicken thief. Seeing the situation out of control, they actually deleted the video. The patients were surprised that Huaming Medicine was able to delete the video so decisively before the situation got out of control. But the crowd of patients were quite happy to have Huaming Medicine suffer. Happily, it goes back to the previous question. Where do they go from here now? Do we really have to go home and die? It definitely won't work with Huaming Medicine. And we just offended them. So now we can only think of ways to get medicine from Chengming. Someone said. The main reason is that the so-called special medicine of Huaming Medicine. Everyone here has taken it. And we all know very well how effective it is. Despite Huaming's bluster, it doesn't actually work. Only Chengming's medicine is truly effective. The crowd nodded silently. But the problem is, how can they make Chengming forgive them when they backstabbed him? The patients pondered carefully. The young patient's spirits lifted and he seemed to think of something good. Maybe we can harness the power of the web. The crowd wondered, how can we harness the power of the internet? Just like just now, as long as all of us are united. Didn't the tens of billions of dollars market capitalization of Huaming Pharmaceuticals finally wimp out? The young patient asked rhetorically. Everyone's eyes lit up as they realized what the young patient was trying to do. They are a group of liver cancer patients who are naturally able to win the sympathy of netizens. Chengming is not willing to give the medicine, so he exposes it to the internet and uses the pressure of the internet fish theory to force Chengming to agree to supply the medicine to them. When the time came for Diyun to post, if Chengming didn't say yes, all the netizens on the internet would put pressure on him. The more the people discussed the matter, the more they felt that this plan was feasible. So everyone agreed to the plan. What is Chengming's job? Someone asked. Everyone looked at each other. Apparently no one knew. If we can find out what he does for a living, when the time comes and he doesn't say yes, we'll go to his workplace and make a scene. The patients said. The crowd immediately cast appreciative glances at him. So now the priority is to see what Chengming does for a living. Old Yang said. Lao Jin has withdrawn from the group. And now the group of patients is vaguely led by Lao Yang, who points out two patients. How about you guys go investigate this? Good. No problem. Old Chang is awesome. That's awesome. You gave me that drug. I was wondering if this stuff wouldn't work, but it turns out that the old man just ate it and stopped coughing. He even said it was very comfortable. You're awesome. Is there any more of this medicine? Get me a couple more bottles. No. Make it 10. About how much does it cost? I'll give you the money. As soon as the phone was connected, Xia Wensheng kept talking like a machine gun, and Chengming didn't have a chance to interrupt even if he wanted to. There's more medicine. Forget the money. Alright then. Let me know when the medicine is ready and I'll go get it. Good. The two of them had never been able to separate too much between them. Not to mention that Xia Wensheng thought that these medicines shouldn't be worth a few dollars. Chengming smiled and hung up the phone. It seems that this lung cancer inhibitor works very well, which is good news. Liver cancer is not quite the same as lung cancer in that the symptoms of liver cancer are sometimes not obvious and most of the time it behaves like the symptoms of a digestive disorder. Things like abdominal pain, diarrhea, fever, vomiting, and the like. This symptom is not continuous most of the time. Therefore, after liver cancer patients have taken the potent drug, the effect of the drug is not very obvious. Lung cancer is different. Cough, chest tightness or even coughing up blood, such symptoms last for a long time. Most of them may have the symptomatic state when taking medication, And patients can obviously feel the difference between before and after taking medication. Inside Chang Ming's room, only then did he hang up the phone, and the system beeped. Ding! Your new mission. Mission 2 at 1 p.m. There is a 30-year-old wild ginseng for sale at the Runhatang Pharmacy Wuwa store in the Western District. Please buy the wild ginseng from the host. Rewarding mission points of 5. Note, wild ginseng is the king of medicinal herbs. The longer the year, the more precious. 30 years of wild ginseng can be encountered but not to be sought. Another procurement task. But this time, the mission was located in Haichang, which was much easier than last time. Chang Ming immediately rushed to the West City District, and sure enough, he found wild ginseng in that pharmacy. The wild ginseng still looks fresh, so the store owner should have received it from someone else. The store owner asked Chang Ming for $200,000. It looked like quite a large sum of money, but this 200,000 could give Chang Ming a change back to the 5 consecutive draws, returning his capital or even making a blood profit in minutes. After completing the mission this time, Chang Ming's mission points accumulated to 10. It's time to draw in 10 straights again. He rushed back to his home at a rapid pace, and then communicated with his mind to the system and started the lottery. You get 250,000 in cash. No more, no less. The first draw made the cost of the 2 drug buying missions right back. You get 1,000 grams of gold. You get $120,000 in cash. You get 30,000 in cash. You get a Porsche 911. Seeing that he had drawn the car again, Chang Ming spat out. He wasn't going to go and punch his ex-girlfriend in the face again. Was he? Intentions sunk into the awards received were answered. Vehicles have been placed in the Imperial Auto City, number 156 Bailey Road. Please bring your documents to pick up your vehicle as soon as possible. Fortunately, no. Chang Ming had long been tired of looking at Bai Rulin's face. Continue the raffle. You get one of the latest Warwick cell phones. You get $840,000 in cash. You get $450,000 in cash. You get a Rangoon U8. Another limo out. Pharmaceutical system. Why the probability of car so high? Chang Ming did not understand. You are a pharmaceutical system or pumping system? However, Process Ming was actually quite happy. 4 guys, luxury cars are big toys, and even if they don't usually play with them, some have a hobby of collecting them. Last draw. Chang Ming thought it would mostly be cash. It turned out that there was actually a reward that Chang Ming hadn't received. You gain master driving skills. Without waiting for Chang Ming to be too surprised, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind, which caused his head to swell slightly. After a while, Chang Ming slowly adapted. At the same time, he felt a qualitative leap in his driving hold. It turned out that Chang Ming also knew how to drive, but that was just knowing how to drive. Now Chang Ming could drift, turn in place, violently dump. In short, all the driving skills were already in Chang Ming's brain. Epic evolution of driving skills. The first time he received a skill-based reward, Chang Ming was reveling in the novelty of it. Suddenly the phone rings. It's Gerber Man calling. Boss, the drug samples are running out. Okay, I'll send it to you now. After packing up the cell phone on the desktop with the gold, Chang Ming went downstairs, drove, and made a beautiful reverse out of the garage. The white Maybach then rushed outside the neighborhood. The car drove a few streets, and Chang Ming saw in the rearview mirror that a Honda behind him had been following him. Chang Ming was alarmed. Could it be an illusion? In order to verify this, Chang Ming deliberately turned a few corners, only to find that the other party had been following behind. Someone's following him. End of chapter. Who would follow him? Chang Ming thought carefully, not having much of a clue. He had never offended anyone else, and if he did, only Bai Rulin, or Old Yang, who he had rejected, had that possibility. However, Chang Ming felt that if these 2 people really wanted to disadvantage themselves, there was no need to follow them. Being followed for the first time, Chang Ming was slightly nervous, but he forced himself to calm down. Then without moving, he deviated from his original route and drove into the city's fast ring. The Honda did follow suit. Chang Ming skillfully accelerated, shifted gears, the million-level luxury car engine roared. The cars on the road have to avoid Fast Ring Road in a moment of some confusion. But in the midst of all this chaos, a Wambach passed many vehicles quickly. Rear Honda Center. The 2 men in the main passenger seat cursed in shocked fury. Asterisk. So fast. It's too bullying, isn't it too? It should be pretty easy to follow another car in a city drive. The roads are so full of cars and traffic that you can't drive fast at all. It turns out that when they were on the normal roads in the city, they were following them fine, which knows that as soon as he got on the fast ring, that Maybach pulled away in the blink of an eye as if it had been doped up. They have the intention to chase, but no matter whether it is hardware or software, They are far away from that Maybach. Before long you can't even see the taillights. Grr. The driver slapped the steering wheel. Forget it, that guy's car skills are too strong to catch up. Let's go. Chang Ming felt the feeling of being spied on disappear, which led him to get off the fast ring. This is a credit to the master driving technique that I just acquired. While excited, Chang Ming was puzzled. Could it be that some thugs are onto it? With all the car lifting and factory work he's been doing lately, it's not out of the question for him to be targeted by some unsuspecting thugs. Chang Ming recalls a real-life incident, the disappearing couple, in which a couple was killed by thugs who invaded their home because they lived too far away, and no one found them for a long time. A wealthy loner like Chang Ming is an easy target for these outlaws. Looks like it's time for a new place to stay. Chang Ming has wanted to change houses for a long time. Now that neighborhood, it's old and dilapidated. It's not good, and it's not safe. He also has a few $1 million in savings in his account right now, and he doesn't have any spending money on projects these days, so it's just the right time to buy a house. So it was said and done. After sending the drugs to the lab and coming out, Chang Ming drove and turned into an upscale property sales department not far away. The white Maybach parked in front of the sales department gate, and the sales door inside greeted them warmly. Is the gentleman looking for a room? Are there any hardcover existing homes? The kind you can move into turnkey? Yes. Huang Weihang and Lu Hao drove back to the patient's quarters. At this time, only old Yang and the glasses man were present in the compound. The middle-aged glasses man was called Gao Zhiqing, the one who came up with the idea of utilizing the power of Feng Luo fish theory to force Chang Ming to give the medicine. One look at Huang Weihang and Lao Hao's drooping heads. Lao Yang and Gao Zhiqing knew what was probably going on. So Chang Ming is hiding at home again and not going out? He did go out today, but his car was too fast and we lost him. Gao Zhiqing looked at the duo with contempt. Forget it. After squatting him in his neighborhood for so many days, he's been at home, mostly out of work. Gao Zhiqing said. How does that work? Where's the deal to go to his workplace? How can a hobo do that? Even if there isn't one, why don't we just get started? Old Yang said. Several people in the room nodded. So they began to make fighting sounds. The drug dealers are seeing us die, and they're actually going to watch us die. You're so cold-blooded. You obviously have medicine in your hand. Why don't you want to save us? Please give us a way out. Can't I just kneel down for you? Don't say 10,000 for a bottle of medicine. Even if it's 12,000 or 15,000, I'll accept it. I just beg you to give me hope to live. Gao Shicheng, a middle-aged man with glasses, is a self-publisher in his line of work, so he is familiar with that online set. These doo-wop texts were carefully selected by him. It may seem like a no-brainer, but it's also the kind of copy that attracts the most traffic, and cancer patients are naturally prone to attracting sympathetic internet users, coupled with the video they had secretly filmed earlier, in which the patient knelt down to Chang Ming and begged for medicine. It was a gimmick that instantly attracted the attention of many netizens. They even paid to heat up the video so that more netizens could see it. A single individual posting it might not have made much of a splash, but everyone in the patient group ran around and almost at the same time. Everyone posted a similar video. The heat rubbed off on me for a second. Many netizens were curious and asked in the comments section, what's going on here? What's the point of saving your life? The account author then replies below, I am a cancer patient, and this drug dealer named Chang Ming has a special drug, but he is not willing to sell me the drug. Even if I offer 15,000 for a bottle he will not sell it. The unnamed netizen expressed great shock. Is it surprising that a profession like drug peddling still exists in our current society? And a cancer cure? 15,000 a bottle? What a niche term. Why is the drug dealer not selling at such a high price? This drug dealer named Chang Ming doesn't have a hole in his head, does he? Why? Netflix pursued the question. Author's response. I thought the medicine was a bit expensive and had a verbal argument with him. As a result, he is now reluctant to sell the medicine. Even if I kneel down and beg him to do so, I really regret it. If I had agreed with him at that time, would I have sold the medicine? But I'm just an ordinary family. More than 10,000 a bottle of medicine is really expensive. I say a few words cannot? After reading the author's teary reply, netizens thought they understood the whole story. Then one by one, the comments section of the drug dealer called Chang Ming verbally attacked. Asterisk. And people like that? Cold-blooded animals? A living human life? Just because of a little argument? It's just a waste of human life. And is it really normal to pay over $10,000 for a bottle of medicine? The cost of the medicine is definitely not that expensive. Drug regulation doesn't care? Hey, market drug control. That said, a profession like drug peddling isn't legal, is it? Isn't it true that only legal medical institutions and pharmacies can sell drugs now? Haicheng Police. Over $10,000 for a bottle of medicine. And no one is allowed to bargain? It's too overbearing. Isn't this bullying an honest man? In the dimly lit house, the crowd's cell phones kept sending dynamic alerts from Douyin, with a very high amount of likes and replies, most of which were scolding Chang Ming, the drug dealer. Gao Shicheng, Old Yang and the others looked at each other and smiled. It seems to have worked out better than they thought it would. This is the age of the internet. Every aspect of people's lives is inseparable from the internet. Chang Ming he himself may be able to ignore the internet fish theory, but can his loved ones? Can his friends? End of chapter. The masses are powerful. Gao Shicheng, Lao Yang, and the others believed that as long as they made a lot of noise online, Chang Ming would have no choice but to give in. I thought you didn't eat soft things. Then I'll give you a hard time. Launching the power of the network to netstorm Chang Ming, they have no psychological burden, or they have got the drug has nothing to worry about. Morality and law have long been out of their concern. The effect was also surprisingly good beyond the expectations of Gao Jicheng, Lao Yang and the others. As the incident fermented, the heat grew higher and higher, and a large number of netizens in the same city of Haicheng brushed up to the incident. Chang Ming also became an unscrupulous drug dealer overnight. Underneath the videos posted by those patients, it was all clear that the uninformed masses were hurling abuses at Chang Ming. There was even a threat to gank Chang Ming offline and break at least one of his legs. Chang Ming spent a day getting a real estate license. The next day when he went back to his old house to pick up some luggage, he had just returned to his neighborhood and while sitting in his car he heard some older women chatting. That Ching is in trouble again. You know? What? Chang Ming was not interested in the gossip among the Amazons, but he did not expect that the protagonist of the Amazons' gossip would be himself. The hand that was about to open the car door retracted. Something happened to me again? Chang Ming looked down at his hands and feet to confirm that his limbs were sound, and then listened down to what the Amazons had to say. I heard my son say that someone wanted to buy medicine from Chang Ming, and Chang Ming wanted to charge the person $10,000 a bottle. Holy, $10,000 a bottle? Medicine with all ginseng in it isn't that expensive, is it? Isn't this a trap? Aren't you afraid of being sentenced to death? The crowd of Amazons gasped. One of the Amazons was puzzled. That's not right. Didn't you say last time that Chang Ming was selling fake medicine? How come there are still people who want to buy medicine from him? Someone soon answered her question. Didn't the police come and take him away last time? He was released the next day. So it shouldn't be fake medicine. It's not a fake drug but it's also lacking in morality. Who sells drugs for $10,000? That's just it. I didn't realize he was like that. The older woman who had spoken first nodded her head vigorously. There are even more outrageous ones. My son said that when someone wanted to buy medicine from him, just because he complained twice about the medicine being too expensive, he ended up not selling it to them. My son said that the man had a terminal illness and would die if he didn't have medicine. The crowd of Amazons gasped at the words. That bad? Lack of virtue. Doesn't that bother your conscience? Aren't you afraid that those patients will lock up their lives unjustly? After listening for a long time, Chang Ming probably knew what was going on. He took out his cell phone and opened Douyo, opened the same city channel, swiped through a few videos, and sure enough, he saw a graphic video. The first image is of a middle-aged man in his 30s kneeling down to someone. The person standing was Chang Ming. The kneeler was a sick man. Chang Ming remembers him. Gao Shicheng, one of the members of the group of patients who once called the police to arrest him. A few days ago he had come to find himself begging for medicine, and left after being rejected. At that time Chang Ming did not care. I did not think that he would let someone take a photo secretly. It seems that since that time, this Ko Chi-sung has been planning to do this, right? You're going to post things on the internet and coerce him into selling drugs because you can't get the drugs you're begging for? Chang Ming smiled disdainfully. These people were quite tactful, but unfortunately, this trick was of little use to him. Chang Ming has no father, no mother, no siblings, not to mention a family, and no establishment. No affection, has no soft underbelly. Network violence want to hurt him are difficult. Chang Ming was about to get off when the phone rang. It was Wen Yilin. Boss, have you swiped the online ditto yet? Chang Ming froze. Even when Yilin swiped it? Aha. You've taken this drug to sell before? Chang Ming nodded. Yes. If it gets reported as fake medicine, you might be in trouble then. Chang Ming paused and said, I'm on probation right now. Ah, this. When Yilin was embarrassed. My belated advice. Chang Yilin was surprised. She had never thought before that Chang Ming had such a past. In her opinion, Chang Ming was really a bit wrong. The medicine was obviously effective. This point she had heard Gu Boming and Ma Xian in the laboratory say. It turned out to be a surprising sentence. Even if it's a suspended sentence, it's still very wrong. Right. What about those people on the internet? If we don't deal with them properly, I'm afraid it'll have an impact on the launch of our special medicine when the time comes. Chang Ming said. You don't have to worry about it for now. I'll handle this matter. Okay. Hang up the phone. The older women had also walked away. Cheng Ming got out of the car and prepared to go upstairs. That's when a few people approached in the distance. One of them a man holding up a cell phone as if he was live streaming. Walking closer, Cheng Ming recognized the men. Among them walking in the forefront wearing glasses is Gao Zhicheng. Behind holding up a cell phone is Huang Weiheng. Followed by Lao Yang, Lu Hao, all former patients. A good distance away from Cheng Ming, Gao Zhicheng said to the camera, "Families, this is Cheng Ming." At this time, there were 2,000 to 3,000 people in his live room. Not a large number of people, but the amount of pop-ups was quite a lot. Is this Cheng Ming? It's a little different than it looks in the video and photos. Quite handsome. I wonder if you can block my rising dragon fist. I really want to fight him alone. Who'd have thought he'd be a scumbag? Cheng Ming wanted to see what kind of demon these guys wanted to do. So he waited in place for them to come up. In front of many netizens, Ko Chi Chang wanted to present a decent image of emotional stability even when he was being given a hard time. So he pretended to greet him in a conciliatory manner. "Good afternoon, Boss Chang." Cheng Ming laughed. "Not only do you have liver cancer, you also have schizophrenia?" Gao Zhicheng's face stiffened. "What do you mean by that, Boss Chang?" "Literally." Gao Zhicheng's face turned ugly for a moment. "Boss Chang, although we did have some unpleasantness between us, there's no need to make personal attacks the moment we meet, right?" Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens saw this and their anger levels quickly rose. "Is this man sick? Can't you talk properly? How many qualities can one hope for in a scumbag? I'm so beat up. If I had been there, I would have had to clean him up." Next to him, Old Yang also said, "Boss Chang, I really don't know how we've offended you." Cheng Ming laughed and said, "Have you all already posted videos on Douyin to riot against me? Why are you still pretending to be polite? Don't you think it's hypocritical to be so polite when you've had a falling out?" At the words Gao Zhicheng, Old Yang and the others froze for a moment, but they weren't embarrassed. Gao Zhicheng said, "I just wanted to feel aggrieved and vent it out by saying it on Jitterbug. I didn't realize that it just so happened that that video had caught fire." Cheng Ming laughed even louder. "Just right? It just so happens that dozens of your patients all want to do vent on the same day? It just so happens that these dozens of doo-wop sounds are on fire? And then you people just happen to run into each other on the street. Just happen to have your cell phones on live by themselves, and then just happen to film you coming to me?" End of chapter. A series of questions dumbfounded Gao Zhicheng, Lao Yang, several people. Lao Yang could not answer this. They had actually prepared quite a few remarks before coming over, but they hadn't expected Cheng Ming's reaction to be too much sharper than they had imagined. Every time he disliked him, he hit on the core of the issue, leaving several people at a loss for how to retort. Takashi Shing reacted quickly. He said, "We didn't want to bother you. It's just that the netizens didn't believe us and asked us to come to you." "Oh, you're pretty good at dumping." "Surprisingly, it was dumped on Netflix," Cheng Ming said, "then posting my photos and videos online without even a horse in the race. Is that what netizens are asking for?" Several people immediately felt that this Cheng Ming's fighting strength was surprisingly strong. The four of them, with four mouths, could not utter a single word because he disliked them alone. At this point in the live broadcast, their netizens' reaction is also like a withdrawal. Come to the time of the aggressive, came after but do not know how to refute Cheng Ming. Some netizens even felt that what Cheng Ming said was quite reasonable, but netizens were preoccupied and chose to stand up for patients like Gao Zhicheng first. So even if Cheng Ming points out that Gao Zhicheng and the others have borrowed the power of the internet in order to achieve their own goals, they are using them and utilizing the power of the internet fish theory. Obviously realizing that they might have become swords for Gao Zhicheng and the others, they were willing to do so, and even spoke for Gao Zhicheng and the others. This drug dealer is a bit smart-mouthed. Brother Xing did intentionally send it out to draw the public's attention, but it's also true that you drug dealers grass on people's lives. Don't fall for it. The drug dealer is distracting the group. Yes. The problem now is that you don't sell medicine to your patients regardless of their deaths. You're bossy. You kill people. And you can't let others expose you? Patients will die if they don't take their medication. Aren't they still allowed to fight it? Old Yang saw that there was some tension between the two sides. He stepped forward with a good old-fashioned look. "Boss Chang, we came here with sincerity this time, and we say sorry to you for what happened in the past." Lao Yang didn't finish his words when Cheng Ming interrupted him. "Come with sincerity? It's bringing Netstorm, isn't it?" Old Yang's face stiffened, but he continued, "You're a big man. Can you sell us the medicine? The big deal is that we won't bargain with you, even if we raise the price a bit. 12,000, or even 15,000 a bottle is acceptable to us. Just ask for medicine, even if it makes us kneel down and apologize. Boss Chang, please reconsider." Now that hundreds of patients in our group have stopped taking their medication and several have already left, are you going to watch hundreds of us die? Old Yang said, more and more excited, to the back, and even covered his face with his hands, wailing. It's as if it was his favorite family member who died. Chang Ming coldly watched his performance. The viewers in the live broadcast room had their sight blocked by Old Yang's hand and couldn't see his face, but Chang Ming could see clearly that his old face was clean and dry, with not a single tear in it. Poor acting. Looking at Chang Ming made him want to vomit. Finally he couldn't stand to look at it anymore and said, I don't have any medicine to sell you. Get lost. When he finished speaking he turned directly to go upstairs. Gao Zicheng and the others all froze for a moment. Their hearts were furious. But in front of the live broadcast camera, they couldn't forcefully stop them. They could only watch Chang Ming leave. The close-up of the live broadcast was given to Chang Ming's back, and the live broadcast was filled with pop-ups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This man is so wolfish. Just because the price isn't agreed upon, they just won't sell. Disregarding the patient's life. What a cold-blooded animal. Watching that video posted by Xing, I wasn't quite convinced that there were such drug dealers, but I didn't realize it was true. So expensive medicine, this drug dealer must have earned a lot. He even do not earn this money. Afraid of not brain pit? Even if there was a bit of a verbal altercation between the two sides before, now that they have apologized in person, what more do you want? Is it necessary to push someone to the brink of extinction for such a trivial matter? This man is so string. If this were in our Lingnan, let's see if I don't beat him to death. Him. We have to him. Natives of Ocean City are here. Please place an order if you need a dropshipper. After a sound live broadcast, the number of people in Gao Zicheng's live room had risen from 2,000 or 3,000 at the beginning to tens of thousands now. Gao Zicheng leaped inwardly. Seeing that Chang Ming was ignoring them, he took the opportunity to pull a wave of hatred. Families, there's no way around it. We terminally ill patients are like children without a father or a mother. It's frowned upon by family members at home, and we have many patients in our patient group who have even been given up by their families. No one wants to interview with employers. No job, no money for treatment. It's really hard to even go and buy a medicine and have to look at the drug dealer. Is there really no way for us patients to live? I have to say that Gao Zicheng really know how to pull hatred. A wave of victim perspective of the true feelings of confession. The live broadcast of the netizens touched a lot. The netizens' anger towards Chang Ming went to a new level. Some people had even really started to make appointments to gank Chang Ming offline. Seeing this, Gao Zicheng pretended to be a pure and simple Hanyu to persuade the netizen. Thank you very much for the support of the families, but don't be impulsive. Don't do anything illegal or criminal. If you really care about us patients, just click on the attention. Thank you very much. Upon hearing this, the water users again cited Gao Zicheng's kindness. How can people be so different from each other? When people are bullied to the head like this, Brother Xing still doesn't want to hurt the drug dealer. Brother Xing is really kind. Drug dealers be damned. After chatting with the netizens in the live broadcast room for a while longer, Gao Zicheng then got off the live broadcast. He had just looked at it, and it had been live for just over an hour, at which point his Douyin account had risen by more than 10,000 fans, and those 10,000 or so viewers had also swiped close to $10,000 in gifts for him. I made over $10,000 in an hour. How has Gao Zicheng ever seen so much money? He was beaming with joy, and now he was even more eager for the potent medicine. Now, if he gets the special effect medicine again, and has money and can live, won't he go to the peak of his life all of a sudden? A few others weren't as happy as he was, though, this time to find Cheng Ming, Lao Yang, Huang Weiheng, Lu Hao, and a few of them were full of confidence, thinking that through the power of the netizens will certainly be able to put Cheng Ming in his place. Who knew that Cheng Ming didn't eat them at all and rejected them very forcefully? Still haven't gotten the medicine. A few people were a little panicked in their minds. What next? Old Jan asked. Don't be in a hurry. If he doesn't give it for 1 day, then 2 days, 2 days not 3 days, 1 day he won't be able to resist the pressure, Gao Zicheng said. End of chapter. Later that night, someone posted a replay of Takashi City's live broadcast to Doujin. This story has gotten even bigger online. Online originally there are a lot of wait-and-see attitude of the netizens. See the live replay content. See the drug traffickers' bad attitude. Immediately stood on the side of the patients. After all, cancer patients originally very easy to win sympathy. Not to mention Chang Ming, such unreasonable villain. Countless sense of justice of the internet key fairy cannot help it. Key finger unscrupulous drug traffickers Chang Ming. What kind of scumbag drug dealer? Since you don't want to sell medicine, don't even sell it in the future, right? Hai Chang's friends, but if this drug dealer sells another pill in the future, it's a shame for Hai Chang. It's already illegal to sell drugs privately, and this drug dealer is still making a stink after being posted on the internet? Really not afraid to die, but But why do I feel that this drug dealer looks a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Upstairs. You're not looking at him and liking him, are you? What nonsense! How could I possibly like this kind of scum? The internet is full of curses. Reality is not quiet either. At least for Chang Ming it was. Chang Ming had come back to pack for the move. But there were quite a few things that needed to be packed. Clothes and luggage and so on were nothing. Even if all of them were thrown away, he didn't care. What Chang Ming really wanted to move was the herbs in the house. Chang Ming still had a lot of herbs left from his previous liver cancer special medicine, and he had also bought many copies of the lung cancer special medicine, which had just been made twice, and there were still a lot of herbs left. The room and living room had a lot of herbs on the table, in the chairs, in the sacks, and in the refrigerator. The herbs themselves aren't cheap, and it's not the price that matters, but its rarity. Many of the herbs were bought by Chang Ming with great effort, so you can't just throw it away. You have to bring it with you. Different medications are stored in different ways, with most requiring a dry, cool environment and some requiring refrigeration. Extremely cumbersome to deal with. Until the evening, Chang Ming was packing these herbs into boxes. Around 10 o'clock at night, Chang Ming just managed to finish packing all the medicines. He lay down on the couch to rest a little, when suddenly he heard a movement, and seemed to hear the sound of a room striking a glass window. Chang Ming got up and went to his room, and after turning on the light, he saw some clear and yellow sticky substance stained on the glass window. There were some eggshells stuck to the side. Chang Ming realized what had happened in a flash. Someone threw eggs at his window. He rushed over and opened the window, and several figures downstairs fled in all directions at once after seeing the window open. Since it was nighttime and the streetlights in the neighborhood were old, the light wasn't very good. It was hard to see exactly what those were. Chang Ming grabbed his cell phone and went out. Only just opened the door to find 2 wreaths placed on the floor in front of the door at some point. There were also several bags of trash piled up. The door was also spray painted with threatening phrases such as scum, black heart, and death by misdemeanor. Chang Ming's face clouded over for a moment. He realized that he did underestimate the whole internet violence thing a little bit before, and that it really may not have made a difference in his life. But internet mobs will. And Chang Ming didn't expect the impact to come so quickly. That live stream of Gao Zicheng and others came just this afternoon, and by evening these guys were here. Chang Ming chased to the downstairs. The community garden at night is empty. Not a single person. The originator seems to have left the neighborhood. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone and called the police. The police came downstairs 10 minutes later. Surprisingly, it's still an acquaintance. It was the young policeman who followed Captain Lu. Chang Ming took a special look at his ID this time, called Zhou Xiaolu, and there was another young policeman that Chang Ming didn't recognize. Zhou Xiaolu was also surprised to see that the alarmist was Chang Ming, but there was no hint of impatience in his manner. Mr. Chang. Hello again. What is it this time? You're coming upstairs with me. Chang Ming brought Zhou Xiaolu to the entrance of the house in the bedroom room. A few photos and investigations later, Zhou Xiaolu probably understood what had happened. Mr. Chang, we'll be investigating the pranksters later. And as for the insults and slander against you online, we'll also investigate the identities of those IDs as soon as possible. Okay, thanks. Chang Ming promised. However, Chang Ming was not sure if calling the police was useful or not. It was late at night, and there wasn't a lot of light. Even the surveillance couldn't capture much. But at this point he had already decided that he would leave the neighborhood later in the night and move to the house he had just bought in the West End. After everything is taken care of. It was 12 o'clock at night. Chang Ming carried several large bags of luggage onto the Maybach and left the happy neighborhood. Huaming Pharmaceuticals. Inside the luxurious office, Chen Dongji was sitting in his office chair with his eyes closed, recuperating. His exclusive secretary walked in and said something to him while handing him a cell phone. Chen Dongji held his cell phone and watched the video for a while and snorted. I can't believe those patients are quite good at messing with the internet. The secretary is a little concerned. Mr. Chen, what if those patients turn their guns around and use the same approach against Huaming medicine? After all, many among the patients knew that Huaming Pharmaceuticals had gotten Chang Ming's medicine before they had imitated their effective medicine for liver cancer. If this matter is exposed to the public, I am afraid that it will have an impact on the reputation of Huaming medicine. Last time, the official account of Huaming medicine's Douyin was messed with by those patients once. Fortunately, the operation urgently deleted that video at that time, which didn't cause any major impact. Chen Dongji, however, was dismissive. Don't worry, those people don't have any evidence, and talking about it won't have a substantial impact on Huaming. But, there's nothing but, not to mention that we have a professional cyber attack team. We're not quite the same as Chang Ming, the loner. The so-called professional online PR team is actually a nicer way of saying that it has a more colloquial name, the Water Army. The role of the network era of Water Army is very powerful. Guiding the network wind direction is just a piece of cake. The use of good and even the top of the black and white. Like that doo-wop video thing. Even if the PR department hadn't deleted that doo-wop, the subsequent sailors on the scene would have easily solved the problem. Well, Mr. Chen, there's another thing. What is it? I asked a friend within the pharmacy board about a small pharmacy that recently passed a qualification audit. Chen Dongji was slightly dissatisfied. And then? Little Wang, you think I'm idle? What is there about a newly opened pharmaceutical factory that deserves our attention? Mr. Chen. Inside information. The project that small pharmaceutical company is experimenting with is a drug that inhibits the activity of liver cancer cells, the secretary said. Chen Dongji's pupils were slightly ajar. There should be more tonight. The author is desperately trying to update. End of chapter. Day 2. Gao Shicheng, Old Lu, and the others drove a live stream to find Cheng Ming just like yesterday. As a result, there was no response to the long knock on the door, so several people had to give up. The third day, the fourth day, every time I went to knock on the door, I didn't hear back. Gao Shicheng and the others noticed that his door was covered in a thin layer of dust, and had obviously not been opened for several days. The crowd just realized, Cheng Ming shouldn't live in this house anymore. The netizens in Takashi City's livestream tweeted, his car is not there either. Definitely scared. Hiding, right? Must be. Humph, that guy acted pretty tough last time, but I didn't expect him to be such a wimp. You can't just let it go. Netizens began to come up with ideas for the patients. Brothers, in order to punish the cold-blooded drug dealers, all act together to find out where the drug dealers have gone. Especially the brothers from Haichang. Those who have watched the live broadcast know what Cheng Ming looks like. Let's go find him together. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had come to several tens of thousands. Most of them are from the same city. It may seem hard to find someone in a sea of people, but it's not impossible. The watermen were lucky. Soon enough, someone actually sent a message on the air. I saw a man who looked like him in the Tianjin Industrial Park in Xiqing District when I was at work today. I don't know if it was, and I took a picture of it. I'll send it to the work, so we can all look at it together. The waterbenders rushed to click into this waterbender's work to see it. It was a distant photo, across a guardrail, not very well focused. The photo wasn't as clear as it could have been, and it was the moment a young man got out of his car. It was soon discovered by an attentive netizen. 80% is Cheng Ming. Look at his jacket. Isn't it the same one Cheng Ming wore that day? And the car, which seems to be the one downstairs from Cheng Ming. It's him, no doubt. Reality. Takashi Xing was delighted. In the past few days they all thought they couldn't find Cheng Ming, and they were in a very depressed mood. But they couldn't imagine that the netizens were actually so powerful that they really found Cheng Ming's trail. Inside him at the moment, the power of the internet is really strong. So, Gao Shicheng, Lao Yang, Huang Weihong and Lu Hao drove to Tianjin Industrial Park. Following the photo of the guardrail compared to the location of the building, several people arrived at the location shown in the photo, at which time several cars were parked in spaces in front of the building. One of the cars with the white Big Ben logo stood out, the very same one in the photo. I just realized that this car of the drug dealers is actually a Maybach. Grass. It seems like it's still the top of the line. $3 million. Must have made a lot of dark money. Ha! How else could you afford to drive such a luxurious car? A bottle of medicine sells for tens of thousands of dollars. It's hard not to be rich. Abominable black-hearted drug dealers. But the car was found. Where's the man? There are several buildings in the industrial park. 7 or 8 floors in a building. And there are dozens of factories and companies in this area, to say the least. Which one is Cheng Ming in? At this time a patrol of the park security guards passing by here. Lao Yang went up to hand over a cigarette. The security guard smiled and took it. Older brother. Who is the owner of that car? Lao Yang asked. That one. Ah, is the owner of Inhai Pharmaceutical Factory? Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang is the owner of the pharmaceutical company? Right. Gao Shicheng, Old Young, and the others glanced at each other, and a trace of undetectable surprise flashed in their eyes. They had gone to investigate whether Cheng Ming had a flat before, and thought that Cheng Ming was a hobo, but now they realized that he had a job, and he was also the owner of a pharmaceutical factory. This made it easier for them to deal with Cheng Ming, older brother. So how many buildings and floors is the Inhai Pharmaceutical Factory in? Move. 4th and 5th floors of Building 3. Thanking the security guard, the few people went straight to the 4th floor, only to find the door of the pharmaceutical factory closed. Only the entrance position had a security guard sitting there. Lao Yang stepped forward and asked, Brother, we're here to find Boss Chang, and he's not in the factory? The security guard said, the factory hasn't started production yet. There's no one here. The boss should be downstairs in the lab. A few more people walked toward the stairway. The number of people in the live broadcast room was getting higher and higher, and the netizens were already discussing how they should deal with Chang Ming when they saw him later. After all, the last time they met with Chang Ming, Gao Shicheng, Lao Yang and the others were disliked by Chang Ming, and the netizens watched in dismay. So this time, they must get back at it and seek justice for the patients. If you ask me, Cheng Dog is the owner of the drug factory. So screw his drug factory. What do pharmaceutical companies fear most? Fear of the Drug Enforcement Administration. If we just pull the drug inspector in, Cheng Dog will still be soft in minutes? Like this small pharmaceutical company? There must be a lot of qualifications. Equipment does not meet the standards. The drug administration to clean up is surely easy. Right, Brother Xing, why don't we report it to the Drug Enforcement Administration? Gao Jiqing looked at the pop-ups with some trepidation. They, the patients, knew that Chang Ming was now on probation, and if they let the official people from the drug administration deal with them, they might expose what had happened before. If the netizens knew that Chang Ming was arrested because of the reports from them, the patients, it might not be favorable to the patients, so they are reluctant. For Gao Jiqing and the others, the best outcome of coming over this time was for Chang Ming to be soft and honestly give them the medicine. As for official units, it's best to stay out of the way. Gao Jiqing smiled sarcastically and said to the camera, "Don't be impulsive. Even though Boss Chang is bad-tempered, he always sells medicines, and in a sense he has also saved the lives of many patients. We don't have to go up against him. He sells us the drug. He makes money. We patients get healthy. It's a win-win, isn't it? Going to the top will only result in a lose-lose situation, which is not good for anyone." Gao Jiqing a number of in the case of reasonable speech, so that the live broadcast of the netizens praised one after another. Brother Chang is just too kind. You're still thinking about him when people are bullying you like this. I'm afraid you're willing to win-win and the human drug dealers aren't. If Cheng Dog was willing, would he have come this far? Chatting away, Gao Jiqing and the others arrived at the third-floor laboratory. The lab door was closed. Gao Jiqing and the others went to knock on the door, and in a short while a young man of 26 or 27 years of age, dressed in a large white costume, came out. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello young man, we're here to see Boss Chang. Is he in there?" Lao Yang asked. "You guys wait." The young man reclosed the door and went inside. Not long after, Chang Ming opened the door and came out, and as soon as he saw Gao Jiqing and the others, he immediately revealed a hint of disgust. "Boss Chang, can we talk again?" "Roll." Before Lao Yang could finish his words, Chang Ming directly interrupted him and then closed the door of the laboratory. A moment of consternation passed over several faces. The live broadcast room first cleared for a while, followed by an explosion of pop-ups all at once. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This pussy eats gunpowder, right? So angry. Can't we really beat him up? I'm sorry Brother Xing. I won't hold back. I'm going to screw him today. Give it to the old man. Ocean City Drug Enforcement Agency. Can't stand a little. I'll call the drug regulator directly. Black-hearted drug dealer, you wait to be reported. End of chapter. Gao Jiqing and others did not expect that the netizens of the live broadcast were crazy 8 Haicheng pharmacological supervision, and there were also people who made a report phone call. It was too late for him to stop it. They exchanged glances, and a few faces were a little flustered. If the drug regulator comes, in case if they expose the previous incident on the internet, won't they be finished? But the crowd of netizens in the live stream was thrilled. If Gao Jiqing left it this time, the netizens would not be willing to do so, and then he would lose the current heat. Takashi Xing was a little embarrassed. It's hard to choose between possible exposure on the one hand and heat on the other. He scanned the live feed's pop-ups again, generating a bit of a fluke. The previous fake drug case was the direct responsibility of the police department and did not go through the drug administration, which should not know about this, right? It's because of this fluke. It took a few people to not choose to leave. Inside the lab, Chang Ming, Chen Yong, Ma Xian, and Gu Boming looked at the surveillance screen, and a few patients were still chatting at the gate, knocking on the gate every now and then, saying that they were asking Chang Ming to go out and talk. It's not good to keep letting these people make a scene here, is it? Chen Yong looked at Chang Ming, waiting for Chang Ming's opinion on how to handle the situation. Chang Ming coldly said, "Call the police." Getting consent, Chen Yong immediately dialed the police. Outside, not a moment too soon, the pharmacovigilance people really came. 4 uniformed pharmacovigilance officers arrived. The netizens in Gao Jiqing's livestream instantly became excited. Finally, Haicheng Drug Administration can report phone only less than 20 minutes. Immediately came. Efficiency. Check Cheng Dog. Seeing a few people standing here at the gate, the drug inspector in charge asked, "Were you the ones who just reported that the drug factory's qualifications were not met?" Gao Shicheng. Old Yang and the others hesitated and nodded. The pharmacist then knocked on the door. The gate opened and Changming's few people came out. The drug inspector swung out his credentials. From the Drug Administration. Someone has reported that your qualifications here are not in line with the regulations. A temporary inspection. A few drug inspectors did not say a word to Changming and others, and directly walked in to check up. After checking the lab on the 3rd floor, and the 4th and 5th floors, the equipment was found to be all in order and the qualifications were met. Would have thought they would have left it at that. Who knew that the drug inspector wouldn't give up? He turned around and asked, "Which one of you is the plant manager?" "It's me." Chen Yong stepped forward. "Look at the company's books." Chen Yong laughed. "Comrade, our company has just passed the qualification verification of the pharmaceutical factory. We haven't started producing drugs yet, and we don't have any drug-related accounts. There's no drug accounts, then there's nothing to investigate." At that, the drug inspector relented. "Who's the boss?" "Me," Changming answered. "What name?" "Changming." The drug inspector shot a glance at Changming and said, "We received a report that you're privately selling PCMS that don't have a license number?" Changming paused for a moment and said, "Yes, if the drugs sold in the past count." The pharmacist was frozen for a moment. He didn't expect Changming to admit it directly. In fact, if he does not admit it, the drug inspector will at most just go through the motions. There are actually many unlicensed barefoot doctors in the country, and their homemade medicines are quite widely used, so it is not possible to arrest all of them. Is it? It's simply too much to manage. But if it's outright admitted, then it has to be managed. Whether before or now, medicines without a license number cannot be sold. If it causes serious consequences, it's punishable by imprisonment. The pharmacist said seriously, "Is there any medicine left? Bring it out. And the sales accounts too." But, Changming tried to say something, but was interrupted by the pharmacist. "There's no buts. Bring it if you're told to." At this time, Gao Xi, Old Yang and the others were secretly happy inside. When the pharmacists first arrived, they were still worried about the previous case coming to light. And now it seems that these pharmacists really don't know about the case. Inside the live broadcast room, seeing Changming being disliked by the drug inspector, the netizens were almost high dynasty. "Ha ha ha ha, aren't you arrogant? Then be arrogant. The pharmacist is great. That's it. Check him. I've long said that we should remember the Drug Enforcement Administration to clean him up." Pharmaceutical companies. The most feared is the Drug Enforcement Administration. It's so damn relieving to see the submissive look on Chung Dog's face. Just then, next to him, Ma Xian suddenly said, "The police are here." The crowd couldn't help but all stare. What's going on? Why are the police here? Did any of the brothers call the police? It's not right. I only called the drug control, not the police. That's strange. Who called the police then? I think some other brother made the call to the police. It's not really necessary. The pharmacist will be able to do it. What no one noticed was, when they saw the police coming, Gao Shicheng, Lao Yang and the others became nervous and their eyes averted. They almost wanted to leave, but with a scene like this, there was no way they could get away. Several police officers came to the head, and the leader was the one Changming had just met a few days before, Zhou Xiaolu. Zhou Xiaolu was also stunned when he saw that it was Changming, but in front of so many people, he didn't greet him. "Who called the police here?" Zhou Xiaolu asked. "It's me." Chen Yong stepped forward. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Was it the drug company that called the police? What's the deal with you, plant manager? Has he gone back to the drawing board? Finding things wrong? Ready to call the police to arrest his own boss for leniency? It's not quite like that. Why did you call the police? Chen Yong pointed to Gao Ziqing and Lao Yang and said, "Comrade police, these people have been relying on the door of our factory not to leave, but also knocked on our door, which belongs to the provocation of trouble." This statement was made. Zhou Xiaolu hadn't even said anything yet. The live broadcast room blew up first. "This man is turning black and white upside down. I thought he'd turned against me, but I didn't realize it was backwards. He's really in league with his boss. Worry, that's a bad guy too. One look at him and I know he's no good." Accused of provoking trouble, Gao Ziqing and the others surprisingly had little reaction for a while. Instead, the pharmacist on the sidelines reacted first, and he stepped forward to explain. "Comrade, this is supposed to be a misunderstanding? These are the people who reported Changming, the owner of the pharmaceutical factory, for selling fake drugs without a license number. This kind of case is just handled by our pharmacist investigation." Gao Xiaolu looked at the pharmacist, then at Gao Ziqing and the others, who were sweating profusely by now. "They reported Changming for selling drugs without a license number?" "Right," the pharmacist said. "Then you don't need to investigate," Gao Xiaolu said. This time it was the pharmacist's turn to not understand. "Comrade, what do you mean by that? What do you mean there's no need to investigate? When someone sells counterfeit drugs, the amount is also very large. Drug supervision is obliged to why not investigate? The crowd of netizens were also puzzled. This cop, he's not in league with Chung Dog, is he? End of chapter. Programming dogs shouldn't. No wonder Ching is so arrogant. So he's backed up by someone? In front of so many of us? I don't believe they dare to bend the law. If I really dare, I'll definitely report the Haicheng police. Why don't we have to investigate? The pharmacist wondered. Zhou Xiaolu said, this case has already been dealt with. The court has ruled on it, and now Mr. Chang is on probation. This statement was made. A screen full of, A small number of netizens haven't reacted yet. Sentenced? Does it mean you've been convicted? Then why doesn't Chang Dog have to go to jail? And what does probation mean? Why don't you investigate? But an enthusiastic user explains. It means that Chang Ming has been convicted but sentenced to probation, during which he does not have to go to jail, depending on his performance, and if he has not violated the law, he does not have to serve the sentence. Anyway, the implication is that Chang Ming has already been convicted for selling drugs without a license number, which is why the police said they didn't need to investigate him. So it is. That's a real misunderstanding of the police. The drug inspector responded as well. Okay, in that case, there's nothing for them to do with the pharmacist. They had all checked just now, and there was no problem with the qualifications of the pharmaceutical company, nor with Chang Ming himself. With that said, the pharmacist said, in that case, there's nothing for us to do here, so we'll leave first. Ignoring the pleading gazes of several of Gao Zicheng's men, the pharmacist's man went downstairs and drove away. Zhou Xiaolu then looked at Gao Zicheng and Old Yang. You guys, why are you causing trouble at the factory and interfering with other people's productive activities? Gao Zicheng and the others couldn't speak in front of the police. Chen Yong stepped forward and answered for them, because they want Boss Cheng to sell them that old medicine again. Speaking of drugs, it took a moment for the live bloggers to remember what their original purpose was. Yeah, Xing wanted to come and buy medicine. The police are here just in time. Uncle Policeman, help Xing. Help these patients. Let Cheng Ming sell the medicine to Xing and the others. With the police here, Cheng Ming will surely give the police some face, right? That's great, Xing. It's saved. The netizens looked at Zhou Xiaolu hopefully. Zhou Xiaolu, on the other hand, stared at Gao Zicheng and Old Yang, who were very nervous. He said, it is not permissible to buy or sell medicines that do not have a license number. Hearing Zhou Xiaolu's words, a wail went up in the live broadcast room. They never expected that the police would not only not help the patient, but even prohibit the patient from trading with Cheng Ming. Netizens have taken to the airwaves to plead on behalf of the sick. Can't the police officer be a little more accommodating? Regulations are dead. People are alive. Since Cheng Ming's medicine is effective, why don't you let it be sold? You see how miserable Chang and the others are. And Cheng has a child. Wang Weiheng too. He has an old man and a young man. And his girlfriend ran away because he got sick. But the police can't see the pop-ups in the live stream. So naturally they can't possibly consider their pleas. Lao Yang gritted his teeth. When he heard the police officer say not allowed, he was in despair. Recalling the arrogant daughter-in-law at home, helpless son, he can only continue to beg, Comrade Police, you let Cheng Ming sell the medicine to us. We are also really desperate. Zhou Xiaolu was indifferent. Mr. Ching is on probation now, and if you guys let him sell you drugs, he's going to jail. Are you guys trying to hurt him? Speaking of which, netizens are now somewhat reacting to the fact that Cheng Ming might not be as bad as they thought he was before. Judging from these people's reactions, Cheng Ming's medicine is truly effective. Or else Chang and the others wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of begging for it. I didn't realize that Cheng Ming didn't sell drugs out of necessity. If he sells the drugs out, then he's really going to jail, and it's really quite a difficult choice, with freedom on one side and the lives of dozens of patients on the other. In all fairness, there shouldn't be many people who would be willing to sacrifice their freedom to save the patients either. Extenuating circumstances. Some people expressed respect for Cheng Ming. Before, netizens called Cheng Ming Chung Dog, but no one calls him that anymore. However, there were still some saints in the live broadcast who thought Cheng Ming was too heartless. If it were me, I would choose to sell the medicine, or even give it away for free. After all, those are dozens of lives. Should I just watch them die? I couldn't do it if I were you. Ruthless. This Cheng Ming ideological awareness is too low. Just 1 or 2 years of freedom. 1 or 2 years of freedom in exchange for dozens of patients' lives. This is not even exchange? Reality. Lao Yang is still not willing. He cried old tears in front of the police. Comrade Policeman, I beg you to help us? Why don't you ask Boss Cheng to give us the medicine, and you pretend you didn't see it? Won't that do it? It's kind of a good compromise. But Zhou Xiaolu glared at him. You want me to play favorites? Impossible. he said in a cold voice, glaring at the old man in front of him with a hint of contempt. If I remember correctly, you guys were the ones who called the police to arrest Cheng Ming in the first place, right? At the time, you guys were saying, in words and out of words, that Cheng Ming's medicine was too expensive to sell, and that's why the police were called to arrest him. Since we all called the police to catch him selling fake drugs, what are you guys crying about now that he's not selling? Joe Shallo's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The amount of pop-ups in the live stream exploded all of a sudden. What? What? Did Lao Yang and Brother Cheng call the police to arrest Cheng Ming? Etc. The information hidden in those words was so explosive that the netizens didn't fully take it in at once. It was a long time before they reacted to understand what the cop meant. So, all this is really about these sick people? I get it. I finally get it. No wonder Cheng Ming treated them so poorly. He didn't even bother to say one more word to them. Imagine if you save a person's life, and not only is that person not grateful, but they also call the police to arrest you. This feeling hiss. Now that I think about it, Cheng Ming's attitude is pretty good. If it were me, I'd the hell out of him. Asterisk. These heirs took advantage of my sympathy? First they called the police to arrest Cheng Ming, then they regretted it and tried to use us, the netizens, to coerce Cheng Ming to continue selling drugs to them. Crap. I just realized that these guys are so damn scheming, and I was so sympathetic to them before. Cheating on my feelings, it turns out Cheng Ming is the good guy, and these guys are the real trash. All I can say about them getting cancer is that they deserve it. Yes, in front of the crowd. After Zhou Xiaolu said those words, Gao Shicheng, Old Yang and the others turned pale. They understood that there was no way they could ever get the medicine again. Takashi Castle will lose even the power of that network and fail completely. End of chapter. Gao Jicheng and the others were driven away by the police. The police also strictly warned the few of them not to provoke further trouble or else they would be arrested and detained. A few people left the Heavenly Gold Industrial Park in a state of disorientation. Instead, they're on fire again on Douyo. Some good people have put them live replay, including the beginning of the trouble to the Inhai pharmaceutical factory, and then the whole process of being poked by the police to find out what they were up to, all of which were put on Douyin. The story would have been extremely hot recently on Hightown's peer-to-peer network, with a bunch of live replays uploaded and various self-publishers dabbling in posting videos. The topic went straight to a big bang. The various comment sections were infuriated. These patients are too good at acting, aren't they? It's obvious that they all did it themselves, acting so innocently. I really believed them before. Fooled me out of a few tears. The thought of being used as a gun makes me so angry that I'll only eat 3 bowls of rice tonight. That city brother really knows a lot about self-media, all kinds of diversion, selling misery, rubbing heat, very good at it. He fooled so many people. Then again, no wonder I always thought that Cheng Ming looked a bit familiar. So it was the drug dealer from the fake drug case some time ago. Cheng Ming is quite wronged. I sprayed him earlier. It was too impulsive. Upstairs, go knock on the wooden fish 10,000 times. In the future on the internet or do not easily believe these big melon. All kinds of reversal. The tide has basically shifted on the internet about this, but there will always be people who focus on a perspective that is not quite the same as normal. Some of the virgins paid no attention to what was right or wrong on either side of the incident and spoke only of reason. But what about the dozens of patients? Do you really not care about them? Those are living human lives. Why can't you just cast a net and give them the medicine? Give them the medicine. And as long as the police don't pursue it there won't be anything wrong, right? Such a saintly mother was quickly met with the ire of netizens. Give them the medicine? On what grounds? Cheng Ming saved them, but they turned around and called the police to arrest Cheng Ming. Are such morally corrupt things considered human beings? They got where they are today entirely by themselves. Our lady is not happy about being sprayed, but still tries to put on the good old boy persona. I know Cheng Ming was wrongly accused, but those were human lives. Live human lives. Dozens of them. Wouldn't it be a humanitarian disaster to give them up? The netizens were furious and laughing. And humanitarian. Why does it sound so much like the Lighthouse Nation? Mouthing humanitarianism. So humanitarianism means sacrificing a good man like Cheng Ming to save dozens of bad seeds without questioning right or wrong? And again, cancer is not supposed to be curable. They can go for surgery. Or conservative treatment. Whatever they need to do. Why stare at Cheng Ming? Just as the netizens on both sides were hilariously disliking each other. Another thing happened online that attracted a lot of traffic. The official Douyin account of Huaming Pharmaceuticals once again posted a video with almost the exact same content as the last one, announcing that their special drug for liver cancer was about to hit the market. I have to say that Huaming Medicine's operation knows how to rub off on traffic. Take advantage of the fact that liver cancer and specialty drugs are at the height of their popularity right now, and put the launch trailer out there. And no one is messing around this time. The video warmed up nicely and the heat is rising. The comments section also became very lively all of a sudden. Soon the warriors who were disliking Our Lady a moment ago headed this way for an ayat. Look, isn't the special medicine coming? Huaming medicine's special effect medicine is regular. They can't buy Chang Ming's medicine, but they can buy Huaming's medicine. Ha 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 ha. These patients are also amusing. Reporting the owner who sells cheap drugs, and then now having to pay for drugs that are nearly twice as expensive. Laughing, they can't be out of their minds, can they? But Huaming posted this teaser a few days ago, and I remember a bunch of people commenting underneath at that time about the poor efficacy of their medicine, causing Huaming Pharmaceuticals to urgently delete the video. I remember this incident. Those who sprayed warming medicine seem to be patients as well, so it should be true. Ha 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 ha. So the price is so much more expensive and the medicine is not as effective. Won't those patients be big wrong seeds? Isn't that right? Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals Laboratory. Chang Ming liked to hang out here recently, mainly to focus on the matter of applying for experimental qualifications for liver cancer special effect drugs. The factory is not open right now. We are just waiting for the qualification to be passed. Then we can start production immediately. Also Chang Ming's progress on another quest had been stuck here. Gu Boming and Ma Xian were busy with their experiments, and Chang Ming was left alone. Chen Yong walked in and said, "Boss, I think the plant's security needs to be upgraded." "What do you mean?" "I'm worried those guys are going to come back and cause trouble again." Chang Ming nodded. He knew that Chen Yong was talking about the old young batch of patients. Cancer patients belong to the hopeless. In a desperate situation will do what extreme things really cannot say. Then you'll recruit a few more guards for the security of the plant. Okay. The two of them chatted, and Gu Boming took a pill and held it out to Chang Ming. "Boss, just now I analyzed the ingredients inside this pill, and guess what? It's almost identical to the ingredients of the pill you gave me." Chang Ming was surprised. Gerberman would have thought the pill was given to him by himself if he hadn't said so. "Where did this pill come from?" "Huaming Medicine's new special effect medicine," Gu Boming said. "Boss, did your secret formula leak?" Chang Ming wasn't surprised at all. He had sold so many pills before. It wasn't uncommon for Huaming Pharmaceuticals to get some samples. He wondered. "Huaming Pharmaceuticals special effect medicine hasn't been released yet. Where did you get the sample?" "My sister is a researcher at Huaming," Gu Boming said. "Your sister is also studying medicine?" "It's not just my sister. It's my brother and my dad all studied medicine. Only your mom isn't." "My mom is a professor of medicine." Chang Ming gave a thumbs up. "So it's a family of medicine." "I'm sorry for the disrespect." Getting off topic. "The important thing I'm talking about now is this potent medicine from Huaming." Chang Ming laughed. "If I'm not wrong, its medicinal effects should be far inferior to mine." Gerberman was surprised. "How did you know?" "I'm really surprised that the experiment concluded that it's only 1/10 as potent as yours, even though the ingredients are almost exactly the same." "I'm a system-produced formula. How can I just imitate it?" In fact, it is able to system-produced 1/10 of the medicinal effect has already exceeded Chang Ming's expectations. "Forget it, don't worry about it. Just supervise the progress of our own experiments as soon as you can." Currently, the progress of Inhai Pharmaceuticals' liver cancer special drug is stuck in the animal experiment stage. Chang Ming was getting a little anxious. End of chapter. The topmost floor of the Huaming Medicine building. Unlike the ordinary office area underneath, the first impression here is one of luxury. Dark sandalwood desk, mahogany bookshelves, high-grade Persian carpet, Ming Dynasty Chen Hongshou's picture of a zither on the wall. Every corner of the office reveals the owner's status and taste. Luxurious without being ostentatious. Sophisticated without being dignified. In front of the desk, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a formal suit was writing. This person is the chairman and CEO of Huaming Pharmaceuticals, Hua Zhengyuan. There was a knock on the door. Hua Zhengyuan put down the pen in his hand, his voice carrying a hint of majesty. "Come in." At that moment, Chen Dongji walked in, his step small and cautious, completely different from the subdued manner he had in front of the rest of the company. "Hua Dong, what's the progress on the liver cancer drug?" "All phases of experimentation have now been completed and it is about to be launched." "You did a good job on this one." Hua Zhengyuan's face showed a slight smile. The exaggerated Chen Dongji showed a flattered look and his acting was pompous. "But there's one more thing." "What is it?" "Recently the drug dealer Chang Ming's story is very hot on the internet. That Chang Ming also founded a pharmaceutical company called Inhai Pharmaceutical." "Oh?" Hua Zhenyuan knew that Chang Ming was the source of the sample of the potent medicine that Chen Dongji said he had. In other words, their special medicine for liver cancer in Huaming came from this drug dealer called Chang Ming. Is this the main man getting ready to come down and compete with them Huaming? Is he going to make this drug too? How far has he gotten so far? Hua Zhengyuan asked. "Actually, that line is crap now. How can you not use it to sell when you've made a potent drug for liver cancer? Chen Dongji hesitated for a moment and said, I have a channel to find out that a batch of liver cancer diseased experimental animals have recently been brought into their laboratory. That is, to the animal experimentation stage. The next stage is human trials, which could be on the market within a few months if things go well. In terms of time on the market, Huaming Pharmaceuticals has the advantage. What about the medicinal effects? Hua Zhengyuan asked. Chen Dongji was a bit speechless. Well, if their finished product is no different from the samples we got from patients before, they're about 10 times more potent. Speaking of this, Chen Dongji then saw Hua Zhengyuan's face gloom with a meaty expression. Bunch of losers. Getting a sample for so long and ending up with only 1/10 of someone else's potency is not a waste. Chen Dongji lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. He is the general manager of the R&D department, and he, the general manager, is to blame for the failure of the R&D department to produce good drugs. After a moment of silence, Chen Dongji carefully said, Hua Dong, I also found out one thing. What? That Silversea Pharmaceuticals doesn't seem to have patented this drug. Sure, yes, I've checked and they really don't have a patent. Hua Zhengyuan's eyes lit up. Yinhai didn't apply for a patent, so they could take the formula and apply for a patent, and the formula for this potent medicine would belong to them. Can't restrict others from producing this drug though, but it also serves a very important purpose. Chinese herbal formulas are not quite the same as Western medicines. Patents on Western drugs, because they are all single substances or compounds, and someone else has to pay money to the patent owner to produce the drug. However, herbal formulas are different and have very complex ingredients. By changing the recipe a little, or even just changing some of the preparation methods, you can come up with a different finished medicine. The effects are often much the same. It's like the hexamethylene pills, which can be made by any manufacturer without paying royalties. But that doesn't mean that registered patents are useless. Registering the patent first is tantamount to announcing to the world that the liver cancer special drug was made by Huaming Pharmaceuticals first, and all others are imitations. Which one would you choose when the original and the knockoff are in front of you? Very well, make sure to patent this formula. The cloud on Hua Zhengyuan's face lifted. Hello Ms. White, we are currently full for this position and have no plans to expand for the time being. Our position is not suitable for girls. We're only hiring freshmen. Within a day Bai Rulin received several notices from companies that had fallen through the cracks. Yes, she resigned from the Hayes Limousine General Store and is currently looking for a new job. Because of what happened to Chang Ming, now the entire Hess General Store looked down on her. She couldn't stay there at all and had to resign. However, she found that it's really hard to find a job nowadays. Not to mention that she was now 26, almost 27. A bit of an awkward age, without the cheap obedience of a freshman and the competence of some of the older employees. All in all, not good value for money. Recently Bai Rulin interviewed a dozen companies. Either the employer was not satisfied with her or she was not satisfied with the employer. After picking and choosing, she finally had to go with her old job, selling cars. A new luxury car dealership recently advertised a good salary and commission for a job opening, and she decided to give it a try. She took a cab to the West End, in front of a place called Imperial Auto Mall. Through the glass you can see the interior of the car city. A row of luxury cars shining brightly. Various brands of luxury cars competing with each other. Their streamlined body design looks attractive under the light. These vehicles are more than just transportation tools. They are like pieces of exquisite art. The amazing strength of this newly opened auto mall can be seen from the number of luxury cars parked here. More cars and bigger than the Hayes main store. Bai Rulin walked in. A tall, beautiful woman came to her. Want to see the car, pretty lady? The aura of the beautiful woman made Bai Rulin somewhat ashamed of herself. So excellent condition. Will she be hired when a random salesperson has such a good image? No, I'm here for an interview. The beautiful woman was not disappointed when she heard this and pointed behind her with a smile. The second one, the general manager's office. After thanking the beautiful woman, Bai Rulin followed the direction she pointed and came to the general manager's office to knock on the door. Come in. A very nice voice rang out. A woman? Bai Rulin was startled, then opened the door and entered. The office had an ordinary display. The most eye-catching being a professional woman in a tailored black professional suit, sitting demurely with her hands flying over the keyboard, not knowing what she was busy with. Long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, and even though she could only see the upper half of her body, Bai Rulin still scored a score inside 100 points. Capable and beautiful woman. It's more than another 2 notches better than the sale I just saw. You're here for an interview? Yes. Bai Rulin took out her resume and offered it. Then the beautiful general manager asked a lot of questions. All about some performance data of high-end vehicles, as well as the etiquette of treating people. If it wasn't for the fact that all these skills Bai Rulin knew by heart, She was almost so nervous that she didn't answer. But in the end, she still managed to complete the interview very smoothly. Very well, Ms. Bai. You passed the interview, the beautiful general manager said. Thanks, thanks, Bai Ruolin said excitedly. End of chapter. Bai Ruolin's first day at work in the Imperial Palace. She solemnly drew the most skillful makeup, and when she came to the company, she really got a lot of praise from her beautiful colleagues. This co-worker is the beautiful woman who showed her the way yesterday. Her name is Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei treated people kindly and was not at all the same thing as Bai Ruolin's former co-workers. And the co-workers here seemed to get along extremely well with each other. Quite different from the hookups that sales had when they were at the Manhwa's automotive store. Bai Ruolin liked it as soon as she arrived. Wang Xiaomei said to her, Xiao Bai, it's your first day here today, so you'll be the one to receive the first guest at the door later. Bai Ruolin thanked a few colleagues. 9 o'clock in the morning. The first customer appeared outside the glass door, and Wang Xiaomei reminded Bai Ruolin, hurry up. Bai Ruolin rushed behind the glass door and opened it to greet him. Welcome. She bowed. Then the smile froze on his face when he looked up and saw the tall, thin man in front of him, dressed in casual clothes. This person was clearly none other than Chang Ming. Bai Ruolin's face became very ugly and reflexively questioned in a low voice. Did you come here on purpose to disgust me? The last time Chang Ming cruel humiliation. Bai Ruolin simply bitter. But she understands that she is only ordinary origin, simply not capable of revenge. Chang Ming such a rich young man, even if you're humiliated, you'll just have to put up with it. But she's got a new job now, and this guy isn't even going to leave her alone. For a moment, Bai Ruolin's gaze toward Chang Ming was filled with hatred. However, Chang Ming didn't care too much when he saw Bai Ruolin's eyes, although he was slightly surprised. He crossed straight over Bai Ruolin to Wang Xiaomei and handed over his documents. I'll pick up the car. Wang Xiaomei froze for a moment. Still, he immediately took the papers and inquired about them. When he saw that the computer showed that Chang Ming had actually ordered 2 luxury cars from the car city, a 911 and a Rangoon U8, Wang Xiaomei didn't dare to slack off. Mr. Chang, take a seat over here and have some tea. I'll have our manager come over. She brought Chang Ming to the parlor next to her. Bai Ruolin was confused. Every time she thought that Chang Ming's wealth was just on the level of an ordinary second-generation rich man, she never imagined that it would immediately refresh her perception again. What rich kid can order a luxury car for fun every other day? Even the son of the richest man in Haichang can't buy a luxury car right away if he wants to, right? Even bought 2 at a time. After Wang Xiaomei and Chang Ming left the computer, Bai Ruolin went up and glanced at the information on it. And in the record of ordering cars, Chang Ming had ordered these 2 cars a week ago. So it was a coincidence that Chang Ming came here, and it really wasn't a deliberate attempt to disgust her. For some reason, Bai Ruolin's heart felt a little bad. Chang Ming sat in the parlor. He felt the place was a little too brightly colored, with the flower arrangement by the coffee table, the purple curtains, and the plush carpet, and even a slight scent in the air. Not at all like the usual parlor setup for grand old men. It wasn't until the arrival of the manager that the beautiful saleswoman spoke of that Chang Ming's questions were answered. A beautiful woman in formal attire approached, her posture erect, her small suit tailored to reflect her body in a startling way. Chang Ming asked himself that he wasn't a woman of lust, but he still couldn't help but look twice more when he saw a great beauty of this caliber. Hello Mr. Chang, my name is Nan Gongyao. I'm the general manager of this car city. Hello Mr. Nan. Hearing Chang Ming's greeting, Nan Gongyao was first stunned, then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Chang, my last name is Nangon. Ah this. Chang Ming was a bit embarrassed, but isn't Mr. Namgon a bad name? Seemingly seeing Chang Ming's thoughts, Nan Gongyao said, Mr. Chang might as well just call me Nangon. Okay, then I'll take care of the car pickup for Mr. Chang. Okay. Chang Ming was a bit puzzled. Why mention a car? The general manager of the car city actually received personally, although they want to mention is 2 luxury cars, but such a big car city, but the general manager personally to do their own hand, which pleases the meaning of a little too obvious. Mr. Chang, why don't you add a wiki? You can look for me directly for any subsequent problems with the vehicle. Nan Gongyao picked up her cell phone. Naturally, Chang Ming was not in a position to do so. Outside the glass doors of the parlor, Wang Xiaomei and Bai Ruolin kept looking at the place. Even Wang Xiaomei felt surprised. What's the deal with that customer anyway? Bai Ruolin said, buying 2 luxury cars at once. It should be some rich second generation, right? Honestly before, she thought Chang Ming was a hangman. But with the strength Chang Ming was showing now, she felt like she had never known this man before. However, Wang Xiaomei shook her head. It shouldn't be. If it's just an ordinary rich kid, it's impossible for the general manager to personally receive him and even give him a handjob himself. How? You know Wang Hong, the son of Hai Chang's richest man, right? Of course I've heard of it. This one is famous online. He's come to the store to buy a car before, but the general manager didn't even see him, let alone personally make tea or run a handful of things. So this customer must have some kind of special status. Wang Xiaomei said. Is Cheng Ming's background actually this big? Is it the son of some powerful family in a novel? Bai Rulin was a bit skeptical. She remembered the days when she used to be with Cheng Ming. He was careful with his money. He didn't buy a new piece of clothing for 2 years, and sometimes when she spent more money than she wanted, Cheng Ming would even go on a takeout run after work, just to make more money. Such a person is a hanger-on no matter what. By the way, I just saw that you seem to have said a few words to that customer. You know him? Wang Xiaomei asked. No, don't recognize it. Thinking of the impatient way Cheng Ming looked at her, she knew that Cheng Ming really didn't want to see her again. Even the general manager was so respectful to him. If Cheng Ming showed a hint of disgust towards herself, would the general manager just fire her? So Bai Rulin thought it was best not to get too close to Cheng Ming. She doesn't want to lose this hard-earned job. If I knew that kind of big shot, then I wouldn't even need to work part-time. Bai Rulin laughed, just a little unnaturally. Also, Wang Xiaomei nodded. At this moment, Bai Rulin couldn't help but create a fantasy in her heart. If she hadn't chosen to break up with Cheng Ming in the first place, how much better off would she be now? But there's no use thinking about it now. Inside the parlor, Nangong Yao and Cheng Ming didn't know what they were chatting about. The two of them were talking and laughing and seemed to be having a pleasant conversation. Soon the formalities were completed. The two of them came out of the parlor together, and Nangong Yao handed the key to Cheng Ming, who drove the 911 himself, and called a chauffeur to drive the Rangoon U8, and together they left the car city. On the side, Bai Rulin intentionally or unintentionally hid to the side and did not appear in front of Cheng Ming. Luckily, Cheng Ming didn't bother her until he left. End of chapter. After another 10 days from the day he picked up the car, Cheng Ming didn't receive another mission, which made Cheng Ming think for a moment that the system wasn't there anymore. It wasn't until today, half a month later, that he finally swiped a quest. Task, to use medicine to save 10 patients. Rewarded with 10 task points. Note, as a pharmaceutical sage, saving patients should be a daily routine. The system has detected that you have not saved a patient for many days, so please maintain the host's benevolence as a healer and help the world. Cheng Ming sighed. It's not that he's not willing to save the sick, it's just that he's not willing to save some births. If the patient hadn't backhandedly reported him, he would still be saving patients every day, right? Now this mission, I'm afraid, will have to wait. He would hate to be reported again for selling drugs. Cheng Ming did not expect that it was so hard to brush out a task, but it turned out that he actually could not do it, which was really boring. The phone is ringing. It's Garberman. Why is he calling? Get on the phone. What is it? Boss, the approval for human experimentation has come down. The experimental hospital is the city's 6th doctor. Do you want to go alone? Cheng Ming's eyes lit up. Human experimentation approval passed? Well, isn't that a coincidence? Here's a chance to finish the job. Okay, I'll be right over. Cheng Ming drove to the laboratory, where Chen Yong, Wen Yilin, Gu Boming, and Ma Shen, several important figures of Yinhai Pharmaceutical, were present. The experiment was conducted in conjunction with the city's 6th hospital, and the location of the experiment was at the 6th hospital, not at Silver Sea Pharmaceuticals. After Cheng Ming met up with a few people, he drove to the city's 6th hospital again. Inside a large special ward, Hu, the director of the oncology department of the city's 6th hospital, received several people, who then met 10 patients with waxy faces. Each patient's face was covered in numbness, clearly not expecting any results from the treatment. These 10 patients are all in advanced stages, and they're the more serious of the advanced stages, so surgery doesn't make much sense anymore. Director Hu said, "Let's start now." Gu Boming requested Cheng Ming with his eyes, and after receiving a signal from Cheng Ming, he opened a small metal box and took out the bottle of pills inside. After handing it to the nurse at his side, the nurse then distributes the medicine to the 10 patients. Observe for half an hour after taking the medicine. 6 patients showed relief of symptoms within 10 minutes and 4 patients showed relief of status after 20 minutes. Director Hu was thrilled. Being a professional, he actually didn't really believe that PCMS could inhibit cancer at first, even when there was already an experimental basis for it. He didn't really pay much attention to today's experiment, but now that the results of the experiment were before him, he hastened to have his patients examined, and the results came back. Reduced cancer cell activity. Then Director Hu got excited. He shook Cheng Ming's hand and said, "Boss Cheng, please make sure to supply our city's 6 doctors with this special effect medicine after it hits the market." Cheng Ming nodded. This is natural. He opened a factory to produce drugs originally for the purpose of selling drugs, and now that the hospital has a request, of course he is happy to cooperate. After handling the follow-up, a few people from Silversea Pharmaceuticals drove back to the pharmacy. In the car, Wen Yilan said to Cheng Ming, "Boss, now that the human experiment is about to be a success, we can almost publicize it in advance, right? Okay, you decide these things yourself, you don't have to ask me." Cheng Ming Dao. He had just completed a system quest and gained 10 points, so he could draw 10 times in a row again. Leaving from the hospital, Cheng Ming went straight back to his house. As soon as he returned home, Cheng Ming directly woke up the system and started the lottery, getting $180,000 in cash. Receive a top gaming configuration computer, getting a high-class suit. Receive $3.58 million in cash. Received $1.66 million in cash. The first 5 draws blew 2 big cash straight up. For the original batch, it's the equivalent of 2 golds out. Definitely considered a blowout. Cheng Ming felt that he was really lucky today. The sun was all particularly bright. As for the computer and the suit, Cheng Ming didn't even look at them and threw them aside. Received $320,000 in cash. Receive an antique painting. Received $210,000 in cash. Gaining master counter-tracking skills. Get 1,000 grams of gold. Out of skill. Just like the last time he gained driving skills, a large amount of information flooded into Cheng Ming's mind. But this time Cheng Ming had experience and only felt slightly uncomfortable, but quickly adapted. Cheng Ming then felt that his observation power had evolved, and he had a new understanding of all the minute details. But this skill didn't seem to be of much use to Cheng Ming, and was a bit more useful to police and criminals. Cheng Ming then began to study the ancient calligraphy and painting. Cheng Ming does not understand antiques. Half a day of research, half understand. Had to give up for the time being. After Wen Yilan returned to the company, she started working on the publicity of the special effect medicine. Any kind of product, there is no good publicity, sales will inevitably not be very good. Wine is also afraid of Deep Alley. And what is the best way to publicize in this day and age? No doubt it's the internet. So, Wen Yilan had someone sign up for the official accounts of various platforms, such as Douyin and Scarf. At the same time, the official account of Silversea Pharmaceuticals released a promotional text about the new drug. The video was released in Eileen Moon through tens of thousands of buckets of Duplus in a big way. With that kind of money, the video has really taken off, with likes and comments bristling up. Another liver cancer special drug? Another liver cancer drug? Has there been a breakthrough in the medical field lately? I was shocked to learn that there was an effective drug for liver cancer a while ago, but now there's another one? Inhai Pharmaceuticals? I've never even heard of this manufacturer. Even a small pharmaceutical company has the ability to make a special drug for liver cancer now? Fake, right? At first, the first reaction of some netizens who hadn't swiped the previous period was disbelief. After all, Inhai Pharmaceutical is really a small factory without any previous products, and it is human nature to disbelieve the steep announcement that it can make drugs that inhibit liver cancer. But with the heat, those who knew about the fake drug story before brushed it off. Inhai Pharmaceutical? This seems to be that pharmaceutical factory of Cheng Ming's. Right? Someone couldn't help but ask, who is Cheng Ming? It's the same drug dealer who sold drugs that got backstabbed by a patient a while back. It's him. Yes, oh, I remember too. It's really Boss Cheng's pharmaceutical factory. Is Boss Cheng's liver cancer special drug finally legal? This is indeed a great thing for liver cancer patients. A boon to liver cancer patients. Now Boss Cheng no longer has to worry about being reported by his patients. Boss Cheng is awesome. Should be able to win a Nobel, right? Let me see Boss Cheng's drug pricing. 15,000 a bottle. I think it's okay. I just think that those patients who report Cheng bosses are really Nima. Too expensive. 10,000 yuan of medicine. Now well, sell 15,000 yuan. And with so many liver cancer patients, they don't always get to eat. Ha ha ha. Typical self-inflicted wounds. End of chapter. As the only 2 effective drugs for liver cancer in the world, it is inevitable that comparisons will be made. Netizens spontaneously started a discussion. Who is the more potent of the 2 medicines? Inhai Pharmaceuticals or Huaming Pharmaceuticals? A portion of the network said, it should be Boss Cheng's medicine that is more potent, right? I seem to have seen patients spraying Huaming's special medicine before. Right. If Boss Cheng's medicine is not effective, why do those patients who reported him regret it? Indeed, judging from the reactions of those patients, the efficacy of Boss Cheng's medicine is definitely very good. But another part of the internet disagrees with them. Inhai Pharmaceutical is nothing but a small, unknown factory, and Huaming is our local trusted big pharmaceutical company in Haicheng. Huaming Pharmaceuticals has the best R&D staff, the best equipment. Do you think they would be inferior to a small pharmaceutical company? How many years old is Huaming? How strong is it? Those who are cursing Huaming on the internet, I suspect that they are all done by Huaming's rivals, because once Huaming makes the special medicine for liver cancer, the survival space of these rivals of theirs will be squeezed, or even go bankrupt. The discussion was hot on both sides of the fence. However, it can be seen that those who are on the side of Huaming Pharmaceuticals clearly have the upper hand. Huaming, after all, has been in business for many years and is indeed easier to trust, as well as the other point that Inhai Pharmaceuticals does not have any roots. Had it not been for the fake drug case incident, there would not have been a single person in favor of Inhai Pharmaceuticals. Just as the two sides were having a heated discussion, a graphic video was also posted on the official account of Huaming Medicine. This video is a photo of a patent certificate with the text, "Years of painstaking research." The patent certificate finally arrived. The world's first. The internet was shocked. It turns out that Huaming has been working on a special medicine for a long time. Who else dares to say that Huaming Pharmaceuticals is inferior to that small pharmaceutical company now? With the patent in hand, doesn't it mean that Huaming Medicine is the originator of the special medicine for liver cancer? That little pharmacy might have gotten its potent drugs from somewhere. Upstairs is right. What kind of R&D strength does the Shaolu factory have? As far as I know, that boss Chang isn't a TCM major or even a medical major either. Why do people like this have a formula for a potent drug for liver cancer? Have you ever thought about it? This one video from Huaming Pharma has thrown the balance of this online discussion completely out of whack. Originally a slight advantage of Huaming Pharmaceuticals, the patent certificate will be issued directly after the heat explosion. Far ahead. Some of the original centrists who didn't believe in either side chose to fall to the side of Huaming Pharmaceuticals at this time. Silver Sea Pharmaceutical Laboratories. Gu Boming was holding his cell phone, and on the screen was the very photo of the patent certificate released by Huaming Pharmaceuticals, and Chang Ming was sitting next to him, fiddling with the test tubes and drugs on the table. Lao Gu sighed. "Look boss, if you had listened to my advice, this wouldn't have happened now. Patents are being taken by others." Gu Boming now early understanding of the previous counterfeit medicine case. He knew that the formula is the patient revealed out, and then fell into the hands of Huaming Medicine. Who would have thought that people turn around and register patents? It makes it seem like their Inhai pharmaceutical products are the imitations. The inverted Big Dipper belongs to Is. What depressed him the most was that when he suggested to Chang Ming to register the drug as a patent, it turned out that Chang Ming did not listen to his suggestion. In response, Chang Ming seemed to be full of unconcern. Let them register and let them register. But, this will have a huge impact on the reputation and sales of our products. Gu Boming was a bit agitated. Chang Ming remained calm. Speak with the product. At that, Gerberman sighed again. But what Process Ming said was actually right. After all, their medicines were 10 times stronger than the other party. And even if they had a bad reputation for a while, the eventual victor still belonged to them. It was just that Gu Boming never understood Chang Ming's intentions in doing so. Next to him, Ma Xian also asked curiously, "Boss, why on earth didn't you apply for a patent?" Applying for a patent means exposing the formula as well as the way of making it, and I don't want to expose the way of making it. That's all, Chang Ming said. But after registering the patent there is patent law protection. Even if others know the production method, they can't take it out and sell it. Ma Xian said. This was certainly something Chang Ming knew. You can't sell it in the open. But what about in the dark? Chang Ming asked. Ma Xian and Gu Boming were silent. Indeed, there are definitely a lot of people who are just in need of this drug. And there are definitely people who choose to take the plunge, driven by the huge benefits. If someone imitates it privately, it doesn't take much thought to realize that there will definitely be a lot of substituting wild herbs with extremely ineffective cultivated herbs. By then, I am afraid that the reputation of the special medicine for liver cancer will be significantly affected and huge troubles will ensue. Might as well keep that production in your hands all the time. Anyway, the system produces a good product. Other people can't decipher the production method. Even if there is no patent, what does it matter? Anyway, this medicine can only be produced by oneself. After staying in the lab until evening, Chang Ming was ready to go home. Passing by a mall, he stopped by to pick up a few necessities. He pulled over to the side of the road, walking towards the shopping mall. Passing through a section of the road with quite a lot of traffic, he was greeted by an old man, who Chang Ming recognized, Lao Jin. Lao Jin also saw Chang Ming, and he awkwardly turned his head away to pretend he didn't recognize him. I did not expect such a coincidence. The sea city is so big, just go to a mall can run into. Although the two had an enmity, but the quality of Process Ming was not so low as to beat people in the street. He ignored the old man, and the two rubbed shoulders. Chang Ming did not take more than a few steps when he suddenly noticed a person who was a bit strange. The weather was not cool, but he was wearing a long trench coat, sunglasses and a mask, and his eyes seemed to keep falling on someone. With the conditional anti-thanks brought about by his master-level anti-tracking skills, Chang Ming paid more attention to this unusual trenchcoat man, only to see the trenchcoat man purposely control the distance with Lao Jin. So many people on the road, but the sight has never left Lao Jin. Chang Ming woke up to the fact that Lao Jin was being followed. Who would follow him? Why are you following him? These two questions flashed through Chang Ming's mind, but he still didn't care about other people's business, and he was even less interested in telling Lao Jin. Just as Chang Ming wanted to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw the trenchcoat man look down and say something to the twisted buttons on the side of his collar, and there were cries of alarm from passers-by in the direction of the traffic light at the opposite intersection, and an out-of-control minivan sped up and crashed into Lao Jin, who was in the process of crossing the street. Someone is trying to kill Lao Jin. Chang Ming arrived at this thought in an instant. Why? Lao Jin is just an ordinary old man and has liver cancer and not much time to live. Who would lay hands on an old man like that? It was too late and too soon. Lao Jin on the crosswalk realized something was wrong and took a few steps back just to avoid the impact of the cart. That little car hit the green belt and didn't move. Lao Jin had a terrifying escape. Seeing this, the trenchcoat man tightened his shirt and left the scene against the flow of people. It's the beginning of the month. I'm shamelessly asking for some votes. Any votes will do. Please give some votes for the good of all the viewers. End of chapter.